Princess Lyra stood in the grand hall of the imperial palace, watching the newest arrival to their world. The human looked so small compared to everyone else in the room. He was barely 6 feet tall, with brown hair and soft eyes that seemed more interested in the ancient paintings on the walls than the powerful warriors surrounding him. Her father, Emperor Calrex, had told her about the marriage arrangement 3 months ago. Earth wanted stronger ties with the Valorian Empire. The council had agreed that a wedding would be the best way to build trust between their peoples. Lyra had accepted without argument. It was her duty as a princess to serve her empire in whatever way was needed. But she had not expected her future husband to be so ordinary. Daniel Harper was his name. He was a scholar from Earth, someone who spent his days reading old books and studying history. He did not carry weapons. He did not train with soldiers. He simply walked around with a quiet smile, looking at everything with curious eyes. The Valorians were a warrior race. They stood over 7 feet tall with powerful muscles and sharp features. Their skin had a faint blue tint and their eyes glowed with an inner light. They trained from childhood to fight, to lead, to conquer. Strength was everything in their culture. Humans were different. They had joined the Galactic Council only 30 years ago. Before that, no one even knew they existed. Their planet was small and far from the major trade routes. They had no great military power, no vast fleets of warships, no ancient empire spanning dozens of star systems. Most species in the galaxy saw humans as weak. They were small and fragile. Their bones broke easily. Their skin was soft. They could not survive in extreme temperatures without special equipment. Even their emotional nature was seen as a weakness. Humans felt things too deeply, cried too easily, formed attachments that clouded their judgment. Lyra watched Daniel approach the throne where her father sat. The human moved with a gentle grace, not the powerful stride of a warrior. He bowed respectfully, keeping his eyes lowered in a gesture of submission that made some of the court guards snicker. "Your Majesty," Daniel said, his voice soft but clear, "I am honored by this opportunity to unite our peoples through marriage. I hope to serve the Valorian Empire well and learn from your great culture." Emperor Calrex studied the human for a long moment. The emperor was old and wise, having ruled for over 200 years. He had seen countless wars, made and broken alliances with dozens of worlds. His purple eyes seemed to look right through Daniel, searching for something hidden beneath the surface. "Welcome to Valoria, Daniel Harper. You will marry my daughter in 3 days. Until then, you are free to explore the palace and familiarize yourself with our ways. My advisors will answer any questions you have." Daniel bowed again and stepped back. As he did, Lyra got her first good look at him. He was not ugly by human standards, she supposed. His features were regular, his build average for his species. But there was nothing remarkable about him. Nothing that suggested he would be anything other than a quiet presence in the palace, easily forgotten among the more impressive members of court. Her brothers thought the match was a joke. General Corax, the eldest, had laughed openly when he heard the news. "A human, you are marrying our sister to a pet? What will he do? Read bedtime stories to your future children?" Commander Vex, the middle brother, had been only slightly more tactful. "Father must have his reasons. Perhaps the humans have some strategic value we do not see, or perhaps he simply wants to keep Lyra occupied with a harmless husband, while more important matters are handled by those better suited for them." Even Lyra herself had felt a twinge of disappointment. She had always imagined marrying a great warrior, someone who could stand beside her in battle, who understood the thrill of combat and the weight of command. Instead, she was getting a librarian. The wedding ceremony was traditional and beautiful. Lyra wore her ceremonial armor, polished until it gleamed like liquid silver. Daniel wore formal clothes from Earth, a dark suit that her brothers had mocked as looking like servants' clothing. But he carried himself with quiet dignity through the entire event, never complaining, never showing any sign of discomfort despite being the center of so much attention. When they exchanged vows, his voice was steady and sincere. When he looked at her, his eyes held a warmth that surprised her. It was not the burning passion of a warrior, but something gentler, something patient. After the ceremony, life settled into a routine. Daniel spent most of his time in the palace archives, a massive library that held thousands of years of Valorian history. He would arrive early in the morning and stay until late at night, carefully reading through ancient texts, making notes, asking the archivists endless questions about their culture and traditions. Lyra would sometimes visit him there. She found him fascinating in an odd way. He never grew bored with his work. Every new discovery seemed to delight him. He would excitedly show her passages from old books, explaining military strategies used in wars that happened centuries before either of them were born. Your ancestor, General Thoros, was brilliant. Look at this battle plan. He was outnumbered 5-1, but he used the terrain to force the enemy into a narrow pass where their numbers meant nothing. The victory changed the entire course of the war. Lyra would nod politely, not really understanding why he found it so interesting. She knew the basic history, of course. Every Valorian child learned about their great military victories, but Daniel studied these things with an intensity that seemed strange for someone who had never been in a real fight. "Do you not wish to train with the warriors?" she asked him once. Most men would want to prove themselves in combat. Daniel had smiled at that. "I am not most men, and strength comes in many forms. Your warriors are impressive, but I prefer to exercise my mind rather than my muscles. Besides, I think I would only embarrass myself trying to keep up with Valorian soldiers." You are all much stronger than humans, it was true. Even the weakest Valorian guard could easily overpower Daniel in a physical contest. He knew it and did not seem bothered by it. That acceptance of his own limitations made him seem even more harmless. As weeks passed, Lyra grew comfortable with her strange husband. He was kind and thoughtful. He remembered small details about her day. He asked about her training sessions and her meetings with the council. He listened when she talked about the political challenges facing the empire. He never demanded anything from her, never tried to control or change her. In the evenings, they would sit together in their shared quarters. She would practice her weapons forms while he read. Sometimes he would hum strange human melodies, songs from his homeworld that sounded alien but not unpleasant to her ears. The court grew used to seeing them together. The human scholar and the warrior princess. An odd pairing, but one that seemed to work well enough. No one paid much attention to Daniel. He was just there, a quiet presence in the background, always polite, always respectful, never causing any problems. Lyra began to think that perhaps this marriage was not such a bad thing after all. She had her duties and her training. He had his books and his research. They coexisted peacefully, and sometimes she even enjoyed his company. He made her laugh with stories about Earth, about humans and their strange customs. On Earth, we have this tradition called coffee. It is a bitter drink that humans consume in large quantities to stay awake. Some people are absolutely unable to function in the morning without it. Wars have probably been started because someone did not get their coffee. That sounds ridiculous, Lyra had said, smiling despite herself. It absolutely is, but humans are ridiculous creatures sometimes. We get attached to the strangest things. She never thought to ask what else humans got attached to. Never wondered what happened when those attachments were threatened. She simply accepted Daniel as he appeared to be. A gentle scholar, a harmless human, a husband who would never be a warrior but who served his purpose well enough as a symbol of peace between their worlds. It never occurred to her that she might be wrong. That perhaps there was more to Daniel Harper than met the eye. That beneath the quiet smiles and patient study, something else waited. Something that had been watching, learning, calculating since the moment he arrived. She would learn the truth soon enough, and when she did, everything she thought she knew about humans would change forever. The grand ballroom sparkled with light from 1,000 crystal chandeliers. Tonight was the anniversary celebration of the Galactic Council, and representatives from dozens of worlds had gathered at the Imperial Palace. The air buzzed with conversation in 100 different languages, all translated through small devices worn by each guest. Lyra wore her ceremonial armor, the kind reserved for state functions. It was lighter than battle gear, but still impressive, with intricate designs etched into the blue metal. Beside her, Daniel stood in his formal human clothing. The dark suit looked plain compared to the elaborate outfits worn by other dignitaries, but he seemed comfortable in it. They had been married for 6 weeks now. Lyra had grown used to having him around. He was easy company, never demanding, always interested in what she had to say. Sometimes she forgot he was even there, which seemed to suit him just fine. He would stand quietly at her side during these formal events, observing everything with those calm eyes. The evening had been pleasant so far. Lyra had spoken with ambassadors from 3 different star systems, discussing trade agreements and military cooperation. Daniel had listened politely, occasionally asking a thoughtful question that showed he had been paying attention. No one seemed to notice him much, which was normal. Humans were not considered important players in galactic politics. Then Ambassador Kryn arrived. The Thraxian delegation entered through the main doors, fashionably late as was their custom. Kryn was a tall reptilian creature with dark green scales and cold yellow eyes. His people, the Thraxians, were known throughout the galaxy as fierce warriors and aggressive conquerors. They had been expanding their territory for decades, often clashing with neighboring empires. The relationship between Valoria and the Thraxian Dominion was tense. There had been several border disputes in recent years, small battles that never quite escalated into full war, but left both sides mistrustful. Kryn himself was known for his arrogance and his barely concealed contempt for species he considered weak. Lyra felt her muscles tense as Kryn approached their table. His entourage followed behind him, all wearing the same smug expressions that made her want to reach for her weapon. But this was a diplomatic function. Violence was forbidden. She would have to rely on words alone. "Princess Lyra," Kryn said, his voice carrying across the immediate area. Several nearby conversations stopped as people turned to watch. "How delightful to see you again. And this must be your new husband, the human I have heard so much about." Daniel stood and offered a polite nod. "Ambassador Kryn, it is a pleasure to meet you." Kryn's eyes swept over Daniel with obvious disdain. His lips pulled back in what might have been a smile but looked more like a predator baring its teeth. "I must say, Princess, I never imagined the Imperial family would accept such a weak specimen into their bloodline. Humans are barely more than pets, are they not? Do you walk him on a leash, or does he simply follow obediently behind you like a trained animal?" The ballroom fell silent. The insult was so blatant, so deliberately offensive that several guests gasped. Lyra felt rage flood through her. Her hand moved toward her ceremonial blade. Such words were grounds for a formal challenge. Kryn had just insulted not only her husband, but the entire Imperial family. She was about to speak, to issue the challenge that would require either a duel or a public apology, when she felt Daniel's hand gently touch her arm. The touch was light, barely there, but it stopped her. "It is all right, Lyra," Daniel said quietly. "Words are just words. They cannot hurt me." Kryn laughed, a harsh sound that grated on the ears. "You see, the human knows his place. Perhaps there is wisdom in weakness after all. It takes a special kind of courage to accept that you are inferior and live with it peacefully." Daniel smiled. The same kind, gentle smile he always wore. He said nothing more, did not rise to the bait, did not show any anger or hurt. He simply stood there, calm and composed, as if he had not just been publicly humiliated in front of representatives from dozens of worlds. Kryn eventually moved on, satisfied that he had made his point. The ballroom slowly returned to normal, though many guests whispered among themselves about what they had witnessed. Some looked at Daniel with pity, others with contempt. A few seemed confused by his lack of reaction. Lyra could barely contain her fury. Her hands shook with the effort of not drawing her weapon. She wanted to go after Kryn, to challenge him properly, to make him pay for his words. But Daniel's hand was still on her arm, gently holding her back. "Not here," he said softly. "Not now. This is exactly what he wants. A scene. A diplomatic incident that makes your father look weak." They stayed for another hour, as duty required. But Lyra could not focus on the conversations around her. She kept seeing Kryn's smug face, kept hearing his mocking words, and she kept glancing at Daniel, trying to understand how he could remain so calm. When they finally returned to their private quarters, she exploded. "How could you just stand there? How could you let him say those things? I should have challenged him. I should have demanded satisfaction." Daniel set down the datapad he had been carrying and looked at her. His face was still calm, but something in his eyes had changed. They were harder now, colder. And what would that have accomplished? A duel between you and Kryn would have been exactly what he wanted. Win or lose, it would have created tension between our empires. It would have given the Thraxians an excuse to escalate their border conflicts. Your father would have been forced to either support you or disavow you. Either choice would have weakened his position on the council. So you just endured it? Let him insult you, insult us without any consequence. Daniel walked to the window and looked out at the city lights below. There are many kinds of strength, Lyra. Swinging a sword is only one of them. Sometimes the strongest response is patience. Sometimes you have to wait for the right moment. She wanted to argue, but something in his tone stopped her. This was not the voice of a weak man accepting defeat. This was something else, something she had not heard from him before. "What do you mean?" Daniel turned to face her. "Kryn made a mistake tonight. He showed me exactly who he is. Arrogant, overconfident, someone who underestimates his opponents. That is valuable information." "Information? We were publicly humiliated and you are talking about information?" He smiled, but it was not his usual gentle smile. This one was thin and cold. "On Earth we have a saying, never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Kryn thinks I am harmless. He thinks humans are weak. That assumption will serve us well if we ever need to deal with him." Lyra stared at him, seeing something in his expression that she had never noticed before. There was a sharpness there, a calculating quality that seemed at odds with the gentle scholar she thought she knew. "You are not as simple as you seem, are you?" Daniel's expression softened slightly. "I am exactly what I appear to be, a scholar who loves books and history. But being gentle does not mean being stupid. And being patient does not mean being weak. I learned a long time ago that the most dangerous opponents are not the ones who roar and charge. They are the ones who smile and wait and strike when the moment is right." He walked over to her and took her hand. "I know you are angry. You have every right to be. But trust me when I say that Kryn's insults tonight will cost him more than he realizes. People who mistake kindness for weakness eventually learn painful lessons." Lyra wanted to believe him, but she could not shake the feeling that she had been blind. She had seen Daniel as harmless, as weak, because that was what he showed the world. But standing here now, looking into his eyes, she wondered what else she had missed. That night she lay awake long after Daniel had fallen asleep. She kept thinking about the way he had handled Kryn's insults. The perfect calm, the calculated response, the cold intelligence in his eyes when he explained his reasoning. Maybe humans were not as weak as everyone thought. Maybe they were just very good at appearing that way. And maybe she had married someone far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. She would find out the truth soon enough. Events were already in motion that would reveal exactly what Daniel Harper was capable of when pushed too far. 3 days after the banquet, Lyra left the palace early in the morning. She had a routine inspection scheduled at a new military installation outside the capital city. It was standard procedure, nothing dangerous. Just a tour of the facilities and a meeting with the commanding officers. She took a small security detail with her. 5 experienced guards, all trained in close combat and tactical response. They had served her family for years and were completely trustworthy. The route was well known and regularly patrolled. There should have been no problems. Daniel had stayed behind at the palace. She had seen him at breakfast, reading some ancient text about trade routes in the outer systems. He had wished her a safe trip and gone back to his book. Just another normal morning with her gentle scholar husband. The convoy moved smoothly through the city streets and out onto the main highway. The landscape beyond the capital was beautiful, with rolling hills covered in purple grass and crystalline rock formations that caught the morning light. Lyra watched it pass through the vehicle window, her mind already focused on the inspection ahead. They were passing through a narrow canyon when the attack came. The first explosion hit the lead vehicle, flipping it completely over. Before her guards could react, energy weapons fire erupted from the canyon walls above. The attack was perfectly coordinated, planned with military precision. Someone had known their route and had prepared an ambush. Her guards immediately moved to protect her. They formed a defensive circle around her vehicle, returning fire at the attackers above, but they were trapped in a kill box. The canyon walls were too steep to climb quickly, and the road ahead was blocked by the destroyed vehicle. Lyra grabbed her weapon and joined the fight. She was a trained warrior, not someone who would hide while others died for her. She saw figures in dark armor moving down the canyon walls. Professional soldiers, not random bandits or pirates. This was a military operation. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes. Her guards fought bravely, taking down several attackers, but they were outnumbered 3 to 1. One by one they fell. Lyra managed to kill 3 of the enemy soldiers herself before a stun weapon hit her from behind. The last thing she saw before consciousness faded was a familiar face, green scales, yellow eyes. Ambassador Kryn stood over her, that same predatory smile on his face secure her. "We leave immediately." Then everything went black. When Lyra woke, she had no idea how much time had passed. Her head pounded and her muscles ached. She was lying on a hard metal floor in a small cell. The walls were bare and reinforced. A single window showed nothing but stars moving past at faster than light speeds. She was on a ship. And from the design of the cell, it was a Thraxian vessel. Lyra pushed herself to her feet, fighting through the dizziness. Her ceremonial armor had been removed. She wore only a simple prisoner's uniform. They had taken all her weapons, of course. She was alone and unarmed in enemy territory. The cell door opened with a hiss. Ambassador Kryn entered, followed by 2 armed guards. He looked pleased with himself, his yellow eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Welcome, Princess. I hope your accommodations are adequate. They are certainly better than what your people will receive when we demand your father's unconditional surrender." Lyra glared at him, her hands clenched into fists. "This is an act of war. The Galactic Council will condemn you. Your own allies will turn against you." Kryn laughed. "The Council is weak. They talk and debate while the strong take what they want. By the time they finish discussing sanctions and resolutions, the Valorian Empire will belong to us. Your father will have no choice but to accept our terms if he wants to see you alive again. My father will never surrender, and my brothers will hunt you to the ends of the galaxy for this. Perhaps. But that will take time. And in war, time is everything. We will use these weeks to advance our forces into Valorian space. By the time your brothers mobilize their fleets, we will already control the key systems." He stepped closer to the barrier separating them. "You should have accepted your place, Princess. Your father should never have allied with those pathetic humans. Now you will all learn what happens when weakness is rewarded with power." For the first time since waking, Lyra smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "You should not have mentioned my husband." Kryn blinked, confused by her reaction. "You're human? What will he do? Write me a strongly worded letter? Perhaps bore me with another lecture about ancient history?" Lyra said nothing more. But deep in her chest, beneath the fear and anger, something else stirred. A memory of Daniel's eyes at the banquet. The cold calculation she had seen there. The patient certainty in his voice when he talked about waiting for the right moment. She had dismissed him as harmless. She was beginning to suspect she had been very wrong. Kryn studied her for a moment longer, then turned to leave. "Enjoy your stay, Princess. It may be a long one." The door sealed behind him, leaving Lyra alone again. She walked to the window and looked out at the stars streaming past. They were moving away from Valorian space, deeper into Thraxian territory. Every moment took her further from home, but she was not afraid. Not anymore. Because she remembered something Daniel had said to her once, late at night when they were talking about human customs. On Earth, we have this concept called revenge. It is not like justice or honor. It is something colder, more personal. When someone hurts a human's family, when they threaten someone a human loves, we do not just get angry. We get focused. And we never ever forget. At the time, she had thought it was just another interesting cultural difference. Now, trapped in this cell, she understood it differently. Daniel would come for her. She was suddenly completely certain of that. He would not storm in with an army. That was not his way. But he would come, and when he did, Kryn would learn what it meant to threaten someone a human cared about. Back on Valoria, news of the attack reached the palace within 2 hours. A civilian transport had found the burning wreckage of the convoy in the canyon. All 5 guards were dead. Princess Lyra was gone. The imperial court erupted into chaos. General Corax called for immediate war against the Thraxians. Commander Vex demanded a full military mobilization. The council representatives argued about proper diplomatic channels and galactic law. Everyone had an opinion. Everyone was shouting. And in the archives, Daniel Harper carefully set down the book he had been reading. He stood up slowly, his movements precise and controlled. He walked toward the throne room with the same measured pace he always used, but anyone who looked closely at his face would have seen something they had never seen before. His kind eyes had gone completely cold. His gentle expression had hardened into something that made even the palace guard step back as he passed. The harmless human scholar was gone. In his place walked something else, something patient and calculating and absolutely deadly. Kryn had made his mistake. He had hurt someone Daniel loved, and now he was going to learn the most important lesson in human psychology. Never mistake gentleness for weakness, never assume patience means submission, and never ever threaten a human's family. Because when humans finally stop being patient, when their fury is finally unleashed, it does not roar like a beast. It does not rage like a storm. It calculates, it plans, and it executes with a cold precision that would terrify anyone wise enough to see it coming. Emperor Calrex sat on his throne surrounded by chaos. The throne room was filled with advisors, military commanders, and council representatives, all shouting over each other. Some demanded immediate military action. Others urged caution and diplomacy. The noise was overwhelming. General Korax stood near the front, his face red with anger. "We must strike now. Every moment we delay gives the Thraxians more time to fortify their positions. Send the fleet immediately." Commander Vex argued for a different approach. A full assault could take weeks to organize. By then they might have killed Lyra. We need a smaller strike force, fast and precise. The council representatives worried about galactic law. If we attack without proper authorization from the council, we risk losing our allies. We must follow diplomatic procedures. The Emperor listened to it all, his face carved from stone. He had ruled for 2 centuries. He had seen wars, made impossible decisions, lost people he loved. But this was his daughter, his youngest child, and she was in the hands of enemies who had no honor. The throne room doors opened. The shouting did not stop immediately. Most people were too focused on their arguments to notice. But Emperor Calrex saw Daniel Harper enter, and something in the human's bearing made him raise his hand for silence. The room gradually quieted. People turned to see what had caught the Emperor's attention. Many looked dismissive when they saw it was just the human scholar. A few muttered among themselves, wondering why he was even here. But those who looked closely at Daniel's face stopped muttering. There was something different about him. His usual gentle expression was gone, replaced by something harder. His eyes, normally so kind, were cold and focused. He moved through the crowd with purpose, and people found themselves stepping aside without quite knowing why. Daniel reached the front of the throne room and bowed to the Emperor. The bow was perfectly formal, but there was no submission in it. When he straightened, he looked directly at Calrex with those cold eyes. "Your Majesty, I request permission to retrieve my wife." General Korax laughed, breaking the tension. "You a human scholar? What exactly do you propose to do? Write them a letter asking nicely for her return?" Daniel turned to face the general. The movement was smooth and controlled. He smiled, but it was not his usual warm smile. This one was thin and dangerous. "No, General. I propose to remind the Thraxian Dominion why humanity earned a full seat on the Galactic Council, despite having only one planet." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small device. With a gesture, a holographic display filled the center of the throne room. It showed star charts, military positions, ship movements. The detail was incredible. Every Thraxian vessel, every defensive position, every weakness in their deployment. The room fell completely silent. Generals leaned forward, studying the display with professional interest. This was military intelligence of the highest quality. Information that would normally take months to gather. For the past 8 weeks, I have been studying Thraxian military patterns, their deployment strategies, their communication protocols, their defensive weaknesses. The Thraxians fight like ancient warriors, brave, direct, overwhelming force, but they have a critical flaw. They assume everyone else fights the same way. He expanded the display, showing more detail. Their fleet is currently spread across 15 star systems. It looks impressive. But it means their core worlds are defended by only minimal forces. They never expect an enemy to strike at the heart when the military is deployed at the borders. Commander Vex stepped closer, examining the data. "This intelligence is remarkable. How did you gather all this?" Daniel's expression did not change. "I am a scholar, Commander. I read, I observe. I analyze patterns. While everyone dismissed me as harmless, I was mapping their entire military structure, every ship, every base, every communication relay." He turned back to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am not what I appear to be. Yes, I am a scholar. I genuinely love history and research. But I am also a graduate of Earth's Strategic Defense Academy. I hold advanced degrees in military strategy, xenopsychology, and asymmetric warfare." The throne room erupted in shocked murmurs. This was not the harmless human they had been ignoring for weeks. This was something else entirely. Daniel waited for the noise to die down, then continued. "Earth was invited to join the Galactic Council. Not because we were physically strong. We are not. But we fight differently than any other species. We adapt faster. We use psychology and misdirection as effectively as weapons. In the first joint military exercise with Council forces, human tacticians defeated a fleet 10 times our size, using strategies no other species had ever considered. He met the Emperor's eyes directly. I was sent here as part of the cultural exchange program. Yes, to marry your daughter and strengthen our alliance, but also to observe, to learn about Valorian culture and military capabilities, to serve as an analyst who could understand both our peoples, and now someone has taken my wife. I have been patient. I have been polite. I have played the role of the harmless scholar. But patience has its limits. The cold fury in his voice made several advisors step back. This was not anger in the Valorian sense, not hot rage or battle fury. This was something colder, more calculated, more terrifying. Emperor Calrex leaned forward on his throne. What do you need? A ship. Small and fast, a crew of 6 specialists, and 12 hours. I will bring her home, one of the military advisors objected. This is insane. One ship against the entire Thraxian home defense? It is suicide. Daniel turned to face him. The advisor actually took a step back. On Earth, we have a saying. If you want to send a message, send a letter. If you want to make a statement, send a fleet. But if you want to teach a lesson that will be remembered for 1,000 years, send one very angry human with nothing left to lose. He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of generals and advisors. The Thraxians think humans are weak. They think I am harmless. That assumption is about to cost them more than they can imagine. General Corax, who had mocked Daniel only minutes before, studied him with new respect. You really believe you can do this? Daniel's smile was cold and certain. General, I have been planning for this possibility since the moment Kryn insulted me at the banquet. I hoped it would not be necessary. But humans are very good at contingency planning. We prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Emperor Calrex stood. The entire room fell silent. When the Emperor stood, it meant a decision had been made. You have your ship, Daniel Harper. You have your crew. Bring back my daughter. And show these Thraxians what happens when they mistake patience for weakness. Daniel bowed again. This time there was something else in the gesture. A promise. A vow. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Thraxians wanted to see what humanity is capable of when pushed. I will be happy to provide a demonstration. He turned and walked out of the throne room. His stride was different now. Not the gentle scholar's walk, but something more purposeful, more dangerous. People moved out of his way without thinking about it. As the doors closed behind him, General Corax spoke quietly to his brother. I think we may have seriously underestimated humans. Commander Vex nodded slowly. The Thraxians certainly did. And they are about to learn a very painful lesson about the difference between appearing weak and actually being weak. Emperor Calrex returned to his throne, his expression unreadable. But those who knew him well could see the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He had known. From the very beginning he had known exactly what Daniel Harper was. And he had approved the marriage not in spite of it but because of it. Sometimes the best weapons were the ones your enemies never saw coming. And he had just given one of those weapons permission to demonstrate exactly why humanity had earned its place among the stars. The ship Daniel chose was small and fast, a diplomatic courier vessel designed for stealth rather than combat. His crew consisted of 6 Valorian Special Forces operators who had initially questioned why they were taking orders from a human. After seeing his tactical briefing, they stopped questioning. The flight to Thraxian space took 8 hours. Daniel spent that time reviewing every detail of the plan he had created. It was not a rescue mission in the traditional sense. It was a precision strike designed to send a message that would echo across the entire galaxy. They reached the Thraxian homeworld exactly 11 hours and 43 minutes after Lyra's capture. The planet bristled with defensive systems, orbital weapons platforms, patrol ships, sensor networks. But as Daniel had predicted, most of their military strength was deployed in distant systems. The home defenses were adequate for a conventional assault. Daniel had no intention of being conventional. The courier ship slipped past the outer defense grid using false transponder, codes that Daniel had obtained through weeks of careful research. To all scanners, they appeared to be a routine trade vessel making a scheduled delivery. They landed at a civilian spaceport, not the military complex where Lyra was being held. From the spaceport, Daniel led his team through the city. They did not run or hide. They walked with the calm confidence of people who belonged there. Civilian clothes. Concealed weapons. Following a route Daniel had mapped using publicly available city plans and traffic cameras he had hacked during his research. It took them 47 minutes to reach the military compound. Another 8 minutes to bypass external security using tactics that Daniel had learned from studying human special operations forces. They moved through the facility like shadows. Guards were neutralized silently. Security systems were hacked with codes Daniel had deduced from Thraxian military protocols. When they reached Lyra's cell, she was standing at the window, staring out at the alien stars. She turned as the door opened, ready to fight, and froze when she saw Daniel standing there in tactical gear, holding a weapon with the casual competence of someone who had done this many times before. "Hello, Lyra," he said calmly. "Sorry it took so long. Had to plan the route carefully." She stared at him, unable to reconcile this dangerous operative with the gentle scholar who had hummed while reading books. "Daniel, what are you doing here?" He smiled, but it was not his usual warm smile. This one was cold and focused. "Coming to get my wife. We need to move quickly. Our extraction window is narrow." Before they could leave, alarms began to sound throughout the facility. Someone had discovered the unconscious guards. Ambassador Crin's voice echoed through the communication system, ordering all forces to converge on the detention level. Daniel tapped the device on his wrist. "Team execute Plan 3. We are now switching to an offensive operation." Lyra grabbed his arm. "What are you doing?" "We need to escape." Daniel's expression was cold and certain. "No. We need to teach a lesson. Crin made a mistake when he took you. That requires a response that will be remembered. What followed would be studied in military academies for generations to come." Daniel did not retreat. Instead, he led his team deeper into the facility, using the chaos of the alarm to their advantage. They moved through the complex with devastating efficiency. Communication hubs were disabled. Weapon storage facilities were sealed. Command and control centers were taken offline. At every location, Daniel uploaded a data packet to their systems. It contained a complete analysis of Thraxian military weaknesses, a detailed explanation of how a single human with a small team had penetrated their most secure facility, and a warning. The message ended with a single line in perfect Thraxian script. "This is what happens when you mistake patience for weakness. Consider this a warning. The next lesson will not be so gentle." It was signed simply, Daniel Harper, Earth Strategic Defense Academy, scholar, husband, human. When Thraxian reinforcements finally cornered them in the central command center, they found Daniel standing calmly in the middle of the room. Lyra stood beside him, armed now with weapons his team had provided. The 6 Valorian operators were positioned at strategic points around the chamber, and Daniel had complete control of the facility's computer systems. Ambassador Crin arrived moments later, his face twisted with rage. Hundreds of armed soldiers surrounded them. The situation appeared hopeless. But Daniel just smiled that cold, thin smile. "You dare," Crin snarled. "You are surrounded. Surrender or die." Daniel looked at him with calm, cold eyes. "Ambassador, I have taken control of your planetary defense grid. Your orbital weapons platforms now answer to me. Your communication arrays are broadcasting this conversation to every ship in your fleet and every news service in the galaxy. And I have uploaded complete documentation of your illegal kidnapping of Princess Lyra to the Galactic Council's secure servers." He took a step forward. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of weapons, Crin stepped back. "So here are your options," Daniel continued in that same calm voice. "You can try to kill us, and I will use your own weapons to destroy this city. The Council will condemn you. Your allies will abandon you. Your empire will collapse. Or you can let us walk out of here, release all prisoners in your custody, and spend the next decade trying to repair your shattered reputation." Crin's claws flexed, but uncertainty showed in his eyes. "You are bluffing. No one would actually do that." Daniel's smile never wavered. "Am I? Tell me, Ambassador. What do you know about human psychology? We have this concept called mutually assured destruction. During our nuclear age, the threat of total annihilation was the only thing that kept us from destroying ourselves. We are very comfortable with that kind of calculation. Would you like to test whether I am serious?" The silence stretched. Every Thraxian soldier in the room could see the truth in Daniel's eyes. He was not bluffing. He was not uncertain. He was completely serious, and they all knew in that moment that he would follow through. Slowly, Kryn lowered his weapon. "Let them go," he said quietly. The words seemed to pain him physically. Daniel nodded graciously. "A wise choice, Ambassador. And just so we are completely clear, if you ever threaten my wife, her family, or any human citizen again, I will not show this much restraint. Humans have very long memories for people who hurt those we love. They walked out of the facility without resistance, flew back to Valorian space without pursuit, and when they arrived at the Imperial Palace 12 hours later, Daniel immediately returned to the archives and resumed cataloging ancient texts as if nothing unusual had happened. But nothing was the same. The story spread across the galaxy within days. The human scholar who had infiltrated a Thraxian military base, who had rescued a princess, who had held an entire planet hostage and walked away without firing a shot. It became legendary. That night in their private quarters, Lyra turned to her husband. She had watched him work throughout the rescue, seen the cold precision, the perfect execution of a plan months in the making, the absolute control. "Why did you not tell me?" she asked quietly. "About what you really are?" Daniel set down his book and looked at her with those kind eyes that now held depth she was only beginning to understand. "Because I am a scholar. That is not a disguise or a lie. I genuinely love history and knowledge. But being gentle does not mean being weak. Being patient does not mean being harmless." He reached out and took her hand. "Humans learned long ago that the most dangerous opponents are not the ones who roar and charge. They are the ones who smile and wait and strike with absolute precision when the moment is right. I needed people to underestimate me, to see me as harmless, because that perception was the most powerful weapon I had." Lyra squeezed his hand. "I am sorry I ever thought you were weak." He smiled, his real smile this time. "You were not wrong to think that. I wanted you to think that. Everyone did. Because when people underestimate you, they make mistakes, and those mistakes can be used." In the months that followed, everything changed. The Thraxian Dominion became cautious in their dealings with both Valoria and Earth. Ambassador Kryn quietly retired from public service. Other aggressive species suddenly became more diplomatic when dealing with humans. The galaxy learned a lesson. Never mistake a gentle heart for a weak one. Never assume patience means submission. And never ever threaten someone a human loves. In the Imperial Archives, Daniel Harper continued his work, cataloging texts, studying history, humming softly to himself. But now when he walked through the palace, warriors bowed. Diplomats stepped aside with respect. And everyone remembered what he had taught them, that humanity's greatest strength was not physical power or advanced technology. It was the ability to appear harmless while being absolutely deadly, to be patient until patience ran out, and then to act with a cold precision that left no doubt about the consequences of making an enemy of Earth. The alien princess had thought her human husband was harmless, until his fury shook the heavens and taught the galaxy to fear the gentle smile of a patient man pushed too far.
The massive warship Void Hunter moved through space like a predator hunting its prey. Its dark metal hull stretched for 3 miles, covered in weapon ports and sensor arrays that glowed with deadly light. Inside the ship's war room, Commander Vextar stood before a large table showing images of a blue and green planet called Earth. Vextar was tall, even for his kind. His reptilian body stood 8 feet high, covered in green scales that shifted to darker shades when he was angry. 4 powerful arms ended in clawed hands, and his yellow eyes could see in complete darkness. Scars covered his face and arms from dozens of battles across the galaxy. He had conquered 17 worlds in his 30-year career. Earth would be his 18th. Around the table stood his best officers. Captain Krillnox was shorter but broader, his blue scales marked with the ritual cuts of a veteran warrior. His extra arms moved constantly as he spoke, a habit from his homeworld where such gestures meant respect. Lieutenant Zeph-Ara was the youngest, her purple scales still bright. With youth, but her mind was sharp and her aim was perfect. Sergeant Thakmor rarely spoke, but when he did, others listened. His gray scales told of age and wisdom earned in blood. "Look at this pathetic world," Vextar said, pointing at the spinning image of Earth. "Only one species controls the entire planet. They call themselves humans. Our scouts say they have been in space for less than 100 of their years. The others leaned forward to study the human settlements scattered across their solar system. Small stations orbited their moon. Tiny outposts sat on the red planet they called Mars. Mining ships worked in the asteroid belt. Everything looked primitive compared to Zephyrian technology. "What do we know about their military?" asked Captain Krillnox. Zephyra activated another display. Images of human soldiers appeared, showing their weapons and vehicles. They fight with chemical explosives and metal projectiles. Their largest ships carry maybe 50 crew members. Our smallest fighter has more firepower than their biggest warship. The room filled with the harsh clicking sounds that Zephyrians made when they laughed. The idea of such weak creatures thinking they could resist was amusing. "Have you seen their entertainment programs?" Thakmor asked. He rarely spoke, so everyone turned to listen. "Our intelligence teams intercepted thousands of their stories. They are very strange. A new display showed clips from human movies and television shows. The aliens watched as single human warriors fought entire armies and won. They saw stories of humans who never gave up, even when facing certain death. One film showed a human soldier holding a bridge against hundreds of enemies until help arrived." "Impossible," Krillnox said, his scales turning bright blue with amusement. "One creature cannot defeat so many. Do they think we are fools?" "It gets worse," Zephyra added. She showed them more human stories. Tales of soldiers who died rather than abandoned their friends. Legends of warriors who fought for days without food or sleep. Myths of humans who kept fighting even after terrible wounds that should have killed them. The clicking laughter grew louder. These humans seemed to believe their own impossible stories. "Show them the military codes," Vextar ordered. New text appeared on the screen, translated from human languages. The aliens read about human military traditions. No soldier left behind. Death before dishonor. Semper fidelis, always faithful. Rules that said retreat was shameful. Codes that demanded soldiers die rather than surrender. "This is madness," Krillnox said. "What kind of species values death over practical retreat? On my home world, we say live to fight another day. These humans seem to prefer die today for no reason." Zephyra pulled up more human entertainment. She showed them movies where humans fought against impossible odds just because it was the right thing to do. Stories where humans sacrificed themselves to save people they had never met. Tales where humans chose certain death over easy victory if that victory required betraying their principles. "Look at this one," she said, pointing to a movie about humans fighting robot machines. "The machines offer them easy lives as slaves. The humans choose to fight a war they cannot win instead of accepting comfortable defeat. What logic is this?" Thakmor studied the human military manuals. "They have something called rules of war. They limit their own weapons to protect enemy civilians. They treat captured enemies with respect. They risk their lives to save wounded foes." His voice carried disbelief. "Who handicaps themselves in battle?" The laughter continued as they discovered more human foolishness. Stories of humans who shared their food with hungry enemies. Legends of human medics who healed wounded soldiers from both sides. Tales of human commanders who refused to use effective tactics because those tactics might harm innocent people. "On my world," Krillnox said, "we have a saying, victory by any means. These humans seem to believe victory by only the right means. They will lose because they are too weak to do what is necessary." Vextar called up intelligence reports about human military capabilities. The numbers were laughable. Earth had maybe 1 million soldiers spread across their entire solar system. The Zephyrian invasion fleet carried 5 million troops. Human weapons were primitive projectile throwers. Zephyrian weapons could melt metal from a mile away. Their largest military organization calls itself the Earth Defense Force, Vextar read. It has 50,000 members. My ship alone carries more warriors than their entire navy. "What about their leadership?" asked Zephyra. "A human named Jake Morrison commands their orbital defenses. Our files say he believes in something called honor in battle, another weakness we can exploit." Vextar's scales darkened with anticipation. Honor means predictable behavior. Honorable enemies do not use surprise attacks or deception. They watched more human entertainment, growing more confident with each ridiculous story. Humans who fought, duels instead of using smart tactics. Humans who announced their attacks instead of using stealth. Humans who spared defeated enemies instead of killing them properly. These creatures are not warriors, Thakmor concluded. They are dreamers who confuse fantasy with reality. Their stories teach them to be weak. Krillnox agreed. Every tale shows them choosing the hard path when an easy one exists. They prefer dramatic failure to practical success. What army can win when led by such thinking? The meeting continued for hours as they analyzed human culture. Every piece of evidence supported the same conclusion. Humans were too soft for real war. Their myths and stories had filled their heads with nonsense about heroism and sacrifice. They cared more about looking noble than achieving victory. Their entertainment shows us everything, Vextar summarized. They believe in dying for causes, instead of living for results. They think suffering makes them stronger instead of just making them dead. They choose loyalty over logic, courage over cleverness, and principle over practicality. He gestured at the image of Earth spinning slowly in space. A species that values beautiful defeats over ugly victories cannot hold territory. A military that puts honor before efficiency cannot win campaigns. A culture that celebrates sacrificial heroes over successful survivors will not survive contact with real warriors. The room filled with clicking laughter one more time as the Zephyrian officers contemplated their easy victory. Earth would fall within days, maybe hours. The humans would fight bravely and die beautifully, just like in their silly stories. But they would still die, and their world would still belong to the Zephyrian Empire. Vextar dismissed his officers to prepare their troops. As they left, he took one last look at the human entertainment programs. Such foolish creatures, he thought. They had filled their minds with impossible dreams instead of learning the hard truths of war. Tomorrow, reality would teach them lessons their myths had failed to provide. The conquest of Earth would be remembered as the easiest victory in Zephyrian military history. 3 days later, the Zephyrian war fleet dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of Earth's solar system. 200 massive warships appeared like dark storm clouds against the star field. Each ship bristled with weapons that could crack planets. The fleet's arrival sent shock waves through space itself. General Korvac stood on the bridge of his flagship Galaxy Crusher, watching the small blue world that would soon be his. The general was ancient by Zephyrian standards, over 300 years old. His black scales carried the marks of 50 conquered worlds. His forearms moved with the careful precision of someone who had killed more enemies than most soldiers had ever seen. "Send the surrender demand," he ordered his communications officer. The message went out on all human frequencies. It was simple and direct, as all such messages were. "People of Earth, you are surrounded by the war fleet of the Zephyrian Empire. Your weapons are primitive. Your numbers are small. Surrender now, and your deaths will be quick. Resist, and your suffering will be long. You have 1 day to respond." General Korvac expected the usual result. Panic on all human channels, desperate pleas for mercy, arguments between their leaders about whether to fight or surrender. Most species gave up immediately when they saw the size of a Zephyrian war fleet. Instead, the human response came within an hour. It was transmitted from a space station orbiting Earth, from someone calling himself Admiral Jake Morrison of the Earth Defense Force. The message was only 4 words long. "Come and take it." General Korvac stared at the communication screen. In 50 years of conquest, no species had ever given such a response. Most begged for terms. Some tried to negotiate. A few asked for time to evacuate their civilians. None had ever issued what sounded like a challenge. "Sir," said his communications officer, "should we send another demand?" "No," the general replied slowly. "Begin the attack." But something strange was happening across the human solar system. Instead of the expected chaos, every human military unit was moving with purpose. Space stations sealed their doors and powered up their weapons. Ships that had been scattered across the system began forming defensive groups. Ground bases on Earth's moon activated shields and missile batteries. Commander Vextar watched the human response from his position in the second wave. "This is not panic," he told his officers. "They are organizing." "Impossible," said Captain Krill Knox. "They know they cannot win. Why do they not surrender?" The first battle began near Luna Station, a human outpost orbiting Earth's moon. Captain Lisa Hayes commanded a squadron of 12 human fighters against the Zephyrian destroyer Star Render. The human ships were tiny compared to the alien warship, like insects attacking a giant. Lisa Hayes was 32 years old, a pilot with 8 years of experience flying patrol missions around Earth. She had never been in real combat before. This day, her fighters carried primitive missile weapons and basic energy shields. The Star Render carried plasma cannons that could vaporize her entire squadron with a single shot. By every rule of warfare, Hayes should have retreated. Her mission was reconnaissance, not attack. Her orders said to report enemy positions and fall back to the main defensive line. No one expected her small squadron to engage a destroyer. Instead, Hayes opened a channel to her pilots. "Listen up, people. That ship is heading for Luna Station. 3,000 civilians are evacuating from that station right now. Those people need time." "Captain," said Lieutenant Ben Rogers, "we cannot stop a destroyer with 12 fighters." "Maybe not," Hayes replied, "but we can slow it down." She led her squadron straight at the enemy ship. The Star Render's captain was so surprised by the attack that he held fire for several seconds, unable to believe that such small ships would charge a destroyer. That hesitation cost him. Hayes's fighters split into 3 groups and attacked from different angles. Their missiles did little damage to the destroyer's thick armor, but they forced the ship to maneuver. Every second the Star Render spent dodging attacks was another second for the civilians to escape Luna Station. The destroyer's captain finally recovered from his shock and began firing back. His plasma cannons reached out across space, turning 3 human fighters into expanding clouds of metal and fire. But the remaining pilots did not retreat. They pressed their attack even harder. Lieutenant Sarah Kelly flew her damaged fighter directly at the destroyer's bridge. Her engines were failing and her weapons were empty, but she aimed her ship like a missile. The destroyer's point defense systems shot her down just before impact, but her sacrifice created a gap in their defensive fire. Hayes saw the opening and took it. She dove her fighter through the gap and fired her last 2 missiles at the destroyer's engine section. The weapons struck home, causing explosions that crippled the ship's main drive. "This is Hayes to all fighters," she called over the radio. "The civilians are clear. Fall back to defensive positions." But as Hayes tried to retreat, the crippled destroyer fired one last shot. The plasma bolt struck her fighter dead center. In the seconds before her ship exploded, Hayes opened her communication channel one final time. "Tell my mom I remembered what she taught me," she said. Then her ship vanished in a ball of fire. Commander Vextar watched the battle from his command ship, his yellow eyes wide with confusion. The human squadron had been destroyed completely. The destroyer was damaged, but still functional. By any measure, the Zephyrians had won the engagement. So why did it feel like a defeat? "Sir," reported his tactical officer, "the human evacuation of Luna Station was successful. All civilians escaped." "How many enemy fighters did we destroy?" Vextar asked. "All 12, sir. Complete enemy squadron elimination. And our losses? 1 destroyer damaged. Estimated repair time, 6 hours. The numbers said victory, but something was wrong. Vexitar had fought hundreds of battles. He knew what victory felt like. This felt different. "Show me the transmission." "Logs from the human fighters," he ordered. His communications officer played back the radio chatter from Hayes' squadron. Vexitar listened to the human pilots talking to each other during the battle. He expected to hear fear, panic, maybe pleas for help. Instead, he heard something else. The humans sounded calm. They cracked jokes even as their friends died around them. They encouraged each other. When Lieutenant Kelly announced her suicide run, her squadmates wished her luck instead of telling her to retreat. Most disturbing of all, not one human pilot asked for mercy. Not one tried to surrender. Even when their ships were burning and their weapons were gone, they kept fighting. "This makes no sense," Captain Krillnock said. "They lost everything and gained nothing. Why did they throw away their lives for a space station full of non-combatants?" Lieutenant Zephyra pulled up the human personnel files. Captain Hayes had no family on that station. Neither did most of her pilots. They died for people they did not even know. Sergeant Thackmore studied the tactical display. They could have retreated and preserved their forces for a more important battle. Instead, they wasted themselves on a meaningless gesture. But Commander Vexitar was beginning to suspect that he did not understand humans as well as he had thought. Their entertainment had shown them making exactly this kind of choice, dying for strangers, fighting hopeless battles, choosing sacrifice over survival. He had thought those stories were fantasies. Now he wondered if they were instruction manuals. Reports began coming in from across the solar system. Every human position was responding the same way. No retreats, no surrenders. Every base and every ship prepared to fight to the end. The Zephyrian invasion was proceeding according to plan. They were winning every battle. But something about the human resistance felt wrong, like trying to hold water in a clenched fist. The harder they squeezed, the more it slipped away. Vexitar looked at the tactical display showing the next target. Armstrong Base on Luna. Intelligence said it was just a mining colony with 200 defenders. It should fall within hours. Somehow, he did not think it would be that easy. The siege of Armstrong Base began at dawn on the 4th day of the invasion. Commander Vexitar led 3,000 Zephyrian assault troops against the lunar mining colony. Intelligence reports said the base had no military value. It was just a place where humans dug minerals from the moon's surface. 200 human Marines defended it under the command of Colonel Pete Jackson. Colonel Jackson was 45 years old and had spent 20 years in the Earth Defense Force. He was not a brilliant strategist or a famous hero. He was just a regular soldier who had been assigned to protect a mining operation that nobody thought was important. When the invasion began, his orders were simple. Hold the base as long as possible, then retreat to Earth. Jackson never received the retreat order. The Zephyrian fleet had cut all communications between the moon and Earth. He did not know if Earth still existed or if help was coming. All he knew was that 3,000 alien soldiers were marching toward his position, and he had 200. "Marines to stop them!" "Colonel," said Sergeant Mike Torres, looking through his binoculars at the approaching enemy. "They have hover tanks, plasma cannons, and air support. We have mining equipment and basic weapons." Jackson studied the tactical situation. The base sat in a crater surrounded by rocky hills. The main mining tunnels went deep underground. The surface buildings were not designed for warfare, but they could be turned into defensive positions. "What do you think, Sergeant?" Jackson asked. "Can we hold them?" Torres was quiet for a moment. He had fought in 3 border conflicts and knew the difference between difficult missions and impossible ones. This was impossible. "Sir, we might delay them for a few hours. Maybe a day if we get lucky. Then we delay them for a day," Jackson said. "Maybe 2 days. Every hour we hold this position is another hour for Earth to prepare its defenses." The first attack came from the south. Zephyrian hover tanks moved across the lunar surface while their infantry advanced behind energy shields. Jackson's Marines. opened fire with everything they had. Their projectile weapons sparked harmlessly off alien armor, but they kept shooting anyway. "Fall back to the second line," Jackson ordered when the perimeter was overrun. His Marines retreated through the mining complex, turning every building into a fortress. They used the mining explosives to create traps and collapsed tunnels to slow the enemy advance. Private Jenny Walsh found herself alone in a storage building surrounded by 6 Zephyrian soldiers. Her rifle was empty, and her radio was broken. The aliens called for her surrender in broken English. Instead, she pulled the pins from her remaining grenades and held them close to her chest. "Tell my little brother I kept my promise," she said into her dead radio. The explosion brought down half the building and took 4 aliens with her. Commander Vexitar watched the battle from his command post, growing more frustrated by the hour. His forces had superior numbers, better weapons, and advanced technology. They should have captured the base in the first assault. Instead, the humans turned every room into a battlefield. "Why do they not surrender?" Captain Krillnox asked for the 100th time. "Half their forces are dead. They have no hope of victory. What do they gain by continuing this fight?" Lieutenant Zephyra monitored the human radio channels. "They keep talking about duty and honor. One of them said he would rather die than let his friends down." "Madness," Thakmor growled. "Dead soldiers protect no one." The battle continued for 3 days. Jackson's Marines held the mining tunnels like ancient fortress defenders. They used the narrow passages to negate the aliens' numerical advantage. Every tunnel junction became a killing field. Every storage room became a bunker. Corporal Danny Brooks led a squad of 5 Marines in Tunnel 7. When Zephyrian assault troops tried to advance through the passage, Brooks and his men held them off for 6 hours. They used mining charges to collapse sections of tunnel, trapping enemies and creating new defensive positions. "Danny," called Private Amy Chen over the radio. "My position is overrun. They are coming through Tunnel 6. Brooks looked at his tactical display. If the aliens controlled Tunnel 6, they could attack the command center from behind. The mission would be over. "Hold them as long as you can, Amy," he said. "We are coming." But Brooks knew they could not reach Tunnel 6 in time. The aliens would break through and capture Colonel Jackson's command post. Unless someone stopped them. "Listen up," Brooks told his squad. "Amy needs help. We can reach Tunnel 6 if we go through the main excavation chamber." Private Joe Martinez looked at the map. "Corporal, that chamber is wide open. No cover. The aliens will cut us down before we get halfway across." "Maybe," Brooks said. "But Amy is alone in Tunnel 6. We do not leave our people alone." The 5 Marines left their defensive positions and ran across the excavation chamber. Zephyrian plasma fire lit up the darkness like deadly lightning. Martinez fell first, then Private Susan Kelly. Corporal Brooks made it to the tunnel entrance with 2 Marines still alive. They found Private Chen holding a collapsed section of tunnel with her bare hands. Blood ran from a dozen wounds, but she smiled when she saw them. "About time you guys showed up," she said. "I was getting lonely." Brooks and his remaining Marines took positions around Chen. Together, they held Tunnel 6 for another 2 hours until a mining charge brought down the entire section, sealing it forever. Commander Vexitar received the casualty reports with growing alarm. His forces had taken 60% of the base, but they had lost 800 soldiers in 3 days. The humans had lost over half their defenders, but the survivors fought harder than ever. "Sir," his tactical officer reported, "the human commander is requesting parley." Vexitar felt a moment of relief. Finally, the humans were ready to surrender. "Put him through." Colonel Jackson's face appeared on the communication screen. He looked tired and dirty, but his voice was steady. "This is Colonel Pete Jackson, Earth Defense Force. I want to discuss terms." "Finally," Vexitar said. "You are ready to surrender." Jackson looked surprised. "Surrender?" "No, Commander. I want to discuss the terms for your withdrawal from this base." The silence on the Zephyrian command ship was complete. Vexitar stared at the human colonel who had lost half his force and was offering terms to the attackers. "Colonel Jackson," Vextar said slowly. You have 100 Marines left. I have over 2,000 soldiers. Your position is hopeless. Maybe, Jackson replied. But my Marines are dug in deep, and you need this base intact if you want the mining equipment. Keep attacking and you will take heavy casualties. Might even lose more troops than I have left. It was true. The Zephyrian assault had bogged down in the tunnels. Every advance cost dozens of soldiers. At this rate, Vexitar would lose his entire force taking a worthless mining base. What do you propose? He asked. You withdraw to a safe distance. I will evacuate my wounded and destroy the mining equipment. Then you can have an empty base instead of a costly victory. Vextar could not believe what he was hearing. This human was negotiating from a position of complete weakness as if he held all the advantages. And if I refuse? Vextar asked. Jackson smiled. Then we keep fighting. My Marines know how to use mining charges. We will bring down every tunnel in this complex. You will get nothing but rubble and corpses. The communication ended. Vexitar sat in his command chair, staring at the blank screen. In 30 years of warfare, he had never encountered anything like this. The humans had lost the battle but were still dictating terms. Sir, Captain Krillnox asked quietly, what are your orders? Vextar looked at the tactical display showing his remaining forces. He could take the base, but it would cost another 1,000 soldiers, for a mining operation with no strategic value. Withdraw to minimum safe distance, he ordered. Let them evacuate. As his forces pulled back, Vextar watched the human Marines carry their wounded to the evacuation shuttles. They moved with discipline and purpose, like soldiers who had won a great victory instead of lost a desperate battle. Colonel Jackson was the last to leave. He stood in the base entrance and saluted the empty buildings before boarding his shuttle. 10 minutes later, the mining charges detonated, turning Armstrong Base into a crater. Commander Vextar had won the battle and lost 1,000 soldiers for a pile of rocks. Somehow, it felt like the humans had gotten exactly what they wanted. 3 months had passed since the invasion began. What should have been a quick conquest had turned into a grinding war of attrition. General Korovak stood in his private chambers aboard the Galaxy Crusher, staring at casualty reports that made no sense. The Zephyrian Empire had conquered 47 worlds using the same tactics. Overwhelming force, quick strikes, and demands for surrender usually ended conflicts within days. But Earth was different. Every human position fought until destroyed. Every battle cost more Zephyrian lives than it should. The invasion timeline had stretched from 1 week to 3 months with no end in sight. A communication chime interrupted his thoughts. General, came the voice of his aide, Commander Vextar requests an urgent meeting with all senior officers. Schedule it for 1 hour. Korovak replied. He suspected he knew what Vextar wanted to discuss. The same thing all his commanders had been questioning privately. Why were the humans so difficult to defeat? The meeting chamber filled with Zephyrian officers, whose armor showed the darker colors of confusion and doubt. Commander Vextar entered first, his scales showing stress patterns that had not been there 3 months ago. Captain Krillnox followed, moving with less confidence than before. Lieutenant Zephyra looked tired, and Sergeant Thak Moore seemed older somehow. General, Vextar began without ceremony, my officers and I have concerns about the invasion progress. Korovak gestured for them to sit. Speak freely. The humans fight exactly like their myths said they would, Krillnox said. Every story we mocked has come true. They die for strangers. They fight impossible battles. They refuse to surrender even when defeat is certain. Zephyra pulled out a datapad. At the Ceres asteroid station, 50 human miners held off 500 of our troops for 2 weeks. They had no military training and only basic weapons. By all logic, they should have surrendered immediately. Instead, Thakmore continued, they turned mining equipment into weapons. They used industrial explosives to collapse sections of the station. They fought until the very last person was dead. Vextar leaned forward. General, we have lost over 2 million soldiers in 3 months. That is more casualties than we suffered, conquering the last 10 worlds combined. The humans have cost us more than species with advanced technology and large armies. General Kovac listened to his officers voice the same concerns he had been thinking. The invasion was succeeding in the technical sense. They controlled most of the outer solar system. Human military forces were being steadily destroyed, but the price was far higher than anyone had expected. What troubles you most? The general asked. They do not behave like a normal species, Zephyra said. Normal creatures value survival above all else. When faced with certain death, they find ways to live. These humans seem to value abstract concepts more than their own lives. Captain Krillnox nodded. On Europa Station, we offered the human commander terms. Surrender and his people would be relocated to a safe world. He refused because the terms did not include protection for Earth itself. He chose death for his entire garrison rather than accept personal safety. It makes no tactical sense, Vextar added. Dead soldiers cannot protect anything. Destroyed units cannot fight future battles. Yet the humans act as if dying bravely is more important than living strategically. Sergeant Thackmore spoke slowly. General, I have been thinking about their entertainment programs. We laughed at those stories because they seemed impossible. But what if they were not fantasies? What if they were historical records? The room fell silent. General Kovac studied the faces of his officers. These were veteran soldiers who had seen combat across the galaxy. If they were questioning their understanding of the enemy, perhaps it was time to share what he had discovered. Follow me, the general said, rising from his chair. He led them through the ship's corridors to the central archive chamber. This room housed the collected knowledge of the Zephyrian Empire, including records dating back thousands of years. Most officers never entered this chamber. The ancient data was considered irrelevant to modern warfare. General Kovac approached the main archive terminal and entered a series of access codes. The holographic display activated, showing files, so old that few living Zephyrians could read the original script. You believe human myths are historical records, the general said. You may be more correct than you know. Ancient text appeared on the display, accompanied by star charts and battle reports. The dates showed these records were over 12,000 years old, from the early expansion period of the Zephyrian Empire. 12 millennia ago, our ancestors encountered a species during the conquest of the Orion sector. General Kovac began. The species called themselves humans, though our records used different names for them. Commander Vextar moved closer to the display. General, are you saying we have fought humans before? Not us, Kovac replied. Our ancestors, the humans. Our forces are fighting now are not the same as those ancient enemies, but they may be descended from survivors. The general activated another display showing ancient battle reports. The language was archaic, but the tactical descriptions were clear enough. Human forces that refused to surrender. Human soldiers who fought with primitive weapons against advanced technology. Human defenders who turned every position into a fortress. Look at this report from the Siege of Terra Prime, the general said, pointing to a section of text. Human defenders held underground positions for 3 years after their surface military was defeated. Our ancestors controlled their planet, but could never truly conquer it. Lieutenant Zephyra read from the ancient records. It says here that human resistance never stopped. Even when their cities were destroyed, small groups continued fighting. Even when their government surrendered, individual soldiers kept attacking our forces. Captain Krillnox found another section. This tactical analysis recommends avoiding future contact with human populations. It says the casualties required to suppress human resistance make conquest economically unfeasible. The room was quiet. except for the hum of the archive systems. Sergeant Thackmore spoke first. "General, what happened to those ancient humans?" General Korvac called up the final reports from the Terra Prime campaign. "Our ancestors eventually resorted to orbital bombardment, not because they could not defeat human armies, but because they could not break human resistance. The surface of their world was made uninhabitable." "But some humans escaped," Vextar said, studying the evacuation records. "The reports mention refugee ships leaving the system during the final bombardment." "Hundreds of ships," the general confirmed. "Primitive vessels carrying perhaps 1 million survivors. Our ancestors let them go because pursuing scattered refugees was not worth the resources." Zephyra looked at the star charts showing refugee ship trajectories. "Some of those ships were headed toward this region of space, toward the system we now call Earth." The implications hit all of them at once. The humans they were fighting were not some newly discovered species. They were the descendants of ancient enemies who had once cost the Zephyrian Empire millions of casualties. Survivors whose ancestors had turned a conquest into a Pyrrhic victory. "They're myths," Captain Krill Knox said slowly. "They are not fantasies. They are cultural memories of what their people once were. And what they still are," Thackmore added. "The stories they tell their children are lessons from their ancestors, instructions on how to fight against overwhelming odds." General Korvac nodded. "Every tale of human heroism, every legend of impossible victory, every myth about never surrendering, these are the collective memory of a species that once fought the Zephyrian Empire to a standstill." Commander Vexitar studied the casualty reports from the ancient campaign. "General, our ancestors lost 3 million soldiers conquering one human world. We have already lost 2 million fighting their colonies and outposts. And we have not even reached their home world yet," the general replied. The archive chamber fell silent as the officers absorbed this information. They had begun this invasion expecting to fight a primitive species guided by foolish myths. Instead, they were fighting the descendants of their greatest historical enemy, guided by 12,000 years of inherited knowledge about how to resist Zephyrian conquest. "What are your orders, General?" Commander Vextar asked quietly. "General," Korvac looked at the ancient warnings written by his predecessors. The same warnings he had ignored when planning this invasion, the same warnings he should have heeded before attacking a human population. "Convene the War Council," he said. "All senior commanders. It is time to discuss our options." As his officers filed out of the archive chamber, General Korvac remained behind, staring at the 12,000-year-old records. The past had returned to haunt the present, and the price of that haunting was measured in Zephyrian blood. The War Council convened in the largest chamber aboard the Galaxy Crusher. 50 senior commanders filled the room, representing every ship in the invasion fleet. General Korvac stood before them, his ancient armor showing the deep purple patterns that meant difficult decisions lay ahead. "Fellow warriors," the general began, "you have all read the preliminary reports about our progress on Earth. What you have not seen are the complete historical records that explain why this invasion has been so costly." The chamber fell silent. Every commander present had lost soldiers in the past 3 months. Some had lost entire battalions. All of them wanted answers about why the humans fought so differently from every other species they had conquered. General Korvac activated the central display, showing the same ancient archives he had revealed to his staff. The holographic images of 12,000-year-old battle reports appeared above the assembly. "Our ancestors called them the Terra Prime humans," the general continued. "They were the most difficult enemy our empire had ever faced, not because of their technology or their numbers, but because of their refusal to accept defeat." Commander Vextar stood to address the assembly. "The records show our ancestors spent 4 years conquering a single human world, 4 years for One planet at a cost of 3 million Zephyrian soldiers. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the chamber. 3 million casualties for one world was unheard of in modern warfare. Most species surrendered after losing a few thousand defenders. Captain Krill Knox read from the ancient tactical reports. Human defenders turned their cities into fortresses. They fought from every building, every tunnel, every basement. When their military was destroyed, civilians took up weapons. When their weapons ran out, they used tools and bare hands. Even children joined the resistance, Lieutenant Zephyra added, her voice showing the strain of 3 months fighting such an enemy. The archives describe human young as small as 10 years old, carrying messages between resistance cells and warning defenders about our troop movements. The assembled commanders listened with growing unease. They had all seen similar behavior. From the current human defenders, children on Mars colonies who refused to evacuate until the last adult was safe, civilian miners who turned their equipment into weapons, non-combatants who risked their lives to help wounded soldiers. Sergeant Thackmore presented the most disturbing information. The ancient humans had something they called warrior songs, music they sang while fighting. Our ancestors reported that human defenders would sing even while dying, the same songs over and over as if the music gave them strength. Several commanders shifted uncomfortably. They had all heard reports of current human soldiers singing during battles. Old songs, with words like Amazing Grace and the Battle Hymn of the Republic, music that seemed to make the humans fight harder instead of surrender faster. General Korovak called up the final entries from the Terra Prime campaign. Our ancestors eventually won through orbital bombardment. They turned the planet's surface into radioactive wasteland. But even then, human resistance continued from underground bunkers for 2 more years. "What happened to the survivors?" asked Fleet Commander Zorkath from the 2nd Battle Group. "They escaped," the general replied. During the final bombardment, human refugee ships scattered across the galaxy. Our ancestors tracked some of them, but decided that hunting down scattered survivors was not worth the resources. The display showed ancient star charts with projected refugee ship courses. Several trajectory lines pointed toward the galactic region that contained Earth's solar system. "The humans we are fighting now," General Korovak continued, "are the descendants of those refugees. They carry in their blood and bones the memory of their ancestors' war against our empire." Fleet Commander Zorkath studied the ancient casualty reports. "General, if these records are accurate, we can expect the human homeworld to be even more difficult than their colonies." "Far more difficult," the general confirmed. "Earth has a population of 8 billion humans. If even a small percentage resist as fiercely as their ancestors did, we could lose our entire invasion force." The chamber erupted in heated discussion. Some commanders argued for continuing the attack with overwhelming force. Others suggested a different approach. A few questioned whether Earth was worth the projected casualties. Commander Vextar rose to speak again. "Fellow officers, I have personally witnessed human behavior that matches every detail in these ancient records. They fight for causes instead of territory. They value honor above survival. They choose death before dishonor." "But why?" demanded Captain Morgeth from the 3rd Battle Group. "What rational species prefers death to reasonable surrender terms?" Lieutenant Zephyra answered. "Because they are not fighting for rational reasons. They are fighting because their ancestors fought. They resist because resistance is who they are. For 12,000 years, human parents have told their children stories about never giving up, never surrendering, never leaving comrades behind." Sergeant Thackmore nodded. "Their myths are not entertainment. They are instruction manuals. Every human child learns the same lessons. Fight against impossible odds, protect the innocent, sacrifice yourself for others. These lessons are bred into their bones." General Korovak let the discussion continue for an hour before calling for silence. When the chamber was quiet, he spoke with the weight of his 3 centuries of experience. I have conquered 50 worlds. In my career, he said. I have fought species with better technology, larger armies, and more resources than these humans. But I have never fought an enemy that could not be broken by sufficient force. He paused, looking at each commander in turn. The humans cannot be broken because they do not fight for things that can be taken away. They fight for ideas that live in their hearts. You cannot destroy an idea with plasma cannons. You cannot conquer a spirit with superior numbers. Commander Zorkath asked the question everyone was thinking. What are you recommending, General? Withdrawal, Korvac said simply. Immediate and complete withdrawal from human space. The chamber exploded in protests. Dozens of voices demanded explanations. How could the mighty Zephyrian Empire retreat from a single primitive world? What would the home government say about such a decision? General Korvac raised his 4 arms for silence. When the chamber was quiet, he continued. Our ancestors left records for a reason. They wanted future generations to learn from their experiences. The lesson is clear. Humans are not worth the cost of conquest. He activated a new display showing current casualty projections. If we attack Earth directly, we will lose at least 10 million soldiers. Possibly more. The humans will fight from every city, every building, every tunnel. They will turn their entire planet into a fortress. Even if we win, Commander Vextar added, what do we gain? A world populated by the survivors of a species that has just proven it cannot be ruled by force. They will resist our occupation forever. Captain Krillnox stood. General, the Empire will demand an explanation for our withdrawal. And they will receive one, Korvac replied. Along with copies of these archives and detailed reports of our experiences fighting the humans. Let the Empire decide if Earth is worth 10 million Zephyrian lives. The vote was close, but the decision was made. The invasion fleet would withdraw from human space. Some commanders voted for retreat out of respect for the ancient warnings. Others voted to preserve their forces for easier conquests. A few voted because they had developed an unexpected respect for human courage. 3 days later, the Zephyrian fleet departed Earth's solar system. Admiral Jake Morrison watched from his command station as 200 alien warships disappeared into hyperspace. He did not know why the invaders had left, but he was grateful for humanity's survival. The alien withdrawal sparked celebrations across Earth and its colonies. Humans had faced impossible odds and somehow won. Their myths and legends had guided them through their darkest hour. The stories they told their children had proven true when they needed them most. In the depths of space, the Zephyrian fleet carried a new entry for the archives, a warning for future generations about the humans of Earth, a species that remembered ancient lessons about courage, sacrifice, and never surrendering. The humans celebrated their victory without knowing the full truth. They had not just won a war against alien invaders. They had won the same war their ancestors had fought 12,000 years ago. The songs they sang, the stories they told, and the courage they showed all came from an ancient wellspring of human determination. General Korvac added one final note to the official records. Recommendation for all future encounters with human populations. Avoid conflict. This species cannot be conquered by conventional means. Their strength comes not from weapons or numbers, but from something far more dangerous, the unbreakable human spirit. The stars watched in silence as humanity returned to its peaceful existence, never knowing that somewhere in the galaxy, alien archivists were updating their records with a simple warning. Here be humans.
Alex Carter stood at the entrance of the Galactic Academy of Sciences and took a deep breath. The massive crystal structure towered above him, its translucent spires catching the light of the 3 moons overhead. Today marked his 5th month as the only human student at the most prestigious learning institution in the galaxy. 5th month of being stared at. Fifth month of whispers behind his back. Fifth month of being alone. He squared his shoulders and walked through the main doorway, which automatically adjusted its size for his smaller human frame. The gesture, while practical, only emphasized his difference from the other students. "Look who decided to show up," came a melodic voice that somehow managed to sound cruel. "The specimen has arrived." Alex didn't need to turn to know it was Neva. The silver-skinned Lumerian leaned against a pillar, her luminescent eyes tracking him with amused disdain. Unlike most students who wore the standard academy uniform, Neva wrapped herself in flowing silver fabrics that matched her skin, a reminder of her species' high status in galactic society. "Morning, Neva," Alex said, keeping his voice neutral. After months of harassment, he had learned that showing emotion only gave them more ammunition. "It speaks." Another voice joined in, this one accompanied by the soft swishing sound of multiple appendages moving across the polished floor. Xylith, an Araxian with 4 tentacle-like arms and an academic reputation that matched his ego, slithered up beside Neva. "Tell me, Earth Thing, did you finish the quantum mechanics assignment, or is your primitive brain still struggling with the basics?" The small group of students behind them snickered. Alex felt his face grow hot but kept walking. His professors had warned his parents that sending a human to the academy might be premature, given that Earth had only achieved interstellar travel a century ago. Most species represented at the school had been crossing the stars for millennia. "Actually, I finished it yesterday," Alex said, unable to resist a small defense. Professor Vox said my approach was innovative. Xylith's upper eye ridge rose in mock surprise. "Innovative? Is that what they call it when you solve problems the wrong way but somehow stumble into a correct result?" More laughter. Alex quickened, his pace toward his first class of the day, advanced xenobiology with Professor Krell. At least there he could find some peace. Professor Krell, a veteran scientist with leathery skin that had seen at least 3 centuries, treated Alex with professional courtesy, if not warmth. She viewed him as an interesting research subject rather than a target for ridicule. The classroom was already half full when Alex arrived. He moved toward his usual spot in the back corner, where fewer people could stare at him. To his dismay, he found his desk occupied by Yord, a massive silicon-based life form who normally sat near the front. "Sorry, spot's taken," Yord rumbled when Alex approached. "Didn't see your name on it." Alex opened his mouth to object but stopped. The desk to Yord's left had a strange green substance smeared across it. The desk to the right was occupied by another of Xylith's friends. The only open spot was front and center, where everyone could watch him squirm. With a sigh, Alex took the front seat just as Professor Krell entered the room. The elderly xenobiologist moved with surprising grace as she activated the classroom's holographic display. "Today we continue our exploration of environmental adaptation across sentient species," she announced, her 3-fingered hand waving through the projection controls. "We will focus specifically on respiratory systems in oxygen-rich environments." Alex felt a momentary surge of interest. This was something he actually knew about, given that Earth had one of the highest oxygen concentrations of any inhabited world, the professor continued. "As you can see from these comparative scans, most evolved respiratory systems filter out excess oxygen to prevent cellular degradation. However, some primitive systems lack these safeguards." The hologram shifted to display a human lung, rotating slowly in the center of the room. Alex sank lower in his seat. The human respiratory system, for instance, has adapted to their planet's unusually high oxygen content through less efficient means. "Note the simplistic alveolar structure," Professor Krell said, highlighting parts of the displayed lung. "This works adequately on Earth but represents a developmental stage most spacefaring species evolved beyond millions of years ago." Snickers rippled through the classroom. Alex felt eyes boring into the back of his head. "Does the specimen have anything to add?" Xylith called out, not bothering to use the classroom's question protocol. "Perhaps it can demonstrate its primitive breathing for the class?" Instead of silencing the interruption, Professor Krell paused thoughtfully. "Actually, that's not a bad suggestion. Alex, would you mind explaining how it feels to breathe with such a system?" It would add a first-hand perspective to our discussion. Alex froze as all eyes turned to him. This wasn't the first time he'd been put on display, but it never got easier. Well, he began, his voice coming out steadier than he felt. Human lungs might not have the filtration capabilities of Araxian gill slits, but they're highly adaptable to changing conditions. We can adjust our breathing to different altitudes, pollution levels, and oxygen concentrations. Professor Krell nodded, seemingly genuinely interested. And what of the inefficiency? Humans use only a fraction of lung capacity with normal breathing. That's actually a feature, not a bug, Alex said, warming to the subject despite himself. The extra capacity allows for increased oxygen intake during physical exertion. Our distant ancestors needed to chase prey across long distances. Fascinating, Professor Krell said. Though of course this adaptation became largely obsolete once your species developed projectile weapons, correct? Before Alex could answer, Neva's musical voice cut in. How quaint. They had to chase their food like animals. The class erupted in laughter. Even Professor Krell's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement before she called for order. The rest of the class continued in much the same way, with Alex's biology being dissected and discussed as though he were a specimen in a jar, rather than a person sitting right there. When the bell tone finally signaled the end of the session, Alex gathered his materials quickly, hoping to escape before anyone could corner him. He wasn't fast enough. As he reached the doorway, he felt one of Xylith's tentacles brush against his shoulder. "Don't forget, we have laboratory partners assigned today," the Araxian said with false pleasantness. "Try not to contaminate the samples with your mammalian shedding." Alex nodded wordlessly and hurried into the corridor, nearly colliding with a small bat-like creature hovering just outside the door. "Whoa, sorry, Dory," Alex said, steadying himself. Dory fluttered her wings to maintain balance. Unlike the other students who made Alex feel unwelcome, Dory's species, the Vesperans, faced their own prejudice due to their historical role as scavengers. "It's okay," she squeaked. "I heard them in there. Don't let it get to you." Alex managed, a small smile. Easier said than done. "Tell me about it," Dory said, falling into step beside him as they moved toward the laboratory. "At least we can be outsiders together, right?" For the first time that day, Alex felt a small weight lift from his shoulders. Having just one friend in this place made all the difference. "Right," he agreed. "Outsiders together." The laboratory session went exactly as Alex expected. Xylith made sure to point out every minor mistake he made while handling the equipment. When Alex correctly identified a rare cellular structure before anyone else, Professor Jixa simply nodded and moved on, without comment. Had it been Neva or Xylith who made the discovery, there would have been praise and extra credit points. By the time the day ended, Alex felt drained. He trudged back to his small dormitory pod, located in the farthest wing of the student housing complex. The academy had retrofitted a storage space to accommodate him since human living requirements differed from standard galactic norms. The room was functional but isolated, much like Alex himself. He tossed his study tablet onto the bed and sat down heavily at his desk. His midterm atmospheric analysis project was due tomorrow, and he needed to check the final calculations before submission. Professor Krell had emphasized that this project would count for 30% of their grade this cycle. Alex pulled up the holographic display and reviewed his work. The project analyzed how different atmospheric compositions affected various species' respiratory efficiency. He had put in extra hours, even including Earth's unique atmospheric history as a comparative case study. It wasn't perfect, but it was good work. "Maybe this will show them I belong here," he muttered to himself. A soft chime from his communication pad interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from his parents back on Earth. Alex smiled and opened it. "Hi, sweetie," his mom's recorded message began. "How are things at the academy? Your father and I miss you terribly. The house feels so empty without you running experiments in the garage and setting off the smoke detectors." His dad's face moved into view. "Hey, champ. We're so proud of you representing humanity out there among the stars. I know it can't be easy being the first, but remember what Grandpa always said. Carters don't quit." Alex's smile faded as he watched. His parents, their faces full of hope and pride. They had no idea how bad things really were. In his weekly messages home, he shared only sanitized versions of his experiences, leaving out the constant humiliation and isolation. They had sacrificed so much to send him here. He couldn't bear to disappoint them. But maybe it was time to be honest. Maybe it was time to admit that being the first human at the Galactic Academy was a mistake. He took a deep breath and began recording a response. "Hi, Mom, Dad," he said, forcing a smile. "Thanks for the message. The Academy is—" He paused, the well-rehearsed lie sticking in his throat. "The Academy is tough. Really tough. I'm trying my best, but I'm starting to think that maybe I should—" His door chime interrupted him. Alex quickly saved the partial message and opened the door to find Dory hovering outside, her wings beating rapidly in what Alex had learned was a sign of agitation. "You need to come quick," she squeaked. "The midterm projects, and something's wrong." Alex felt a sinking feeling in his stomach as he followed Dory back to the laboratory. Several students were gathered around the project storage area, some angry, others looking concerned. "What happened?" Alex asked, pushing his way through the crowd. "Someone tampered with the atmospheric chambers," a tall, plant-like student explained. "The seals were broken and the compositions altered." Alex rushed to check his project. The moment he saw it, he knew he was in trouble. The sealed chamber that had contained his carefully calibrated atmospheric mix was now cloudy, and the readout showed wildly different numbers than what he had programmed. "Oh no," he whispered, checking the backup data on his tablet. To his horror, that was corrupted too. "Someone accessed my files remotely." "Such a shame," came Xylith's voice from behind him. "Looks like the human doesn't understand basic containment protocols." Alex turned to see Xylith standing with Neva and several other students. The Araxian's tentacles waved in mock concern. "I followed every protocol," Alex said, trying to keep his voice steady. "This was deliberate sabotage." "Serious accusation," Neva replied, her silver face unreadable. "Perhaps your primitive technology skills simply weren't up to the task." Before Alex could respond, Professor Krell entered the laboratory. The students fell silent as she surveyed the damage with 3 narrowed eyes. "Who was responsible for monitoring the security systems in this lab?" she demanded. A 6-legged student raised an appendage. "I was, Professor, but the systems show no unauthorized entry. Everything appears normal in the logs." Professor Krell turned to Alex. "Mr. Carter, your project seems to be the most severely affected. Do you have an explanation?" All eyes turned to him. Alex could see Xylith watching with barely concealed satisfaction. "Someone tampered with it," Alex said firmly. "I followed all procedures correctly." Professor Krell studied him for a long moment. "That's a serious claim. Do you have evidence?" Alex opened his mouth to accuse Xylith but stopped. He had no proof. It would be his word against that of a student from one of the most respected species in the galaxy. He would look like a human trying to blame others for his failures. "No," he admitted quietly. "I don't have evidence." Professor Krell sighed. "Very well. Due to this unfortunate incident, all affected students will have until tomorrow evening to reconstruct their projects. Use your backups and recreate your work." As the other students dispersed, Alex stood staring at his ruined project. He had no backup beyond the corrupted files. He would have to start from scratch, and there wasn't enough time. "Tough break," Dory said softly, landing on the table beside him. "I can help you rebuild some of it if you want." "Thanks," Alex said, grateful for her offer but knowing it wouldn't be enough. "But I need to figure this out myself." That night, Alex worked until his eyes burned. He recreated his atmospheric chamber as best he could, but he knew it was nowhere near the quality of his original work. When he finally stumbled back to his room in the early morning hours, he collapsed on his bed without even changing his clothes. His communication pad still held the unfinished message to his parents. Alex reached over and deleted it. Then he started a new one. "Mom, Dad," he began, his voice heavy with fatigue. I need to talk to you about possibly transferring back to Earth next semester. The next day, Alex presented his hastily reconstructed project. As expected, Professor Krill found it lacking. "Disappointing, Mr. Carter," she said as she entered his grade. "I expected better from you." As Alex returned to his seat, Xylith leaned over. "Isn't it interesting?" the Araxian whispered. "How quickly primitive species reach their limitations?" Alex said nothing, but as he sat there listening to the other presentations, a new message pinged on his tablet. It was from Dean Vorax, the head of the academy. "Attention all students," the message read. "The faculty has selected this semester's practical field study destination. All students report to the main auditorium tomorrow at 0900 hours for the announcement." Alex barely registered the message. What did it matter where they went for field study? He had already decided this would likely be his last semester at the academy. He had no idea that tomorrow's announcement would change everything. The main auditorium of the Galactic Academy filled quickly the next morning. Alex arrived early and took a seat near the back, trying to avoid drawing attention. Dory fluttered in a few minutes later and perched on the seat next to him. "Feeling any better today?" she asked, her bat-like face showing concern. Alex shrugged. "Not really. I just sent a message to my parents about possibly transferring back to Earth." Dory's wings drooped. "I'll miss you if you go. You're the only one here who doesn't treat me like I'm going to steal their food." Despite his mood, Alex smiled. Vesperans like Dory had a history as scavengers, which led to unfortunate stereotypes about them being thieves. "I'll miss you too," he said. "But I don't see how I can stay. Yesterday made it clear that I'll never be accepted here." Before Dory could respond, the lights dimmed and Dean Vorax glided onto the stage. The Dean was a celestial, a gaseous species that maintained physical form through an energy field. His translucent body glowed with swirls of blue and purple as he moved to the center of the stage. "Students of the Galactic Academy," the Dean's voice resonated through the hall. "It is time to announce this semester's practical field study destination." A murmur of excitement rippled through the audience. The field study was a highlight of the academy experience. 2 weeks on an alien world, applying classroom knowledge to real environments. The faculty has selected a planet with remarkably diverse biomes, Dean Vorax continued. A world that, despite its technological limitations, offers unique opportunities for environmental research. The large screen behind the Dean lit up, showing a familiar blue and green planet. Alex sat up straight, his eyes wide. "Earth, the," Dean announced, "home to one of the galaxy's newest spacefaring species." The auditorium erupted in shocked whispers. Alex couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Earth? They were going to Earth? This is a joke, right?" Xylith's voice cut through the murmurs, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Why would we study a primitive world barely a century into its space age?" Several students voiced their agreement. Dean Vorax raised a glowing appendage for silence. "Your reaction is noted, Xylith. However, Earth offers research opportunities you won't find elsewhere. Its biosphere has undergone rapid changes in the past few centuries, making it an ideal case study in planetary adaptation." Neva stood up, her silver skin reflecting the screen's blue light. "With respect, Dean Vorax, surely there are more advanced worlds we could visit. Perhaps Lumira or Araxia." The Dean's color deepened to a dark purple, a sign of displeasure. "The decision is final. Professor Krell will lead the expedition and all students are expected to participate. This is not a luxury tour, it is an educational opportunity." As the Dean continued explaining logistics, Alex sat frozen in his seat. Earth. They were going to his home. The place where he understood everything, where nothing about him was strange or primitive. For the first time in months, hope sparked within him. After the assembly, students gathered in small groups complaining about the destination. Alex walked past them head down but couldn't help overhearing their comments. "Earth? Might as well study a zoo. Hope they have proper decontamination facilities. At least their gravity is tolerable, even if their culture isn't." Alex clenched his fists but kept walking. Let them talk. Soon they would be on his turf. He found a quiet spot in the garden dome and pulled out his communication pad. His parents needed to know about this development. As he began recording a new message, Professor Krell approached. "Mr. Carter," she said, her 3 eyes focused intently on him. "A moment of your time, please." Alex nodded and put away his pad. "I wanted to speak with you about the upcoming field study," Professor Krell said. "As our only human student, your perspective will be valuable." Alex couldn't tell if she was being sincere or if this was another way of pointing out his difference. "I'm happy to help," he said cautiously. Professor Krell studied him with her central eye. "I noticed your project performance has been declining. Some faculty members questioned whether you belong at this institution." Alex felt his heart sink. So they were already discussing removing him. "But," Professor Krell continued, "I argued that we should reserve judgment until after the Earth expedition. Sometimes the most valuable learning comes from unexpected places." She paused, her leathery skin wrinkling slightly around her eyes. "Your classmates might benefit from seeing Earth through more than just academic sensors." For the first time, Alex felt that Professor Krell was seeing him as more than just a curious specimen. She was acknowledging that he had something valuable to contribute. "Thank you, Professor," he said, surprised by the gesture. She nodded. "The class will be divided into research teams. Given your unique knowledge, I'll be assigning you to work with Xylith's team." Alex's momentary good feeling vanished. "Xylith's team? But Professor, he's the one who..." "Who what, Mr. Carter?" Professor Krell asked sharply. Alex stopped himself. He still had no proof that Xylith had sabotaged his project. Making accusations would only make things worse. "Nothing," he muttered. "I'll work with Xylith's team." "Good," Professor Krell said. "Prepare a brief presentation on Earth's major biomes for tomorrow's planning session. Your classmates should know what to expect." After she left, Alex sat staring at the artificial sky of the garden dome. Working with Xylith would be torture, but at least they would be on Earth. He pulled out his communication pad again and recorded, a very different message than the one he had planned. "Mom, Dad," he began, a new determination in his voice. "Change of plans. I'm not transferring yet. The Academy just announced our field study destination. We're coming to Earth for 2 weeks. I need a favor, though. Can you contact Uncle Ben, the one who works as a ranger at Yellowstone? I have an idea that might change everything." The next day, as Alex gave his presentation on Earth's biomes, he noticed a shift in the classroom atmosphere. For once, all eyes were on him because they needed his knowledge, not because they were looking for reasons to mock him. "Earth has more active volcanic regions than most inhabited planets," he explained, showing images of Yellowstone's geothermal features. "The national park where we'll be staying has the highest concentration of geysers in the world." "What's a geyser?" asked a student from the back. For the first time since arriving at the Academy, Alex felt a small surge of confidence as he answered questions about his home world. Even Xylith and Neva paid attention, though they tried to hide their interest. After class, as students filed out, Neva brushed past Alex. "Don't get too comfortable in your new role, human," she whispered. "Earth will still be a primitive backwater, even with you as our tour guide." Alex watched her go, but the insult didn't sting as much as it once would have. In just 1 week, they would be landing on Earth. And he would be ready. The Academy's transport vessel broke through Earth's atmosphere 1 week later. Alex stood at the viewport, watching the familiar blue skies of his homeworld grow closer. After months in space and at the Academy, the sight filled him with an unexpected wave of emotion. "Is that water covering so much of the surface?" asked a green-skinned student beside him. "Yes," Alex replied. "About 70% of Earth is covered in water." The student shuddered. "How inefficient," Alex bit back. A response. Soon they would see for themselves what Earth had to offer. The ship descended toward North America, aiming for the designated landing site in Yellowstone National Park. As they dropped below the clouds, vast forests and mountains came into view. Several students crowded around the viewports, curiosity temporarily overcoming their disdain. "Those are actual growing plants?" one asked. Not cultivated? Wild plants, Alex confirmed. Earth has millions of plant species growing naturally. Primitive, Xylith commented from behind them. But Alex noticed the Araxian's eyes remained, fixed on the scenery below. The ship touched down in a large clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. Professor Krell activated the ship's environmental scanners. Atmosphere composition confirmed safe for all species, she announced. Temperature at 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 Celsius. Earth gravity at 1 g as expected. Proceed with standard arrival protocols. The ship's ramp extended, and students began to file out. Many activated personal environmental shields despite the all-clear from the scanners. Alex stepped onto the soil of Earth without any protection, taking a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. It smells different than the simulations, Neva said, her silver nose wrinkling as she stepped cautiously down the ramp. That's because it's real, Alex replied simply. Professor Krell organized the students into their research teams and assigned areas to set up monitoring equipment. Alex found himself working with Xylith, Neva, Dory, and 2 other students he barely knew. Carter, you'll guide us to the optimal location for our geological sensors, Professor Krell instructed. Your Earth knowledge should be useful for once. Even, her backhanded compliment couldn't dampen Alex's spirits. He led his team along a trail he remembered from a family vacation years ago, pointing out features of the landscape. These trees are lodgepole pines, he explained. They've adapted to forest fires by developing pine cones that only release their seeds under extreme heat. Plants that use destruction as a reproductive strategy? Xylith asked, genuinely curious despite himself. Fascinating, if somewhat barbaric. As they walked, Alex noticed how awkwardly the aliens moved on Earth's natural terrain. Their bodies were used to the smooth surfaces of academy corridors and the carefully curated environments of other developed worlds. Here, the uneven ground and unexpected obstacles like fallen logs or rocks made them clumsy. They reached a small clearing near a bubbling hot spring. This is a good spot, Alex said. The thermal activity below will give better readings for your sensors. Xylith nodded reluctantly and began unpacking equipment. As the team set up their instruments, the sky darkened unexpectedly. What's happening? To your atmosphere? Neva asked, alarm in her voice. Alex looked up. Just a thunderstorm forming. They're common here in summer. As if on cue, a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. Several students froze in place, looking around. Wildly. Was that weapons fire? One of them asked, reaching for an emergency beacon. No, Alex laughed. That's thunder. It's just sound caused by lightning. The explanation did little to calm the others as the storm approached. When the first bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder, even Xylith flinched. We should return to the ship, Neva insisted as fat raindrops began to fall. The equipment will be ruined, Xylith argued. I can show you how to protect it, Alex offered. He quickly demonstrated how to cover the sensitive instruments, with weatherproof tarps from their supply packs. The rain fell harder, and the team huddled beneath a large pine tree. Alex couldn't help but feel a slight satisfaction seeing his tormentors so uncomfortable, in what was to him a perfectly normal Earth experience. By the time they made it back to the base camp, everyone was soaked. The other teams had similar stories, having been caught unprepared by Earth's weather. Professor Krell called an emergency meeting in the ship's main cabin. It seems we underestimated Earth's environmental volatility, she admitted. Several pieces of equipment have been damaged by water exposure. Not just water, another team leader added. Team 3 reported small flying insects damage their atmospheric filters. Alex listened as the complaints piled up. Earth was too wet, too unpredictable, too full of life forms that interfered with their work. Finally, he cleared his throat. If I may, Professor, he said, I can help adjust the equipment settings for Earth conditions, and I know safety protocols for dealing with the local environment. Professor Krell considered him for a moment. Very well, Mr. Carter. It seems your primitive world expertise is needed after all. That evening, as the storm continued outside, the students gathered in the ship's common area. The mood was subdued, with many still processing their difficult first day on Earth. Is your planet always so Aggressive? Neva asked Alex, who was helping distribute modified equipment settings. It's not aggressive, Alex replied. It's alive. Earth doesn't bend to accommodate visitors. You have to learn to work with it, not against it. To his surprise, several students were actually listening to him now. For the first time since arriving at the academy, Alex found himself the center of attention for his knowledge rather than his differences. Perhaps, he offered, I could tell you about some of Earth's natural wonders. It might help you understand what to expect tomorrow. There were nods of agreement, even from Xylith. As the rain drummed on the ship's hull, Alex began to describe the Grand Canyon, the Amazon rainforest, and the depths of Earth's oceans. Despite themselves, the alien students found themselves drawn in by his stories. Your oceans contain creatures larger than this ship? One student asked in disbelief. Blue whales, Alex confirmed. The largest animals to ever live on Earth. And they evolved naturally, without genetic engineering, completely naturally. As the evening wore on, Alex noticed a subtle shift in how the others looked at him. There was still distance, still prejudice, but now there was also a grudging curiosity. The ship's communication system chimed, interrupting their conversation. Incoming transmission from Yellowstone Park Services, the automated voice announced. Professor Krell accepted the call, and a human face appeared on the screen. Alex recognized him immediately. Uncle Ben, he exclaimed. The bearded park ranger smiled. Alex, good to see you, nephew. I got your parents' message about your class visit. Professor Krell looked between Alex and the screen. You know this Earth Authority? He's my uncle, Alex explained. He works as a ranger here at Yellowstone. Uncle Ben tipped his hat to the professor. Ben Carter, at your service. I heard you folks might want a proper tour of our little patch of Earth tomorrow. I'd be happy to show your students some things they won't find in any galactic database. Before Professor Krell could respond, Xylith stepped forward. We have a research schedule to maintain. We don't need primitive guidance. Uncle Ben's smile didn't waver. Well now, that's your choice. But I was planning to show you the restricted area around the supervolcano monitoring station. Not many get to see that, even among us primitives. Alex saw the conflict on Xylith's face, scientific curiosity fighting against prejudice. Professor. Krell made the decision for them. We would be honored to accept your guidance, Ranger Carter. Knowledge of local terrain and features will enhance our research. As the call ended, Alex caught Xylith staring at him with a new expression. Not quite respect, but something close to reassessment. Your relative serves as a guardian of natural resources? The Araxian asked. Alex nodded. Many humans dedicate their lives to protecting Earth's wilderness. Interesting, Xylith said simply before turning away. That night, as the others slept, Alex stood outside the ship, letting the now gentle rain fall on his face. For the first time in months, he felt he might actually belong at the academy after all. Morning arrived with clear skies and sunshine streaming through the trees. Uncle Ben met the academy group at the edge of their camp, dressed in his official ranger uniform and wearing a friendly smile. Welcome to Yellowstone, he greeted them, one of Earth's first national parks and home to over half the world's geysers and hot springs. The students gathered around, their attitudes ranging from open curiosity to barely hidden disdain. Professor Krell introduced each team and explained their research goals. Impressive, Uncle Ben nodded. But today, I'd like to show you something, beyond your research parameters. Earth isn't just data to be collected, it's an experience. He led them along a well-maintained trail, pointing out features most would have overlooked. Alex walked beside his uncle, occasionally adding information he thought his classmates might find relevant to their studies. The soil here contains microorganisms that can survive in temperatures and chemical conditions that would kill most complex life forms, Uncle Ben explained, as they approached a vibrant hot spring ringed with orange and blue mineral deposits. Xylith, who had been keeping near the front of the group, leaned down to examine the colorful ring. These are living organisms creating these patterns? Thermophilic bacteria, Alex confirmed. They've evolved to thrive in extreme heat. Our scanners detected simple life forms, but I assumed they were anomalies, Xylith admitted. Uncle Ben chuckled. Earth specializes in anomalies. Life here has found ways to exist in almost every environment, from volcanic vents at the bottom of the ocean to the frozen Antarctic desert. As they continued their tour, the alien students began asking more questions. Even Neva, who had maintained her aloof attitude, showed interest when Uncle Ben explained how Earth's magnetic field protected life from solar radiation. It's a natural shield, she said thoughtfully, without requiring technology. The highlight of the morning came when they reached Old Faithful, the famous geyser. Uncle Ben timed their arrival perfectly, and within minutes of reaching the viewing area, the geyser erupted. A column of steaming water shot nearly 150 feet into the air, eliciting gasps from the students. Incredible, one whispered. A completely natural phenomenon. Happens like clockwork, Uncle Ben said proudly. Earth's been putting on this show long before humans were around to appreciate it. Even Xylith couldn't hide his amazement. We have nothing like this on Araxia. Our geological activity was stabilized millennia ago. Alex realized something then. These advanced species had engineered much of the unpredictability out of their homeworlds. In doing so, they'd lost something of the raw power and beauty that Earth still possessed. After the geyser display, Uncle Ben had one more surprise. He led them to a research station where Earth scientists were studying extremophile bacteria in the hot springs. These colleagues have agreed to show you their work, he told the group. They're particularly interested in meeting students from the academy. Inside the facility, human scientists in white lab coats welcomed the alien students with professional curiosity. Dr. Patel, the lead researcher, gave a presentation about their discoveries. These microorganisms can survive in conditions that would kill even the most radiation-resistant organisms from other worlds we've studied, she explained, showing slides of bacteria thriving in highly acidic water. Their DNA repair mechanisms are unlike anything we've seen elsewhere in the galaxy. For the academically minded alien students, this scientific evidence landed differently than Alex's stories or even Uncle Ben's tour. They crowded around microscopes and data screens, asking technical questions that the Earth scientists were delighted to answer. On their way back to camp, the mood had noticeably shifted. Students who had barely acknowledged Alex's existence now asked him questions about Earth's ecosystems and human adaptation to such a dynamic environment. Your species evolved on a world with such extremes, Xylith commented as they walked side by side. Perhaps that explains your remarkable adaptability. Coming from Xylith, this was practically a compliment. Alex smiled but said nothing. That evening, as the group settled around a campfire, another new experience for most, disaster struck. Dory suddenly clutched at her throat, her wings beating frantically as she struggled to breathe. What's happening? Professor Krell demanded, rushing to the Vesperan's side. Some kind of allergic reaction, another student suggested. The Earth atmosphere might have triggered it. Everyone looked to the ship's medical officer, who scanned Dory with a handheld device. Unknown allergen. Her respiratory passages are swelling. Our standard treatments aren't calibrated for this environment. Alex pushed his way forward. I've seen this before. It looks like pollen allergies. My cousin has the same reaction every spring. This is hardly the same, Xylith argued. Vesperan biology is nothing like human biology. But the reaction is similar, Alex insisted. We need antihistamines and a breathing treatment. The medical officer looked doubtful. Our medications aren't designed for Earth allergens. Then we'll use Earth medicine, Alex said firmly. He turned to his uncle. Do you have a first aid kit with Benadryl or something similar? Uncle Ben nodded and quickly retrieved a medical kit from his vehicle. Alex selected an antihistamine injection and showed it to the medical officer. This compound targets histamine reactions regardless of the specific biology, he explained. It might work. With Dory's condition worsening and no better options, Professor Krell gave approval. Alex administered the injection with steady hands, then helped the medical officer modify a breathing treatment using Earth medications. Within minutes, Dory's breathing eased. Her wings relaxed and her large eyes blinked gratefully at Alex. "How did you know what to do?" Xylith asked later, genuine curiosity replacing his usual condescension. Alex shrugged. "Humans have been figuring out how to survive on this planet for thousands of years. We've had to adapt because we don't have natural advantages like most of you." For the first time, Xylith seemed to consider that the human capacity for adaptation might be an evolutionary advantage they had overlooked. The remainder of the Earth expedition transformed the class dynamic. Research teams reorganized organically, with Alex now leading a group investigating Earth's adaptive ecosystems. Students who had once mocked him now sought his insights. During a hike through a forest recovering from wildfire, Alex explained how destruction was part of Earth's renewal cycle. "Life here doesn't just survive," he told his classmates. "It rebuilds, using catastrophe as an opportunity." Xylith, walking beside him, nodded thoughtfully. "Your species does the same, it seems." On their final evening on Earth, the class gathered around another campfire. Professor Krell asked each student to share what they had learned during their visit. When Alex's turn came, he spoke not of scientific discoveries but of finding his place. "For the longest time, I tried to prove I belonged at the academy by trying to be more like all of you," he said, looking around at faces that now showed respect rather than disdain. "I think I needed to bring you to Earth to remember what makes humans different isn't what makes us less." The transport ship lifted off from Earth the next day. Students crowded the viewports for a last glimpse of the blue planet, talking excitedly about their experiences and the research they would continue back at the academy. Neva approached Alex as he watched their departure from Earth. "I was wrong about your world," she said simply. Then, with the hint of a smile, she added, "and perhaps about you as well." Back at the academy, word of the Earth expedition spread. Alex found himself sought out by students from other classes, curious about human adaptability and Earth's diverse ecosystems. His project on Earth's evolutionary responses to environmental challenges received the highest evaluation of the term. When a new human student arrived the following semester, looking nervous and out of place as Alex once had, it was Xylith who, surprisingly, took the initiative to welcome them. Catching Alex's eye across the room, the Araxian gave what passed for a smile among his species. "Adaptability," he said, echoing Alex's lesson from Earth. "Perhaps the most underrated evolutionary advantage." Alex grinned and joined them, no longer an outsider but a bridge between worlds. Jake Martinez walked into the large classroom at the Galactic University of Sciences. The morning light from 3 different suns came through the windows and made strange shadows on the walls. He put his teaching materials on the desk and looked at his students. The classroom was full of alien beings from across the galaxy. There were Zeltharians with their gray skin and 4 arms that moved like dancers. Vorthons floated in their breathing tanks filled with thick orange gas. Naxari students sat perfectly still, their crystal bodies catching the light and throwing rainbow colors around the room. The lumina looked like clouds of soft blue light that somehow managed to sit in chairs made for solid beings. Jake was the only human in the room. He had been teaching at the university for 2 years now, and he still felt strange being surrounded by so many different forms of life. But the alien students were eager to learn, and Jake loved teaching them about the worlds and creatures that lived throughout the galaxy. "Good morning, everyone," Jake said as he turned on the holographic projector. "Today we continue our study of planetary biology. We have looked at over 300 worlds so far this semester. Each one has shown us something new about how life can grow and change." A 3-dimensional image of a green world appeared in the center of the room. The planet slowly turned, showing blue oceans and white clouds. "This is Verdania Prime," Jake explained. "The gravity is half of what most of you are used to. The temperature never goes below 20 degrees or above 30 degrees. The atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, with just enough oxygen to support carbon-based life. Perfect conditions for most species." The Lumina student named Vel made a soft humming sound. "Beautiful world, Professor Martinez. So peaceful and safe." Jake nodded and changed the image to show another planet, This one was covered in ice with a small green band around the middle. And this is Frostholm. The entire planet is frozen except for this thin area around the equator. The beings that live here have thick fur and can slow their hearts down to almost nothing during the cold seasons. Crix, one of the Zeltharian students, raised 2 of her forearms. Her translator box changed her clicking sounds into words. Professor Martinez, these worlds are all so different, yet life finds a way to exist on each one. But I have a question about something that puzzles me. Go ahead, Crix. We have studied hundreds of worlds classified as habitable in our databases, but there is one world that appears again and again with a Class 12 Death World designation. The computer files list it as one of the most dangerous planets in the galaxy. Yet the species that comes from this world seems to be everywhere. They live on ships, they build colonies, they explore dangerous places that most of us would never go near. Jake felt his stomach tighten a little. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. The species I am talking about, Crix continued, is humans. Your species, Professor Martinez. The files say that Earth is a nightmare world of impossible extremes. So how did humans not only survive but become one of the most successful species in the galaxy? You seem so fragile compared to us. The room became very quiet. Jake could feel all the alien eyes, sensors, and attention focused on him. He looked around at his students and saw genuine curiosity in their faces. To them, Earth was a world of horror that should have killed anything that tried to live there. Thorin, a large Nexari who looked like he was made of black stone, spoke in his deep, rumbling voice. The database shows that Earth has crushing gravity, poisonous atmosphere, deadly radiation, extreme temperatures, violent weather, and creatures that exist only to kill other creatures. How does anything live there? Vex, a Vorthan floating in his gas tank, added his own question. The atmospheric pressure alone would crush most of us. The oxygen levels would burn our breathing organs, and the temperature changes could kill us in minutes. Jake walked to the front of his desk and sat on the edge. He had taught classes about many worlds, but he had never really talked about his own world with his alien students. Earth was just the place he came from. He had never thought about how it must look to beings from safer, calmer worlds. You know what? Jake said with a small smile. That is an excellent question, Crix. But I think to properly answer it, we need to do something different. Instead of just talking about Earth, maybe you should see it for yourselves. The alien students looked at each other with expressions of surprise and worry. You mean, Vel the Lumina whispered, visit a Class 12 Death World? Why not? Jake asked. You are all science students. The best way to understand something is to observe it directly. Who here has never been to a death world? Every alien hand, tentacle, crystal arm, and glowing appendage in the room went up. Perfect, Jake said, standing up and walking to the holographic controls. Pack your environmental suits and emergency supplies. We are going to take a field trip to Earth. The holographic image changed to show a blue and green world spinning slowly in space. Earth looked peaceful from a distance, with its white clouds and vast oceans. But Jake knew that his students were already accessing their databases, and the information they were reading was making their various forms of faces show fear and disbelief. Professor Martinez, Crix said carefully, are you certain this is safe? The mortality rates for non-adapted species visiting Class 12 worlds are very high. Jake looked at the image of his home world and thought about all the things that made it dangerous. The storms, the predators, the diseases, the radiation, the gravity, the temperature swings, the poisonous plants and animals. He thought about all the ways Earth tried to kill everything that lived on it every single day. Then he thought about humanity, about how they had not just survived, but had learned to love their dangerous world, about how they swam in the crushing oceans for fun, climbed the deadly mountains for sport, and played with creatures that could tear them apart. You want to know how humans survived Earth? Jake asked his students. The only way to really understand is to see it. But do not worry. I will keep you safe. After all, I am just a fragile human, and if I can survive there, I am sure we can keep you alive for a few days. The alien students exchanged worried looks, but Jake could see the curiosity in their eyes was stronger than their fear. They were scientists, and scientists always wanted to know the truth, even when the truth was dangerous. When do we leave? Crix asked. Tomorrow morning, Jake said. And trust me, you are going to learn things about life that no classroom can teach you. The transport ship Harmony moved through space toward the blue and green world that hung before them like a jewel. Jake stood at the main viewing window, watching his alien students as they stared at Earth with a mixture of wonder and terror. Crix pressed her 4 hands against the glass, her gray skin turning even paler as she read the data streaming across her tablet. Professor Martinez, the radiation levels coming from your sun are 50 times stronger than what my species can survive. How are you not dead? Jake chuckled and moved closer to the window. Below them, Earth grew larger and more detailed. He could see the swirling white clouds, the vast blue oceans, and the brown and green patches of land. It looked beautiful and peaceful from space, but he knew his students were seeing something very different in their instruments. Our sun is actually pretty mild, Jake said. You should see what happens during solar storms. Captain Lisa Park's voice came over the ship's communication system. She was the only other human on board, and her calm voice carried a slight warning. Attention all passengers. We are beginning our descent through Earth's atmosphere. All non-human passengers must report to the shielded compartments immediately. We are detecting increased solar activity. The alien students looked at Jake with panic in their various eyes and sensors. Thorin, the large crystal being, made a grinding sound that his translator turned into words. Professor, you must come to the shielded area with us. The radiation will cook your soft tissues. Jake remained at the window, watching the aurora lights dance across the sky in green and blue ribbons. The solar radiation that was terrifying his students looked like beautiful curtains of light to him. Why would I hide from this? It's gorgeous. Vex, floating in his gas-filled tank, made bubbling sounds of distress. The electromagnetic radiation is so strong it is interfering with our ship's systems. How can you call it beautiful? Because it is, Jake said simply. He pointed to the lights that painted the atmosphere in brilliant colors. Humans have been watching the aurora for thousands of years. We write poems about it. We travel to cold places just to see it better. The ship shook slightly as they entered the atmosphere, and Jake felt the familiar pull of Earth's gravity. To him, it felt like coming home. To his students, it felt like being slowly crushed by an invisible hand. Vel, the Lumina who looked like a cloud of blue light, dimmed noticeably as the ship's gravity systems adjusted to Earth normal. The gravitational force is compressing my molecular structure. How do you move under this crushing weight? Gravity builds strong bones and muscles, Jake explained. Human children play games in this gravity. They run and jump and dance. The viewing screen changed to show the external sensors, and suddenly the students could see Earth's surface rushing up toward them. Mountains pushed up from the ground, like knife blades. Oceans stretched to the horizon, their surfaces covered with waves that crashed against rocky shores with tremendous force. Forests spread across the land like dark green carpets, hiding unknown dangers beneath their canopy. Those water bodies, whispered Crix. The motion is so violent. The liquid is moving with enough force to break apart solid stone. That's just the ocean being the ocean, Jake said. Humans swim in it. We surf on those waves for fun. Children build castles in the sand where those waves crash. The ship's computer began announcing warnings in multiple languages as the sensors detected Earth's environmental conditions. The atmospheric oxygen content was listed as highly combustible. The temperature variations were extreme enough to kill most known life forms. The presence of water in 3 different states was noted as unusual and dangerous. Professor Martinez, Thorin rumbled, his crystal body reflecting the lights from the control panels. Your planet's atmosphere contains 21% oxygen. That concentration would cause our ship to explode if it mixed with our engine systems. Oxygen is pretty reactive, Jake agreed, but it's also what keeps us alive. We breathe it every second of every day. It flows through our blood and feeds our cells. Vex made more bubbling sounds in his tank. The chemical composition of your atmosphere would dissolve our breathing organs. How do your lungs not melt? Evolution, Jake said. We developed lungs that can handle corrosive gas because we had to. Everything on Earth had to adapt or die. The ship finally broke through the cloud layer, and suddenly the students could see Earth's surface in clear detail. Cities spread across the landscape like glittering webs. Roads cut through forests and over mountains. Farms created geometric patterns in green and brown. And everywhere, there were signs of human activity. "Look at that," Jake said, pointing to a city that sparkled with millions of lights. 8 million humans live in that one place. They wake up every morning on a world that is trying to kill them, and they go to work, fall in love, raise families, create art, and build dreams. Crix's forearms moved frantically as she took notes on her tablet. The population density should be impossible. The resource competition alone should have caused total warfare. "We learned to cooperate," Jake said. "When the whole world is dangerous, you need friends to survive." The ship settled into its landing approach, heading for a spaceport on the edge of one of the great cities. Jake could see the landing pad surrounded by buildings that reached toward the sky like fingers. Vehicles moved along the roads in organized patterns. Aircraft flew through the atmosphere without any apparent fear of the crushing gravity or corrosive air. "Those flying machines," Vel observed, his light flickering with concern. "They are not using anti-gravity technology. How do they stay in the air in such dense atmosphere?" "Lift and thrust," Jake explained. "We push air around to make things fly. Humans figured out how to fly by watching birds and insects." The ship touched down with a gentle bump, and Jake felt Earth's full gravity settle into his bones like an old friend. His students, even with their protective suits and gravity compensators, looked like they were being pressed down by an enormous weight. Captain Park's voice came over the intercom. "Again, we have landed at New York Spaceport. Local time is 14:30 hours. Temperature is 15 degrees Celsius with variable wind conditions. Solar radiation is currently at moderate levels. All non-human passengers are advised to wear full environmental protection." Jake stretched and smiled. "Welcome to Earth, everyone. Try not to die in the first 5 minutes." His students looked at him through their protective helmets with expressions of pure terror and growing respect. They were beginning to understand that surviving on Earth was not just about being tough. It was about being impossible. Jake stepped out of the transport ship and breathed deeply. The cool autumn air filled his lungs, and he could smell the familiar scents of his home world. Car exhaust, food from nearby restaurants, the dampness that came before rain, and the green smell of plants and trees. It was perfect. His alien students followed him down the ramp, but they looked like they were walking into a war zone. Their environmental suits were thick and bulky, designed to protect them from every possible danger Earth could throw at them. Radiation shields, atmospheric processors, gravity compensators, and emergency medical systems made them look like walking tanks. Jake wore blue jeans, a cotton shirt, and a light jacket. Nothing else. "Professor Martinez," Crix said through her suit's communication system. "Are you not going to wear protective equipment?" Jake looked down at his clothes and shrugged. "This is protective equipment. The jacket keeps me warm if it gets windy." They walked through the spaceport and out onto the streets of New York City. The noise hit the aliens immediately. Cars honked their horns, construction machines hammered and drilled, people talked and laughed, music played from open windows, and aircraft flew overhead with a roar of engines. Vex made distressed bubbling sounds in his tank. "The acoustic assault is overwhelming our audio processors. How do you concentrate with such chaos?" "You get used to it," Jake said. "Actually, most humans find it hard to sleep when it's too quiet." They walked into Central Park, where the noise of the city faded a little under the trees. Jake led them along a paved path that wound between grass fields and small lakes. The aliens stayed close together, their sensors constantly scanning for threats. A jogger ran past them, her breathing heavy but steady as she maintained a pace that would have exhausted most aliens in minutes. Her feet hit the ground with regular impacts, her heart pumped fast and sweat covered her skin. "That human," Thorin observed, his crystal body reflecting the sunlight filtering through the trees, "is deliberately damaging her body. Why is she running when there is no predator chasing her?" "Exercise," Jake explained. "She's making herself stronger. Humans run for fun, for health, and sometimes just because we like the feeling." But the stress on her skeletal and muscular systems, Crix protested, her forearms moving as she took measurements with her instruments. The impact forces alone should fracture her bones. Human bones get stronger when you stress them, Jake said. The more you use them, the tougher they become. An elderly man walked toward them with a four-legged animal on a leash. The creature was golden brown with long fur, pointed ears, and a mouth full of white teeth. Its tongue hung out as it panted, and its tail moved back and forth in a friendly way. The alien students immediately moved behind Jake, their suits' threat detection systems going crazy. Predator approaching, Vel whispered, his blue light flickering with fear. Carnivorous dentition, muscular build designed for pursuit and capture. Why are you not running? The old man stopped near them, and the animal came over to Jake with its tail wagging even faster. Jake knelt down and scratched behind the creature's ears. Hey there, Rex, Jake said in a gentle voice. Who's a good boy? Rex made happy panting sounds and tried to lick Jake's face. The old man smiled. Rex loves meeting new people, the man said. He's very friendly. He's beautiful, Jake replied, running his hands through Rex's thick fur. Golden retrievers are such good dogs. The old man and Rex continued their walk, leaving the alien student staring at Jake in complete shock. You, Crix said slowly, just physically contacted an apex predator. Rex isn't an apex predator, Jake laughed. He's a pet, a companion animal. Humans have been living with dogs for thousands of years. But the bite force, Thorin rumbled. Those teeth could tear through metal plating. Dogs don't bite humans, Jake explained. We bred them from wolves to be our friends. They protect us, help us work, and keep us company. Many humans consider their dogs to be family members. Vex was making rapid calculations in his tank. You domesticated apex predators. You took the most dangerous creatures on your world and made them love you. Not just dogs, Jake said as they continued walking. Cats, horses, cattle, pigs, chickens. We live with animals that could hurt us, but we trained them and bred them to work with us instead of against us. A small human child ran past them chasing a red ball, laughing as she moved. She was maybe 6 years old, with no protective equipment at all. Her parents sat on a bench nearby, watching but not worried. The juvenile, Vel observed, is moving at high speed with no supervision in an environment full of potential hazards. Jake watched the little girl catch her ball and run back to her parents. Kids need to play. They need to run and explore and take small risks. That's how they learn to handle bigger risks when they get older. A squirrel ran up a nearby tree, chattering at them from the safety of the branches. The alien's threat detectors identified it as a potential disease vector, with sharp claws and teeth. Jake picked up an acorn from the ground and tossed it toward the squirrel. The small animal grabbed it and began eating, completely unafraid of the humans below. Even your smallest creatures show no fear, Crix noted. They have adapted to coexist with humans, rather than flee from you. Everything on Earth learns to live together, Jake said. Cooperation is more useful than fighting when the whole planet is trying to kill you. They came to a small pond where ducks swam in the water. Children threw pieces of bread to feed them while their parents watched. The scene looked peaceful and safe, but Jake knew his students were seeing something very different. The aquatic environment, Vex bubbled, contains countless microorganisms. The humans are allowing their offspring to interact with contaminated water sources. Our immune systems are pretty good, Jake said. We've been fighting germs, bacteria, and viruses for millions of years. Our bodies know how to handle them. A hot dog vendor called out to them from a nearby cart. The smell of cooking meat and spices filled the air. Jake bought a hot dog and took a big bite, enjoying the taste. You just consumed unidentified organic matter from an unlicensed food preparation unit, Thorin stated. Street food is the best food, Jake said, taking another bite. This guy makes great hot dogs. The alien students watched him eat with fascination and horror. To them, Jake was casually consuming potential poison while breathing toxic air, walking under deadly radiation, and interacting with dangerous creatures. And he was enjoying every minute of it. Professor Martinez, Crix said quietly. I am beginning to understand something. Humans do not just survive on Earth, you are comfortable here. This world of death and danger feels like home to you. Jake finished his hot dog and looked around at the park. Children played on equipment that would challenge most alien athletes. Adults read books while sitting in direct sunlight. Dogs chased balls while birds sang in trees that grew in toxic soil. Earth isn't trying to kill us, Jake said. Earth is home. Everything here belongs here, including us. We're all part of the same system. His students stood in their protective suits, looking at a world that seemed impossible to them, while Jake stood in his simple clothes, completely at peace in what they considered a nightmare. They were starting to realize that understanding humans meant understanding something far more complex than simple survival. Jake led his alien students through the busy streets of Manhattan until they reached a large building with glass walls. Inside, humans were doing things that made the aliens question everything they thought they knew about survival instincts. "This is the Extreme Sports Center," Jake announced as they walked through the entrance. "Humans come here to have fun." Through the first window, they could see humans jumping off a high platform with only a thick elastic rope tied to their ankles. The jumpers fell toward the ground at incredible speed, screaming with what sounded like joy rather than terror. At the last second, the rope stretched and bounced them back up toward the platform. Crix pressed all four of her hands against the glass, her gray skin turning almost white. They are deliberately throwing themselves into gravity wells with inadequate safety measures. "Bungee jumping," Jake said with a smile. "That woman there in the red shirt is Amy Rodriguez. She works as an accountant during the week. Every Saturday, she comes here to jump." Amy climbed back onto the platform, unhooked her rope, and immediately got in line to jump again. Her face showed pure happiness. Vex made confused, bubbling sounds in his tank. She survived a near-death experience and is voluntarily repeating it. Has the stress damaged her mental functions? "She's having fun," Jake explained. "The adrenaline rush makes humans feel alive. We like the feeling of being scared when we know we're actually safe." Through another window, they watched humans climbing up a tall artificial rock wall. The climbers moved slowly up the vertical surface, using only their fingers and toes to find tiny holds in the fake stone. Some of them were hundreds of feet off the ground, held only by thin ropes. Thorin's crystal body made grinding sounds as he processed what he was seeing. The muscle-to-weight ratio required for that activity should be impossible for a bipedal species. How are they defying gravity? "Rock climbing builds incredible strength," Jake said. "Humans have been climbing mountains and cliffs for thousands of years. We do it because it's there." A teenage boy reached the top of the wall and rang a bell, then rappelled back down with a huge grin on his face. When he reached the bottom, he immediately started planning his next route up a different part of the wall. "The juvenile completed a task that would challenge our military athletes," Vel observed, his blue light dimming with amazement. "And he appears to be planning an even more difficult attempt." "Kids are natural climbers," Jake said. "Put a human child near something tall, and they'll try to climb it. It's in our nature." But it was the aquatic center that truly broke the aliens' understanding of rational behavior. Through a large viewing window, they could see humans diving into water from platforms 30 feet above the surface. The divers performed flips, twists, and turns in the air before hitting the water with barely a splash. "The impact velocity," Crix whispered, frantically taking notes on her tablet, "should shatter their bone structure. Water becomes solid at those speeds." A 10-year-old boy climbed to the highest platform, which was nearly 50 feet above the pool. He stood at the edge, took a deep breath, and executed a perfect backward somersault before entering the water like a knife. "That's Danny Chen," Jake said proudly. "My nephew. He's been diving since he was 7. He's training for the Olympic Games." Danny surfaced, climbed out of the pool, and ran back to the diving boards to try an even more complex dive. "Your genetic offspring," Thorin rumbled, "engages in activities that would kill our adult warriors." "Danny isn't my genetic offspring," Jake corrected. "He's my sister's son, but yes, human children do amazing things. They're tougher than they look." In the pool area, they watched swimmers doing laps at speeds that would exhaust most aliens within minutes. The humans moved through the water like they belonged there, breathing in rhythm, their bodies perfectly adapted to the aquatic environment. The Chemical composition of that water, Vex noted, contains chlorine compounds that would burn our respiratory systems. How do they immerse themselves voluntarily? Swimming pools are treated to kill bacteria, Jake explained. The chlorine keeps the water clean. Human skin can handle it just fine. A swimming coach blew a whistle, and 20 humans dove into the pool at the same time, racing each other across the length of the facility. Their bodies cut through the water with powerful strokes while they held their breath for impossible lengths of time. They are competing, Vel realized. They have turned survival activities into games. Everything is a game to humans, Jake said. We race, we climb, we jump, we fight, we dance. If it's challenging, we'll find a way to make it fun. In another section of the building, humans were practicing martial arts. They punched heavy bags, kicked wooden boards, and sparred with each other using controlled violence that would be lethal if applied with full force. Combat training, Crix observed. But they are not preparing for war. They are smiling. A small girl, maybe 8 years old, was practicing karate moves with perfect form. Her instructor, a large man who could have crushed her without effort, patiently corrected her technique and praised her improvement. Martial arts teach discipline and control, Jake said. We learn to fight, so we know when not to fight. The aliens watched as the little girl broke a wooden board with her bare hand, then bowed respectfully to her teacher. She looked proud and happy, not violent or aggressive. She destroyed a solid object with her unprotected limb, Thorin stated. Yet she shows no signs of pain or injury. Human bones are harder than most people think, Jake said, especially when you train them properly. In the gymnasium area, humans were lifting weights that would crush most alien species. They strained and sweated as they pushed their bodies to the limits of endurance, then rested and did it again. They are deliberately damaging their muscular systems, Vex bubbled in confusion. Why do they inflict trauma upon themselves? Muscles grow stronger when you stress them, Jake explained. The temporary damage causes the body to rebuild itself better than before. We call it working out. A woman who looked to be in her 60s was lifting weights alongside college students. She was strong, healthy, and clearly enjoying herself. The elderly individual, Vel noted, maintains physical capabilities that exceed those of our young adults. Age is just a number to humans, Jake said. We stay active as long as we can. Some of our best athletes are in their 40s and 50s. As they prepared to leave the sports center, Jake's students looked back at the humans who were still jumping, climbing, diving, swimming, fighting, and lifting. Every person in the building was voluntarily doing things that aliens would consider torture. Professor Martinez, Crick said slowly, I need to ask you something important. Go ahead. Are humans insane? Because from our perspective, every single activity we have observed today should result in death or serious injury. Yet these humans appear to be having the time of their lives. Jake thought about that question as they walked back toward the street. Around them, the city continued its daily rhythm of organized chaos. Humans went about their lives taking risks, pushing limits, and finding joy in challenges that would terrify most other species. Maybe we are a little crazy, Jake admitted. But maybe that's what it takes to thrive on a world like Earth. We don't just survive danger. We play with it, dance with it, and turn it into art. His students processed this information as they walked through the crowds of humans who were casually doing impossible things every single day. They were beginning to understand that humanity's relationship with danger was far more complex than simple survival. It was a love affair. The sun was setting over Jake's suburban neighborhood as he led his alien students to his backyard. The day had been long and full of shocking discoveries for them. Now they sat around a wooden table on Jake's deck, still wearing their protective suits while Jake served them food and drinks that were safe for their different biologies. Jake had changed into comfortable clothes and was drinking coffee from a ceramic mug. The coffee was black and bitter, a beverage that would be mildly poisonous to most of his students. He sipped it like it was the most natural thing in the world. The neighborhood around them was quiet and peaceful. Children played in yards under the soft glow of streetlights. Adults watered their gardens or walked their dogs. Cars moved slowly down tree-lined streets. It looked like paradise to most beings in the galaxy, But Jake's students now knew the truth about what lay beneath this calm surface. "I think I'm beginning to understand," Crick said finally, her voice thoughtful through the suit's communication system. She was watching a group of children ride bicycles down the sidewalk, moving at speeds that would be dangerous for most alien species. "It is not that humans survived your planet despite its hostility. You survived because of it." Jake nodded and took another sip of his toxic coffee. "Earth has been trying to kill everything on it for billions of years. Ice ages, asteroid impacts, volcanic eruptions, climate changes, predators, diseases, poisonous plants, deadly weather. You name a way to die, and Earth has tried it. Thorin's crystal body reflected the light from Jake's porch as he spoke in his deep, rumbling voice. "So your species adapted to each threat individually." "More than that," Jake continued, setting down his mug and looking up at the stars that were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "We became generalists. Every challenge Earth threw at us, we met it, overcame it, and then found ways to make it work for us." A police siren wailed somewhere in the distance, and Jake saw his students tense up. To them, it sounded like a predator's hunting call. To Jake, it was just another sound of the city, as normal as breathing. "We did not just survive our predators," Jake said. "We domesticated them. We did not just endure our weather, we learned to predict it and use it. We did not just avoid the things that could poison us, we turned them into medicine." Vex made quiet bubbling sounds in his tank. "But the psychological pressure of living under constant threat should have driven your species to madness." Jake laughed, and the sound carried across the evening air. "Maybe it did make us a little crazy. Look what we do for fun. We climb mountains because they are there. We dive to the bottom of oceans to see what lives in the dark. We shoot ourselves into space on top of controlled explosions because we want to explore what is out there." A neighbor's child ran through her backyard chasing fireflies, the small insects that produce their own light. She caught one gently in her cupped hands, looked at it for a moment, then let it go free. The firefly blinked and flew away into the gathering darkness. "Even your children," Vel observed, his blue light flickering softly, "interact with bioluminescent creatures without fear of toxicity or defensive mechanisms. Everything on Earth evolved together," Jake explained. "We learn to read the signs, to understand what is dangerous and what is safe. That girl knows fireflies will not hurt her." Above them, the International Space Station passed overhead like a moving star. Jake pointed to it with pride. "See that? Humans built that. We put it up there in the killing vacuum of space, and people live in it. They do experiments and look back at Earth and dream about going even further." Crix followed his pointing finger and saw the small light moving across the sky. "You built a habitat in the most hostile environment possible." "Space is not the most hostile environment," Jake said with a grin. "We trained for space by living on Earth. Compared to our homeworld, space is predictable." The evening air carried the sounds of the neighborhood settling down for the night. Somewhere a dog barked once, and then was quiet. A television played, softly through an open window. A car started up and drove away. These were the sounds of millions of humans living their lives, completely comfortable in what the galaxy considered a death trap. "But why?" Vex asked, his voice small and confused. "Why choose danger when you could choose safety?" Jake looked up at the stars, where the lights of human colonies twinkled among the distant suns. In less than 100 years, humans had spread from one deadly world to dozens of others, carrying their strange love of challenge with them wherever they went. "Because Earth taught us something that your safe worlds never could," Jake said quietly. "It taught us that the only way to truly live is to accept that you might die. Every morning we wake up on a planet that has 1,000 ways to kill us, and every day we choose to thrive anyway." A small meteor streaked across the sky above them, burning up in Earth's atmosphere. The alien sensors detected the potential threat immediately, but Jake just watched it with appreciation. "That is not despite Earth being a death world," Jake continued. "That is because of it. We are not just survivors. We are life insisting on itself in the face of an uncaring universe. We are the species that looked at a hostile galaxy and said we belong here too." The alien students sat in silence for a long time, processing what they had learned. Their protective suits kept them safe from Earth's atmosphere, but they were beginning to understand that the real protection humans had was not technology. It was an attitude, a way of thinking that turned every obstacle into an opportunity. "Professor Martinez," Crick said finally, "I have one more question." "Go ahead. How do we apply to become human exchange students?" Jake laughed again, the sound warm and welcoming in the cooling evening air. "Very carefully, Cricks. Very, very carefully. But I think we can work something out." As the stars came out overhead, the same stars that humans had already touched, despite the deadly void between worlds, Jake's students began to understand what it truly meant to be from Earth. They were in the presence of a species that had been forged in the crucible of a world that demanded excellence or death. The Death World had not just created survivors. It had created the galaxy's teachers, showing every other species what was possible when life refused to give up. When life looked at impossible odds and decided to dance instead of surrender. And maybe, just maybe, they wanted to learn that dance for themselves. The evening grew quiet around them, but it was not the silence of death. It was the silence of life resting before tomorrow brought new challenges, new dangers, and new opportunities to prove once again that being human meant being impossible. Earth turned slowly in space, carrying its cargo of dreamers toward another day of doing things that could not be done. Captain Zeth Kravik stood on the bridge of his ship, the Iron Maw, and looked out at the stars. His thick, scaled hide bore the scars of 100 battles. Each mark told a story of survival on worlds that would kill most living things in minutes. This was the way of the Kreks. They were born to survive where others could not. The bridge hummed with quiet activity. Kreks warriors moved between control panels with practiced ease. Their heavy armor clinked softly as they worked. Outside the massive windows, space stretched endlessly in all directions. Somewhere out there was their next target. "Captain," called Commander Vex Thorne from his station. "Long-range sensors have found something. A new system. Third planet. Shows signs of life." Zeth walked over to the scanner display. The image showed a small blue and green world spinning slowly in space. White clouds swirled across its surface. It looked peaceful from this distance. That was often how the best targets appeared. "Tell me about this world," Zeth said. Vex pressed several buttons and data filled the screen. "The planet has water, land, and an atmosphere. Gravity is heavy. Temperature changes are extreme. The surface shows signs of storms, earthquakes, and volcanic activity. There are many different life forms." Zeth nodded with satisfaction. This sounded like a death world, not as harsh as his own homeworld of Verithan, but dangerous enough that only a tough species could live there. That made the inhabitants potentially useful as slaves or soldiers, if they survived the conquest. "What about the intelligent life?" Zeth asked. "They call themselves humans, bipedal creatures smaller than us. They seem to spread across their entire planet, even in the dangerous areas. Our scouts report they engage in strange activities in extreme environments." Zeth laughed. "A sound like grinding stone. Let me guess. They huddle in sheltered places and try to avoid the dangers of their world." "Actually, sir," Vex said with confusion in his voice, "they seem to seek out the dangerous places. Our scouts observed them jumping from high cliffs, swimming in rough waters, and climbing steep rock faces. They appear to do this for what they call fun." This puzzled Zeth. Most species tried to make their worlds safer, not more dangerous. Perhaps these humans were simply too primitive to understand the risks. That would make conquest even easier. "How many ships do they have? What weapons?" Zeth asked. "They have some space travel capability, but nothing that could threaten our fleet. Their weapons are basic compared to ours. They seem more interested in exploration than war." Perfect. Zeth had conquered 47 worlds using the same approach. Arrive with overwhelming force, demonstrate Krek superiority, and demand surrender. Most species gave up quickly when they saw what they were facing. The few that resisted learned painful lessons about trying to fight Death World survivors. The Kreks had built their empire on one simple truth. They were the toughest species in the galaxy. Born on Verithan, a world of crushing gravity and deadly storms, They had survived what would destroy other races. The constant danger had made them strong. The endless battles had made them fierce. No other species could match them for pure survival ability. Szeth remembered his childhood on Varathan. Every day had been a fight to stay alive. Acid rain fell without warning. Predators hunted in packs through the night. The ground itself could open up and swallow the unwary. Only the strongest, smartest, and most ruthless survived to adulthood. That harsh upbringing had forged the Kreks into the perfect conquerors. While other species needed special equipment to survive on hostile worlds, the Kreks thrived in such places. Environmental suits were for the weak. Terraforming was for species that could not adapt. The Kreks needed neither. "Prepare the fleet for standard intimidation approach," Szeth ordered. "We will land in force and demand their surrender. Once they see our power, they will give up quickly." "Should we study them more first?" Vex asked. "Learn about their culture and technology?" Szeth waved a clawed hand dismissively. "What is there to learn? They are Death World dwellers, but clearly inferior to us. Look at their size. Look at their soft skin. They probably wear protection just to step outside their shelters." The bridge crew began preparations for the attack. Ships moved into formation. Weapon systems came online. Troop transports loaded with Kreks warriors prepared for deployment. It was a routine they had performed dozens of times before. Szeth felt the familiar excitement of an upcoming conquest. Soon another world would bow before Kreks might. Another species would learn that the galaxy belonged to those strong enough to take it. These humans might put up a brief fight, but it would not last long. "Take us to this Earth," Szeth commanded. "Let us show these humans what real Death World survivors look like." The Iron Maw and its escort ships turned toward the small blue world. In the depths of space, no one could hear the engines roar as the Kreks fleet began its approach. Soon the humans would face the apex predators of the galaxy. Szeth smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. This would be conquest number 48. After that, perhaps they would find 49. The galaxy was full of weak species waiting to be claimed by those with the strength to take them. The stars grew brighter as they approached their destination. Behind them, the rest of the Kreks fleet followed in perfect formation. Soon they would reach Earth and its unsuspecting inhabitants. Little did Szeth know that his understanding of Death Worlds was about to change forever. Captain Szeth decided to end this confusion once and for all. He would challenge the humans to survive on a Kreks training world. Surely that would show these strange creatures what real survival looked like. Once they faced true Death World conditions, they would understand why the Kreks ruled the galaxy. "We will take a group of your people to one of our worlds," Szeth announced. "You will attempt to survive there for 1 week. When you fail, you will see that the Kreks are superior." Alex looked excited. "A survival challenge on an alien world? That sounds incredible. Count me in." "I want to go too," Lisa said immediately. "I've always wondered what other planets are like." "Room for one more?" asked Maya, a woman who had been quietly listening. "I run wilderness survival courses. This would be the ultimate field test." Within an hour, a group of 12 humans had volunteered for what Szeth intended to be a demonstration of Kreks superiority. They packed light bags with simple supplies and boarded the Kreks shuttle with enthusiasm that baffled the alien warriors. The destination was Morkan Prime, a world the Kreks used to train their toughest soldiers. The planet had acid rain, poisonous plants, unstable ground, and temperatures that could freeze or boil unprepared visitors. Even experienced Kreks warriors approached Morkan with respect and caution. As the shuttle descended through the planet's toxic atmosphere, Szeth explained the dangers they would face. "The rain will burn your skin. The plants will try to eat you. The ground can collapse without warning. Many creatures here exist only to hunt and kill." "Sounds like Australia with extra spice," Rick commented, looking out the window at the hostile landscape below. The shuttle landed on a rocky plain surrounded by twisted metal trees. The sky was a sickly green color and lightning flashed constantly in the distance. As soon as the doors opened, the smell of sulfur and decay filled the air. 1 week, Szeth announced. Survive for 1 week and we will consider you worthy of respect. Fail, and you will understand why the Kreks are the apex species of the galaxy. The humans stepped off the shuttle and looked around with interest. Maya knelt down and examined the soil. Alex tested the air quality with a small device. Lisa walked over to one of the metal trees and knocked on its trunk. The gravity feels about Earth normal, Alex observed. That's good news. Temperature is hot but manageable, Maya added. Humidity is high. We'll need to be careful about dehydration. Hey, these trees are actually pretty cool, Lisa called out. The metal is some kind of natural alloy. They must have evolved this way to survive the acid rain. Zeth watched in amazement as the humans began examining their surroundings with scientific curiosity rather than fear. When the first drops of acid rain began to fall, he expected them to run for shelter. Instead, Rick held out his hand to catch some drops. Burns a little, he said calmly. About like getting splashed with battery acid. Nothing too serious if you're careful. Maya had already begun building a shelter using techniques Zeth had never seen before. She wove branches and leaves together in a pattern that would shed the acid rain while allowing air to flow through. Learned this method camping in the Pacific Northwest, she explained. Rain there isn't acidic, but it never stops falling. By the end of the first day, the humans had established a comfortable base camp. They had found fresh water by filtering it through charcoal and sand. Maya had identified several plants that were edible despite containing mild toxins. Humans eat lots of poisonous stuff back home, she explained when Zeth questioned this. Coffee, alcohol, spicy peppers. We've got pretty good tolerance for toxins. The second day brought more surprises. When a pack of razor wolves approached the camp, Zeth expected the humans to panic. These creatures were among Morkon's deadliest predators, with metal teeth and acidic saliva. Alex studied the approaching pack calmly. Pack hunters. Similar behavior patterns to Earth wolves, but with obvious modifications for this environment. They're being cautious because they don't recognize us as prey. Should we scare them off? Lisa asked. Let's try communication first, Maya suggested. She began making low, rumbling sounds in her throat, similar to the wolves' own calls. To Zeth's amazement, the razor wolves stopped their advance. Their leader, a massive creature with scars covering its metal hide, tilted its head and made answering sounds. After several minutes of this strange conversation, the pack moved away without attacking. How did you do that? Commander Vex asked in astonishment. Basic animal psychology, Maya replied. Most predators don't want to fight unless they have to. We just needed to show them we weren't easy prey. The third day brought the biggest shock yet. The humans encountered a dreadstalker, one of Morkon's apex predators. The creature was the size of a small building, covered in armor plates, with claws that could cut through steel. Even veteran Kreks warriors avoided these monsters. The humans gathered around it with excitement. Look at the size of this thing, Alex said admiringly. It's like a cross between a dinosaur and a tank. Check out those defensive adaptations, Maya added. Those armor plates can probably stop most weapons, and those claws are designed for both digging and fighting. Lisa was walking around the creature, studying it from all angles. The dreadstalker watched her with confusion. It was used to other creatures running away in terror. This small, soft creature showed no fear at all. I wonder if we could ride it, Lisa mused. Don't even think about it, Zeth warned. That creature could kill all of us in seconds. Maybe, Alex said thoughtfully. But look at its body language. It's not aggressive. It's curious, just like us. Before anyone could stop her, Lisa approached the dreadstalker slowly, her hands empty and visible. She spoke to it in the same calm voice she might use with a nervous horse. Hey there, big guy. You're beautiful, aren't you? Those are some impressive claws you've got. The creature lowered its massive head and sniffed at Lisa. She stood perfectly still, letting it examine her. After a few moments, it made a sound like a giant cat purring. I think it likes me, Lisa said with delight. By the end of the week, the situation had become completely reversed from what Zeth intended. The humans had not just survived on Morkon Prime. They had thrived. They had tamed the local wildlife, turned dangerous plants into useful tools, and established a comfortable base that would have impressed seasoned Krek soldiers. Worse yet, they had made it all look easy. This was fun, Maya said as they prepared to return to the shuttle. Different from Earth environments, but not really harder. Just different challenges requiring different solutions. Could we come back sometime? Rick asked. I'd love to explore more of this continent. I bet there are some great hiking trails through those crystal caves. Alex was already planning their next adventure. Lisa, remember that mountain we saw? On the way down? The one with the lava flows? We should definitely try climbing that next time. Zeth stared at the humans as they cheerfully discussed plans to return to one of the most dangerous worlds in Krek space for vacation activities. His understanding of the universe was beginning to crack. We should probably head back, Maya said, checking her watch. I've got a wilderness survival class to teach on Monday. Though after this, teaching people to survive in the Rocky Mountains is going to seem pretty basic. As they boarded the shuttle, Zeth realized he had learned nothing about Krek's superiority. Instead, he had discovered that his definition of a death world might be seriously incomplete. The humans settled into their seats, chatting excitedly about their week on Morcon Prime as if they had just returned from a pleasant camping trip. Several of them were already making plans for their next adventure. Zeth had the uncomfortable feeling that everything he thought he knew about survival was about to change. Captain Zeth sat in his private quarters aboard the Iron Maw, staring at a datapad that contained the most disturbing intelligence report he had ever read. The humans' casual success on Morcon Prime had shaken him, but what he was learning about their homeworld was breaking his understanding of reality itself. Commander Vex entered the room carrying additional reports. His expression was one of barely controlled panic. Sir, you need to see the full analysis of Earth's environmental conditions, Vex said, his voice tight with stress. Zeth looked up from the pad. I have been reading it. This cannot be accurate. No species could evolve on a world this hostile. The report painted a picture that defied everything the Kreks thought they knew about death worlds. Earth was not a moderate death world as they had assumed. It was an extreme death world that made Firthen look like a peaceful garden planet by comparison. Look at this section on geological activity, Vex said, pointing to the data. Earth's surface is broken into moving plates that constantly shift and collide. This causes earthquakes that can level entire cities. The humans have built their largest population centers directly on top of the most active fault lines. Zeth read the details with growing horror. The humans had built a city called San Francisco on a fault line that regularly produced massive earthquakes. When the earthquakes destroyed their buildings, the humans simply rebuilt in the same location and threw parties to celebrate their survival. What about weather systems? Zeth asked, though he was not sure he wanted to know. Worse than our worst projections, Vex replied. Earth generates storms that make our acid hurricanes look gentle. They have rotating wind systems called tornadoes that can destroy anything in their path. The humans who live in tornado areas consider them tourist attractions. They actually chase these storms with vehicles to get closer to them. The report detailed Earth's weather with scientific precision and mounting disbelief. Hurricanes with winds over 200 kilometers per hour regularly struck populated areas. The humans who lived in hurricane zones held parties during the storms and gave them names like pets. Winter storms could drop temperatures low enough to freeze exposed flesh in minutes while burying entire cities under meters of snow. The humans, who lived in these regions, considered this normal and engaged in recreational activities that involved sliding down mountains on pieces of wood or ice. Tell me about their biological environment, Zeth said, dreading the answer. Vex consulted another report. Earth's biodiversity includes creatures that exist purely to kill other life forms. They have spiders whose bite can cause organs to dissolve, fish that can deliver electrical shocks powerful enough to stop a heart, bears that can weigh over half a ton and run faster than most ground vehicles. The list continued for pages. Venomous snakes, poisonous frogs, sharks with teeth like razors, jellyfish with stings that caused excruciating death. Earth's oceans contained creatures so large they could swallow small spacecraft whole. How do the humans survive among such creatures? Zeth asked. That is the most disturbing part, Vex replied. They do not just survive. They seek these creatures out. They swim in waters filled with sharks for recreation. They keep venomous spiders as pets. They wrestle with massive reptiles called alligators for entertainment. Zeth put down the datapad and rubbed his eyes. This cannot be real. There is more, sir. The humans have something they call extreme sports. These are activities designed specifically to place them in mortal danger for no practical purpose, other than enjoyment. The report on human recreational activities read like a catalog of suicide methods. Humans regularly threw themselves from aircraft at terminal velocity, trusting their lives to pieces of fabric. They climbed frozen waterfalls, using only metal tools and their bare hands. They descended into crushing ocean depths where the pressure could liquefy most known species. They surfed tsunamis, Vex said quietly. They ride waves of water over 30 meters high that are created by underwater earthquakes. They consider this fun. Zeth stood up and began pacing. What about their cities? Surely they build safe havens away from these dangers. No, sir. They deliberately build cities in the most dangerous locations possible. They have major cities on the slopes of active volcanoes. When the volcanoes erupt and destroy parts of the cities, the humans rebuild and establish tourist industries around. The lava flows. The intelligence report showed images of human cities that defied logic. Massive populations living directly in the paths of hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. When natural disasters struck, humans would arrive from other regions to help rebuild, then stay to experience the local dangers themselves. They have turned disaster response into a social activity, Vex continued. When one region is hit by catastrophe, humans from safer areas volunteer to travel there and help. They consider exposure to natural disasters to be character building. Zeth stopped pacing and stared out the window at Earth's deceptively peaceful appearance. What about their space program? Surely they use it to escape their dangerous world. No, sir. They use space travel to find more dangerous environments. They have established permanent habitats in the vacuum of space, on a tidally locked moon with no atmosphere, and in the radiation fields around their star. They are currently planning missions to worlds with sulfuric acid atmospheres and planets where surface temperatures can melt lead. The final section of the report contained the most chilling discovery of all. Humans had been unconsciously terraforming their colony worlds to make them more dangerous, not safer. Every planet they settled became more hazardous within a generation. They introduced Earth species to create more challenging ecosystems. They established settlements in the most geologically active areas. They converted safe environments into extreme sports venues. What other species would consider terraforming disasters humans celebrated as improvements? Sir, Vex said carefully, there is one more thing. We intercepted communications from Earth about our visit. The humans are planning something they call a welcome celebration. What kind of celebration? They want to show us what they consider their most impressive local attractions. Mountain climbing, volcano boarding, storm chasing, deep sea diving, and something called bungee jumping from orbital platforms. Zeth sank into his chair. The Kreks had built their entire identity around being the ultimate survivors, the apex, species that could thrive in conditions that would kill others. Now they had discovered a species that made Kreks look fragile by comparison. Commander, Zeth said slowly, I am beginning to think we may have made an error in classification. What do you mean, sir? We assumed humans were inferior Deathworld dwellers because they were smaller and softer than us. But what if they evolved to be smaller and softer because their world is so much more dangerous than ours that they needed to be more adaptable? Vex considered this. You think they are not weaker than us but stronger. I think, Zeth said carefully, that we may have just met the apex Deathworld species in the galaxy, and they want to take us sightseeing. The communication system chimed with an incoming message from Earth. Alex's cheerful voice filled the room. Hey, Captain Zeth, we've got your welcome party all planned out. Hope you guys like adventure because we're going to show you the best Earth has to offer. First stop is Mount Everest for some high-altitude climbing. Then we're hitting the Amazon, rainforest to meet some of our local wildlife. After that, we thought you might enjoy tornado season in Kansas. It's going to be epic." Zeth looked at Vex. Vex looked back at Zeth. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Finally, Zeth reached for the communication controls with a shaking hand. "That sounds very interesting," he managed to say. "We look forward to the experience." As the communication ended, Zeth realized that the Krex Empire had just encountered something they had never faced before. A species that was not afraid of them. Not because the humans were ignorant of danger, but because they had evolved in conditions that made Krex warriors look like frightened children. The thought was both terrifying and strangely exciting. 3 months after first contact, Captain Zeth stood on the observation deck of a joint human-Krex expedition ship, watching a neutron star spin in the distance. The view would have been impossible from any other vessel in the galaxy. Only the combined engineering skills of 2 Deathworld species could create a ship capable of surviving this close to one of the universe's most dangerous objects. Next to him, Alex sipped something the humans called coffee while making notes on a data pad. The beverage was technically a mild poison that would be lethal to most galactic species, but humans consumed it daily for the stimulating effects. Zeth had tried it once. The experience had been surprisingly pleasant, though he still did not understand why humans chose to start each day by drinking toxins. "The radiation readings are incredible up here," Alex said with enthusiasm. "We're getting exposure levels that would cook most life forms in minutes, but the shielding is holding perfectly. Your people's metallurgy combined with our crazy engineering ideas really works." Zeth nodded, still adjusting to the human tendency to describe lethal conditions as exciting opportunities. Over the past months, he had learned that this was simply how humans viewed the universe. Where other species saw problems to be avoided, humans saw adventures to be experienced. The joint expedition had been Alex's idea, proposed during what humans called the welcome party on Earth. Zeth's memories of that week were still vivid and slightly traumatic. The humans had indeed shown them the best Earth had to offer, which had nearly killed several Krex warriors despite their legendary toughness. Mount Everest had been educational. Zeth had climbed mountains on dozen worlds, but never one where the air was too thin to breathe and the cold could freeze exposed flesh in seconds. The humans had treated it as a pleasant hike, while the Krex had struggled with oxygen masks and heated suits. The Amazon rainforest had been worse. Zeth was used to hostile wildlife, but Earth's biodiversity was overwhelming. Every plant, insect, and animal seemed designed to kill visitors in creative ways. The humans had wandered through this biological minefield as casually as walking through a garden, pointing out interesting species and explaining which ones were only mildly dangerous versus completely lethal. Tornado chasing in Kansas had finally convinced Zeth that humans were insane in the best possible way. Watching them drive vehicles directly toward rotating columns of destructive wind while laughing with joy had been both terrifying and inspiring. "Captain," called Lisa from the navigation station. "We're getting readings on that system Maya wanted to investigate. Looks like the 3rd planet has the environmental conditions she was hoping for." Maya looked up from her research console with excitement. "Constant electrical storms, surface temperatures that fluctuate by over 100 degrees daily, and an atmosphere with interesting chemical compositions? That sounds perfect for the atmospheric research project." Commander Vex, who had adapted to working with humans better than most Krex, reviewed the sensor data. "The planet appears to have gravitational anomalies that cause floating islands. The magnetic field shifts randomly, which would make navigation extremely difficult." "Even better," Maya grinned. "I've been wanting to study how extreme magnetic fields affect atmospheric chemistry. Plus, floating islands sound like they would be fun to explore." Zeth had learned to translate human expressions. When Maya said something sounded fun, she meant it would probably try to kill them in interesting ways. This had become the unofficial mission parameter for all joint human-Krex expeditions. The partnership had developed naturally after the failed conquest attempt. Once the Krex realized they were not the toughest species in the galaxy, they had faced a choice. They could either feel threatened by human capabilities, or they could learn from them. Zeth had chosen learning, and it had transformed both species' understanding of survival. The humans had techniques for thriving in hostile environments that the Kreks had never considered. Where Kreks relied on strength and endurance, humans used creativity and adaptability. They could find solutions to survival problems that would never occur to other species. More importantly, they had taught the Kreks something revolutionary. Survival did not have to be grim. It could be enjoyable. "Approaching the planet now," announced Rick from the pilot station. "Atmospheric entry is going to be rough. Those electrical storms are producing some serious turbulence." "Can we handle it?" Vex asked. "Oh, sure," Rick replied, casually. "It'll be like flying through a thunderstorm inside a blender while being shot at by lightning cannons. Should be a blast." Zeth had learned that when humans described something as "should be a blast," they meant it would be terrifying and dangerous, and they could not wait to try it. The ship shuddered as they entered the planet's atmosphere. Lightning struck their shields dozens of times per second. Gravitational anomalies pulled them in different directions without warning. The temperature outside the hull swung from freezing to boiling as they descended through different atmospheric layers. "This is awesome," Lisa called out over the noise of stressed metal and electrical discharges. "It's like riding a roller coaster through a particle accelerator." The Kreks crew worked efficiently to manage the ship's systems under impossible conditions. The human crew worked with equal skill while clearly enjoying every moment of the life-threatening experience. Together, they brought the ship safely to the surface of a world that should have been uninhabitable. As they prepared for surface exploration, Zeth reflected on how much had changed since their first meeting. The Kreks had expected to conquer Earth and add humans to their empire as servants. Instead, they had gained partners who pushed them to achieve things they had never imagined possible. The joint expeditions had already made discoveries that amazed the galactic scientific community. They had explored the cores of gas giants, established research stations on planets with crushing gravity, and documented life forms in environments previously thought to be sterile. Other species watched these achievements with a mixture of awe and terror. The combination of Krek's durability and human innovation was creating possibilities that frightened more cautious civilizations. "You know," Alex said, as they watched the floating islands drift past their observation windows, "we should probably establish a permanent base here. This place would make an incredible training facility." "Training for what?" Zeth asked. "Environmental adaptation courses, survival techniques, adventure tourism." Alex grinned. "We could teach other species how to have fun in dangerous places." Maya joined the conversation. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. Most galactic civilizations are so focused on safety that they miss out on amazing experiences. We could show them what they're missing." Zeth considered this. The Kreks had always believed that their harsh upbringing gave them advantages over softer species. The humans had shown them that environment challenges could be even more valuable when approached with the right attitude. "We could call it the Galactic Extreme Environment Institute," Lisa suggested. "Offer courses in Deathworld survival, adventure, planning, and creative problem-solving." "The insurance cost would be astronomical," Vex pointed out. "That's what makes it interesting," Rick laughed. As their ship settled onto the surface of the storm-racked planet, Zeth felt something he had never experienced before in his long career of conquest and survival. He felt excited about the future. The galaxy was full of dangerous worlds that other species avoided. With human creativity and Krek's durability, they could explore places that had never been seen by intelligent life. They could push the boundaries of what was considered possible. "Captain," Maya called from her instruments, "I'm detecting some unusual energy signatures from those floating islands. Want to go take a look?" Zeth looked at the readings. The energy patterns suggested conditions that would be lethal to most known life forms. The gravitational fields were unstable. The electromagnetic radiation was off the charts. Any rational military officer would declare the area too dangerous for exploration. "Prepare the surface expedition," Zeth ordered. "Full environmental suits and emergency protocols." "Yes, sir," his crew replied with enthusiasm that would have been impossible before meeting humans. As they prepared to explore another impossible environment, Zeth realized that the humans had given the Kreks something more valuable than territory or resources. They had given them a new way of looking at the universe. The galaxy was not a collection of worlds to be conquered. It was an infinite adventure waiting to be experienced, and they were going to experience all of it, one dangerous planet at a time with smiles on their faces. The joint human-Krex expedition was just getting started. The Krex war fleet appeared in Earth's sky like a dark cloud. Massive ships blocked the sun over major cities. Their hulls were black and covered with weapon ports. Engine flames lit up the atmosphere as they descended. On the bridge of the Iron Maw, Captain Szeth activated the communication system. He had done this speech many times before. The words always had the same effect: terror, panic, then quick surrender. People of Earth, his voice boomed across radio waves in broken human language. I am Captain Szeth of the Krex Dominion. Your world now belongs to us. Surrender immediately or face destruction. You have one of your hours to decide. Szeth sat back in his command chair and waited. Usually by now there would be frantic messages begging for mercy. Sometimes there were pathetic attempts to negotiate. Occasionally there was defiant silence that lasted until the first demonstration of Krex firepower. This time was different. The response came quickly, but it was not what Szeth expected. A cheerful human voice filled the bridge speakers. Hey there. Welcome to Earth. This is Jake from Colorado. We got your message. Sounds like you folks came a long way to visit us. That's awesome. Listen, you picked a great time to show up. We're having our annual Extreme Sports Festival next week. You should totally check it out while you're here. Szeth stared at the communication panel. Commander Vex looked equally confused. The human had not sounded afraid, he had sounded excited. Did he just invite us to some kind of festival? Vex asked. Before Szeth could answer, another human voice joined the conversation. This one was female. Oh wow, are those real spaceships? Lisa here from the base jumping club. We can see you guys from up on the mountain. Those are some seriously cool-looking rides. Hey, do any of you want to try jumping off Angel Falls while you're visiting? It's only about a 1,000-meter drop, but the view is incredible. More voices joined in. Humans from around the planet began talking to the Krex fleet as if they were tourists who had come for a vacation. They offered to show the aliens around, recommended local attractions, and asked if the Krex needed help finding hotels. This must be some kind of trick, Szeth muttered. They are trying to confuse us with strange behavior. Sir, reported the communications officer, we are receiving thousands of messages from the surface. They all seem genuinely happy to meet us. Many are asking if we want to participate in various dangerous activities. Szeth decided to take direct action. He would land with a full military force and demonstrate Krex superiority face to face. Once these humans saw Krex warriors up close, they would understand the situation. The landing shuttles descended toward the location the humans had suggested. It was a place called Colorado, known for its high mountains and rough terrain. Perfect for showing off Krex environmental adaptation. The shuttles landed on a wide, flat area. Szeth emerged first, followed by 20 of his best warriors. They wore full combat armor and carried heavy weapons. The display should have terrified any witnesses. Instead, they were greeted by a group of humans who applauded their arrival. Fantastic. Landing, called a human male who stepped forward. I'm Alex. We cleared this area for you, but honestly, you could have landed anywhere. We're pretty tough around here. Szeth looked around in confusion. The humans wore minimal clothing despite the thin mountain air. Several had colorful fabric wings strapped to their backs. Others carried ropes and metal tools he did not recognize. You do not understand, Szeth growled in his best intimidating voice. We are here to conquer your world. You should be afraid. Alex looked puzzled for a moment. Then his face lit up with understanding. Oh, you're doing some kind of war game scenario. That's cool. We love those. But maybe we could do something more fun first? Lisa just finished a wingsuit flight from the North Face. Want to see? Before Szeth could respond, a human female came gliding down from the mountain peak above them. She wore one of the fabric wingsuits and was moving at tremendous speed. Szeth watched in amazement as she maneuvered between rock formations that would have crushed his shuttle. Lisa landed gracefully near the group and pulled off her helmet. Her face was bright with excitement and joy. Did you see that barrel roll? I did around the cliff face, and she asked the other humans. The wind currents were perfect today. She turned to Zeth. Are you one of the visitors? Cool armor. Is it heavy? I bet it would be interesting to try base jumping in that gear. Commander Vex stepped close to Zeth and whispered, Sir, she just threw herself off a mountain for entertainment. I noticed, Zeth replied quietly. A human named Beth joined the conversation. If you guys are interested in water sports, we could take you whitewater rafting. The rapids are running high this season. Class 5 all the way down the canyon, it's absolutely wild. What is Class 5? Vex asked, despite himself. Oh, that means the water is so rough and dangerous that most people won't try it, Beth explained, cheerfully. Lots of rocks, huge waves, places where the river drops straight down for several meters. You can get seriously hurt if you mess up. That's what makes it so much fun. Zeth felt a strange sensation he was not used to. Uncertainty. These humans were describing deadly activities as if they were pleasant pastimes. They showed no fear of injury or death. In fact, they seemed to seek out dangerous situations on purpose. Perhaps you could show us your military forces, Zeth suggested, trying to regain control of the situation. Military? Alex thought for a moment. Well, we have some veterans here. Rick over there was in the army. He did tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. Tough places, but he says they weren't as challenging as ice climbing in Alaska. Rick waved from where he was examining one of the Krex weapons with professional interest. Nice plasma rifle design, he called out. How's the recoil management? I bet it kicks like a mule. You are not supposed to touch that, Vex said, hurrying over. Sorry, man. Occupational habit. But seriously, if you want to test those things out, we've got some great shooting ranges. Or if you prefer moving targets, we could set up a hunting trip. Got some really aggressive wildlife around here. Zeth was beginning to realize that this first contact was not going according to plan. The humans were treating the invasion as a social event. They seemed genuinely excited to meet aliens, but completely unconcerned about being conquered. Do you not understand that we could destroy your entire civilization? Zeth asked. Lisa considered this seriously. I mean, yeah, you probably could, but why would you want to? Earth is awesome. We've got mountains, oceans, deserts, frozen wastelands, active volcanoes, and some really gnarly weather systems. Plus, the wildlife will try to kill you in the most creative ways. You'd love it here. She has a point, Alex added. Where else are you going to find a planet with this much variety and life-threatening environments? We've got something dangerous for everyone. Zeth looked around at his warriors. They were all staring at the humans with expressions of complete bewilderment. This was not how conquests were supposed to work. The humans should be cowering in terror, not offering to take them sightseeing in places that sounded lethal. Tomorrow, he announced, we will demonstrate true Krex superiority. We will show you what real Deathworld survivors can do. Awesome, Beth clapped her hands together. Can we watch? This is going to be so cool. Admiral Kethvar stood in his crystal tower, looking out at the stars through walls made of living diamond. For 300 years, he had studied war. Every battle, every strategy, every trick that thinking beings used to fight each other. His blue skin glowed softly as he thought about his vast collection of knowledge. The Zephyrian Empire trusted him completely. When new species joined the galaxy, they always asked Kethvar what those species could do in a fight. He had never been wrong. The Krexans were strong but slow. The Altarians were fast but weak. The mollusk people were smart but cowardly. Each species had their place in the great order of things. Now there was a new species called humans. Kethvar had read all the reports about them. They came from a small blue planet on the edge of the galaxy. Their technology was nothing special. Their ships looked simple and rough. Most importantly, they seemed to avoid fights whenever they could. Peaceful creatures, Kethvar told his assistant, a young Zephyrian named Velthar. They will not cause trouble for anyone important. Velthar looked at the data on his glowing tablet. The reports say they have only been in space for 200 of their years. Very new to the galaxy. Exactly, Kethvar said. Young species are always weak. They need time to learn how the galaxy really works. These humans will learn their place soon enough. The Galactic Council had given the humans a small area of space far from the important trade routes. Let them play with their little colonies, everyone thought. When they grew up, maybe they could be useful servants to the older, wiser species. Kethvar forgot about humans for many months. Then Captain Jake Morrison asked to dock his ship at Kepler Station for repairs. The human ship called Defiance looked beaten up, with black marks all over its hull and holes in its armor. Kethvar decided to meet this human captain. It would be interesting to see one of these new creatures up close. Maybe he could learn something useful for his files. Morrison was shorter than Kethvar expected. His hair was turning gray, and his face had many lines that showed he had lived a hard life. But his eyes were steady, and he stood straight when he talked to the tall blue alien admiral. "Your ship took a lot of damage," Kethvar said as they walked through the station. He could see human workers fixing their ship through the big windows. These pirates must have had very good weapons. Morrison laughed, but it was not a happy sound. Oh, they had good weapons, all right. Big ships, too. They just thought one little human ship would be easy to catch. He pointed at his damaged vessel. Turns out they were wrong about that. Kethvar felt his interest grow stronger. The damage on the human ship was very bad. It looked like Morrison had fought several ships at once. "How many attackers did you face?" "5 ships," Morrison said like he was talking about the weather. "Pirates get brave when they think they have found something weak. We had to teach them better." The Zephyrian admiral studied the human captain more carefully. There was something hard in Morrison's eyes, something that did not match what the report said about peaceful humans. What happened to these pirates? Morrison's face did not change at all. Well, they will not be bothering any more merchant ships. That is for sure. Kethvar wrote this meeting down in his notes. Maybe humans were not as soft as everyone thought. But one tough ship captain did not mean the whole species was dangerous. He had seen many examples of brave individuals whose species were still weak overall. The human captain seemed polite and respectful. He thanked Kethvar for letting his ship dock at the station. He paid for the repairs with honest money. He even brought gifts for the station crew, strange foods from his homeworld that many aliens found interesting. But there was something else about Morrison that bothered Kethvar. When the human talked about fighting the pirates, he did not sound excited or proud. He sounded tired, like fighting was a job he did not enjoy but was very good at. Most warrior species love to tell stories about their battles. Morrison just gave facts and changed the subject. "Do all humans fight like you?" Kethvar asked as Morrison prepared to leave. The captain stopped and thought about the question for a long moment. "We fight when we have to," he said finally. "Most of us would rather be doing something else. Building things, growing food, raising children. But sometimes the galaxy does not give you a choice. And when you have no choice," Morrison's smile was cold and sharp, "then we do what needs to be done. All of us, together." After the Defiance left the station, Kethvar spent many days thinking about Captain Morrison. The human had been polite and calm, but there was something underneath that politeness. Something that felt dangerous, like a sleeping volcano. Velthar brought him more reports about humans. They were spreading out to new worlds, always peacefully. When they found planets with other species already living there, they asked permission before settling. They traded fairly and helped their neighbors with problems like natural disasters or equipment failures. "See?" Velthar said. "They really are peaceful." Captain Morrison must have been unusual. Kethvar was not so sure. He had studied war for 3 centuries, and he had learned to look for small signs that others missed. Peaceful species did not build ships like the Defiance. Peaceful species did not have captains with eyes like Morrison's. Peaceful species did not speak about fighting with such quiet certainty. But maybe he was overthinking things. Humans were new to the galaxy, still learning how things worked. They would probably stay quiet and cause no trouble for anyone important. The big powers like the Zephyrian Empire and the Krexan Republic would hardly notice them. Kethvar went back to his studies of other, more interesting species. The humans could wait. They were just another small, weak group trying to find their place among the stars. He had no idea how wrong he was. In 2 years, everything he thought he knew about war would be turned upside down. The quiet humans with their simple ships and tired captains would show the galaxy something it had never seen before. But for now, Kethvar was content with his certainty. He believed he understood war completely. He believed he knew exactly what every species could do in a fight. The humans would teach him otherwise. The trouble started with the Kavari hegemony, just like most galactic wars did. The Kavari were big insect-like creatures who loved to fight and conquer other species. They had sharp claws, thick armor, and ships that looked like giant metal beetles. For many years they had been taking over star systems and making the people there into slaves. Now they wanted the Altair system. Altair had 3 planets full of rare metals that everyone needed for building starships. It also sat right in the middle of several important trade routes. Whoever controlled Altair could make a lot of money and control how ships moved through that part of space. The problem was that humans had colonies in the Altair system. Not big colonies, maybe a few million people total, but they had been there for 20 years. The humans had built cities, farms, and mining operations. They had made Altair their home. Kethavar watched the meeting between the Kavari and the humans from the Galactic Council chambers. 200 Kavari warships hung in space like a dark cloud of metal and weapons. Their leader, a huge insect called Warprime Zektith, clicked his mandibles as he spoke. "Human creatures," Zektith said in his buzzing voice. "You will leave Altair system immediately. We offer fair payment for your investments. Take your people and go to some other place." The human response came from Admiral Lisa Kane, a woman with gray hair and sharp features that reminded Kethvar of a sword blade. She stood on the bridge of her flagship, looking very small next to the massive Kavari fleet on the view screen. "The Altair colonies are under human protection," Kane said in a calm, clear voice. "We will not abandon the people who live there." Warprime Zektith's mandibles clicked faster, which Kethvar knew meant the insect was amused. "Your fleet has 37 ships. We have 200. You are outnumbered 6-1. Be reasonable, human female." Kane's smile was thin and cold, like ice forming on metal. "Numbers are not everything, Warprime." The Kavari gave the humans 72 hours to think about their offer. Kane used that time to send one simple message back to human space. Just 2 words. Altair. Now. Kethvar expected the humans to call for help from the Galactic Council, or maybe try to negotiate some kind of deal. Instead, he watched with growing interest as human ships started arriving at the edge of the Altair system. They did not come in one big fleet like most species would. Instead, they appeared in small groups. A destroyer here, 2 frigates there, a converted cargo ship somewhere else. They came from different directions and at different times, like they were not even working together. The ships looked rough and practical, nothing like the beautiful crystal vessels of the Zephyrians or the massive dreadnoughts of the Crexans. Some of them were clearly civilian ships that had been fitted with weapons. A few looked like they had been built in someone's backyard. By the time the deadline arrived, the humans had maybe 60 ships scattered around the system. They were still outnumbered more than 3-1 by one of the most feared warrior species in the galaxy. The battle started at sunrise on Altair Prime, the main human colony. Kethvar watched from the council monitoring station, expecting to see a quick Kavari victory. The insect warriors moved in perfect formation, their ships covering each other with overlapping weapons fire. They had been conquering other species for hundreds of years, and their tactics were flawless. The humans scattered like frightened animals. At first, it looked exactly like what Kethvar expected. Human ships broke apart and ran in all directions as the Kavari fleet moved forward. Several human vessels seemed to have engine problems, falling behind and looking helpless. As predicted, Kethvar told his aide Velthar, "Humans do not have the discipline for real military formations." Then, the first Kavari ship exploded. The human ship that had looked like it was running away suddenly turned around and fired weapons that had been hidden by fake engine signals. The shots hit exactly the right spots on the Kavari ship, causing it to blow up completely. All across the battlefield, the same thing happened. Humans who looked like they were running in panic were actually moving to carefully planned positions. They hid behind asteroids in sensor shadows and in places that should have been impossible to reach without being detected. The Kavari formation, which had looked so perfect and strong, began to fall apart. Their ships were designed to work together, but now they found themselves alone and surrounded. Human vessels appeared from everywhere, striking fast and then disappearing again. But what shocked Kethvar the most was not the tactics. It was how the humans seemed to ignore normal limits of warfare. A human destroyer that was badly damaged and losing air decided to ram itself into a Kavari battleship's engine section. The explosion destroyed 4 ships. "Suicide attacks," Velthar whispered, his blue skin turning pale with fear. "They are using suicide attacks. Kethavar looked more carefully at the tactical displays.
No, look at the crew evacuation patterns.
They are getting their people off those ships first. His confusion grew deeper. They are sacrificing their ships to save their crews, but still using the ships as weapons. On the main screen, another human ship painted itself with active targeting sensors, drawing fire from a dozen Kavari vessels while its crew escaped in small pods. The ship's captain stayed behind, controlling the ship by hand to cause maximum damage when it finally exploded. Captain Morrison's ship, the Defiance, moved through the battle like a hunting animal. Wherever it went, Kavari ships simply stopped working, not destroyed but disabled, their crews alive but their weapons and engines completely dead. The battle lasted 4 hours. When it ended, the Kavari fleet was gone, not all destroyed. The humans had captured almost a third of the enemy ships intact. But the hegemony's military power had been broken so completely that the survivors ran away in whatever ships could still move. Human losses were 11 ships destroyed, 43 damaged, and 217 people killed. Kavari losses were total and complete. Kethavar stared at the aftermath, feeling like everything he knew about warfare had been turned upside down. He had just watched something that should not have been possible. The humans had not just won, they had completely redefined what winning looked like. Velthar was checking the numbers again and again, like he could not believe them. How did they do this? The Kavari are experienced warriors. They have conquered dozens of species. Kethavar did not have an answer. He had studied warfare for 3 centuries, but he had never seen anything like what the humans had just done. They fought like they were willing to die, but also like every life was precious. They used tactics that seemed crazy until they worked perfectly. Admiral Kane's final message to the Kavari survivors was simple and direct. Altair is under human protection. Do not come back. The Zephyrian admiral realized that everything he thought he knew about humans was wrong. They were not peaceful because they were weak. They were peaceful because they chose to be. And when that choice was taken away from them, they became something entirely different, something dangerous, something the galaxy had never seen before. Kethavar began making new files about human military capabilities. He had a feeling he was going to need them very soon. After the battle at Altair, Kethavar could not stop thinking about what he had witnessed. He spent weeks reading everything he could find about human history, trying to understand how they had become such effective fighters. What he discovered disturbed him more than the battle itself. Humans had been fighting wars for their entire recorded history, not occasional conflicts over resources like most species, but constant, brutal warfare that never seemed to end. Their home planet showed scars from thousands of years of battles. They had invented weapons that could poison the air, burn entire cities, or kill all life for generations. But the strangest thing was that they also seemed to know when to stop fighting. Kethavar found records of human wars where they had deliberately chosen not to use their most terrible weapons, conflicts where they had fed enemy civilians, healed wounded enemy soldiers, and rebuilt cities they had conquered. It made no sense. Why develop such destructive power and then refuse to use it? Why show mercy to enemies who might attack again later? Other species either fought with everything they had or did not fight at all. Dr. Elena Rodriguez was a human military historian who agreed to meet with Kethavar at Harmony Point, a neutral station where different species could talk safely. She was small even for a human, with kind eyes that somehow made Kethavar feel uncomfortable. "You want to understand how we fight," Rodriguez said, sitting down with a cup of something dark and bitter-smelling. "That is the wrong question, Admiral." Kethavar leaned forward in his crystal chair. "Then what should I be asking?" "Why we fight." Rodriguez activated a holographic display that showed images from Earth's history. Every species develops warfare differently. Most learn to fight for resources, territory, or power. Humans learn to fight for survival. The display showed pictures that made Kethavar's crystalline body shiver with fear. Massive predators with teeth like swords hunted early humans through dark forests. Natural disasters wiped out entire continents. Diseases killed millions without caring about age or strength. Earth tried to kill us from the moment we developed consciousness, Rodriguez continued. Ice ages that lasted thousands of years. Volcanoes that blocked out the sun. Asteroid impacts that destroyed everything we built. Predators that could tear apart our earliest cities with their bare claws. Kethavar studied an image of a massive creature with fangs longer than a human was tall. But surely once you develop technology to protect yourselves from these threats, we turned those same skills on each other. Rodriguez's expression became darker. By then, fighting for survival was built into our very nature. When there were no more giant predators to fear, we became each other's greatest threat. The display showed human cities reduced to rubble, forests burned to ash, and oceans poisoned by chemicals. Kethavar saw weapons that could destroy entire planets and others that could kill specific people, while leaving everyone else unharmed. Your species developed terrible weapons, he observed. Yes, Rodriguez said simply. We learned to be very good at killing. But we also learned something else. The images changed to show human soldiers carrying wounded enemies to safety, human doctors treating anyone who needed help, regardless of which side they fought for, and human engineers rebuilding hospitals they had bombed weeks earlier. We learned that there are things worth fighting for and things worth dying for. But we also learned that victory means nothing if you become a monster to achieve it. Kethavar thought about the Kavari, who believed that strength was the only truth that mattered. The hegemony would say that mercy is weakness. Rodriguez's smile was sad but also somehow fierce. The Kavari learned warfare from conquest. They fight to take what others have built. We learned warfare from survival. We fight to protect what we have built. She paused, studying Kethavar's blue features. There is a big difference between a predator and a guardian, Admiral. What difference? Predators take and move on to the next target. They fight until they win or until they find easier prey. Rodriguez gestured to the images around them. Guardians fight until there is nothing left to fight with, because if we cannot protect what matters to us, there is no point in surviving. Kethavar felt something cold settle in his chest. Even if it means your own destruction? Especially then. Rodriguez's voice carried absolute certainty. Admiral, do you know what the most frightening thing about humans is? It is not our weapons, our tactics, or our technology. It is that we know exactly what war costs and we are willing to pay that price anyway. She showed him more images. Human children playing in the ruins of bombed cities. Human farmers growing food in soil that had been poisoned by chemical weapons. Human families celebrating holidays while their sons and daughters fought in distant wars. We have learned to live with the cost of protecting what we love, Rodriguez explained. Other species see war as a last resort, something to avoid if possible. We see it as the price we pay for peace, the cost of keeping our children safe, our homes intact, our way of life intact. But how do you decide when to fight and when to show mercy? Rodriguez was quiet for a long moment, looking at images of human history. We ask ourselves one question. What kind of people do we want to be when the fighting is over? If we have to become monsters to win, then we have already lost the things we were trying to protect. Kethavar left the meeting with more questions than answers. He had spent 3 centuries studying warfare as a mathematical problem, analyzing tactics and strategies like equations to be solved. But humans did not approach war as mathematics. They approached it as something personal, emotional, and deeply moral. That night, Kethavar stood in his crystal tower, looking out at the stars and thinking about what Rodriguez had told him. He tried to imagine what it would be like to live on a planet that constantly tried to kill you, to develop weapons powerful enough to destroy worlds but choose not to use them, to fight not for conquest but for protection. It made humans unpredictable in a way that frightened him. Most species followed logical patterns in warfare. They fought when they had advantages and retreated when they did not. They used the minimum force necessary to achieve their goals. Humans seemed to operate by completely different rules. They would sacrifice themselves to save strangers. They would show mercy to enemies who had tried to destroy them. They would fight impossible battles because someone they cared about was in danger. But they would also turn entire populations into living weapons if that was what it took to protect innocent people. They would burn down the galaxy rather than let predators consume it. Kethavar realized that he was looking at something entirely new in the galaxy's long history of conflict. Not just another warrior species, but something that might be more dangerous than any predator. A species that had learned to be guardians. And guardians, as he was beginning to understand, were far more dangerous than any conqueror could ever be, because conquerors eventually grew satisfied with what they had taken. Guardians never stopped protecting what they loved. The galaxy was about to learn what that really meant. The true test of human nature came 6 months after Kethavar's meeting with Dr. Rodriguez. when something called the Void Seekers arrived at the edge of the galaxy. The Void Seekers were unlike anything the galactic community had ever encountered. They were not a normal species that could be reasoned with or fought using traditional methods. Ancient beings that had somehow become pure energy. They existed inside massive ships that seemed to bend reality around them. They did not want territory, resources, or political power. They consumed entire civilizations, absorbing the life energy and knowledge of every thinking being they encountered. 17 different species had already been completely destroyed, their homeworlds left empty and silent. Kethvar was aboard the Galactic Council ship Harmony when the first reports about human contact with the Void Seekers came through the communication systems. The human colony of New Geneva, home to 12 million people, had simply vanished overnight. The planet was still there. The cities were intact. The power systems still worked and the computers were still running. But every single human was gone, leaving behind only empty buildings and the fading echoes of their thoughts. Admiral Lisa Kane's response was immediate and terrifying. She declared martial law across all human space, activated something called Protocol 7, and issued a galaxy-wide warning that any non-human vessel entering human territory would be destroyed without warning. "They are panicking," said Counselor Vexthai from the Altarian delegation. "This enemy is beyond their understanding." Kethvar was not so sure. He had learned to read human behavior, and Kane did not look panicked. She looked focused with the intensity of a cutting laser, like someone preparing to do something terrible but necessary. The Void Seekers struck 3 more human colonies in the following week. Each time the pattern was identical. A massive ship would appear in orbit, reality would twist and bend around it, and millions of people would simply cease to exist. Their life energy would be absorbed into the collective consciousness of the ancient beings. Then, the Void Seekers tried to consume the industrial world of Iron Falls. Iron Falls was home to 200 million humans and served as the primary manufacturing center for human military equipment. When the Void Seeker ship appeared in orbit and began extending its energy tendrils down toward the planet's surface, everyone expected another swift absorption. Instead, the ship exploded. Kethvar watched the sensor recordings in stunned silence. The Void Seeker vessel, which had easily shrugged off the combined firepower of entire galactic fleets, had been destroyed in seconds, not by weapons but by some kind of feedback pulse that turned its own energy consumption process against it. "How is this possible?" Velthar whispered, his blue skin pale with shock. The answer came from Captain Ben Murphy of the human ship Retribution. His voice carried across subspace to the council chambers. "We have been studying these things since New Geneva fell. Turns out when you feed them quantum-entangled particles instead of regular life energy, they get very sick very quickly." Kethvar felt something cold and terrible settle in his crystalline core. They weaponized their own people? Not weaponized. Dr. Rodriguez's voice joined the transmission from somewhere in human space. Vaccinated. Every human citizen of Iron Falls volunteered to undergo quantum entanglement procedures. When the Void Seekers tried to absorb their life force, they got a poison instead of a meal. The implications hit Kethvar like a physical blow. The humans had turned their entire population into living weapons, not to attack the enemy, but to make themselves toxic to consume. 200 million people had willingly undergone procedures that would kill them if the Void Seekers tried to drain their life energy. The entanglement process has a 90% mortality rate, Rodriguez continued, her voice clinically calm. "We lost 18 million people in the preparation phase alone, but the survivors carry quantum signatures that are lethal to energy-based life forms." "You sacrificed 18 million of your own people," said the Altarian counselor, horror clear in his translated voice. "We saved 200 million, Admiral Kane replied without emotion. "And we saved every other thinking being in this galaxy, because now we know how to hurt them." What followed was unlike anything in recorded galactic history. The humans did not just fight the Void Seekers, they hunted them across space and time. Human ships began appearing wherever the ancient beings tried to feed, not to drive them away but to follow them back to whatever dimension they came from. The war lasted 3 months and covered half the galaxy. Human fleets would appear at Void Seeker feeding sites, engage the energy beings in battles that defied normal physics, and then pursue them when they tried to retreat to their home dimension. Entire human worlds volunteered. for quantum sterilization, making their populations toxic to the void seekers but also uninhabitable for normal life. Billions of humans died, but each death weakened the ancient enemy and protected other species from being consumed. The final battle took place in a region of space where reality itself seemed to be breaking down. Human ships followed the last Void Seeker vessel into a dimension where energy and matter worked by completely different rules. When the fighting ended, both the ancient beings and the human fleet had vanished completely. The cost was staggering. Humanity had lost nearly 1 billion people, including entire worlds that had chosen to become poisonous rather than let the Void Seekers feed on other species. They had turned warfare into a form of controlled self-destruction, using their own mortality as the ultimate weapon. But they had won. An enemy that had consumed 17 civilizations was gone, erased from existence by a species that had been in space for less than 2 centuries. In the aftermath, Kethvar found himself alone with Admiral Kane on the observation deck of Harmony Station. The human leader looked older and more tired, worn down by months of making impossible decisions that cost millions of lives. "Your people will recover from these losses?" Kethvar asked carefully. Kane's laugh was bitter and tired. "We always do. That is what makes us human. We are very good at surviving impossible things." She turned to face him, and Kethvar saw something in her eyes that he finally recognized. It was the same look he had seen in Captain Morrison's eyes years before. "You have been studying us, Admiral. What is your final conclusion?" Kethvar considered his words very carefully. "I believed I understood warfare. Strategy, tactics, the mathematics of conflict. But humans do not fight like that." "No," Kane agreed quietly. "We do not. You fight like you are already dead. Like survival is less important than winning." Kane was quiet for a long moment, looking out at the stars where human ships patrolled the empty space left behind by the Void Seekers. Sometimes survival is less important than protecting what you love. That is what the galaxy does not understand about humanity, Admiral. We are not brave because we do not fear death. We are brave because we do fear it, and we choose to face it anyway. She gestured toward the distant stars where human colonies were slowly rebuilding. "We spent 1 billion lives to save trillions more. Every person who died in the quantum sterilization process knew they were dying to protect strangers they would never meet. And they did it gladly." Kethvar felt something shift in his understanding of the universe. "Because you are guardians." "Because we are guardians," Kane confirmed. "And guardians do not get to choose easy paths. We do what is necessary, pay whatever price is required, and live with the consequences." The Zephyrian admiral looked out at the vast darkness of space, knowing that somewhere out there, human ships were standing watch against threats that had not yet emerged. They asked for nothing in return except the chance to keep the peace they had paid so dearly to protect. 5 years after the Void Seeker War ended, Kethvar published his complete study of human military behavior. The work, called Guardians of the Dark, Understanding How Humans Fight, became required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. But it was his personal notes at the end that drew the most attention from readers across dozens of species. "I believed I understood war completely. I had studied it for 3 centuries, analyzed every known conflict, and cataloged every tactical innovation ever recorded. I thought warfare was about victory, about forcing your will upon another through superior strength or cleverness. I was completely wrong. Human warfare is not about victory. It is about protection. They do not fight to conquer territories or gather resources. They fight to preserve the things and people they care about. This basic difference makes them the most dangerous species in the galaxy, not because they are physically strong, but because they are willing to sacrifice that strength for something greater than themselves." When the Kavari attacked Altair, they expected to face normal warriors defending their territory. Instead, they faced parents defending children, citizens defending neighbors, and soldiers defending complete strangers who had asked for help. The Kavari could not understand an enemy willing to die for people they had never met. When the Void Seekers came to consume our galaxy, they expected to feed on fear and desperation like they had done to 17 other species. Instead, they found beings who would rather poison themselves than allow others to be eaten. Humanity turned their greatest weakness, their own mortality, into an absolute weapon that destroyed an ancient enemy. This is what makes humans unique among all the species I have studied. Every other race fights for things they want to gain. Humans fight for things they love and refuse to lose. They call it the human condition. This tendency to sacrifice for others and choose difficult paths because they are right, rather than easy paths because they are safe. Many humans are embarrassed by this trait, as if caring about others were a weakness to overcome rather than a strength to celebrate. But I have seen what happens when humanity is truly threatened. Not their weapons, not their technology, not their clever tactics, but their hearts. They become an unstoppable force of nature. Not because they cannot be killed, but because they have already decided that some things are worth dying for. The galaxy is safer because humanity exists. Not because they are strong, but because they are good. And they have proven again and again that they will fight to keep it that way. Kethavar closed his personal files and walked to the great window of his crystal tower. Outside, stars shone in the eternal darkness of space. Somewhere among those points of light, human ships moved quietly through the void, watching for dangers that might threaten the peace. In the years since the Void Seeker War, other species had begun to understand what humans really were. The Kavari hegemony had disbanded, their warrior culture replaced by something more like the human model of protection rather than conquest. The Zephyrian Empire had signed mutual defense treaties with humanity, recognizing that some threats required guardians rather than conquerors to defeat. Even the proud Krexan Republic, who had once considered humans to be primitive newcomers, now sought human advice when facing difficult enemies. They had learned that humans possessed something no amount of technology or military training could replicate: the willingness to sacrifice everything for people they had sworn to protect. Captain Morrison had visited Kethavar again the previous month, his ship Defiance now serving as a training vessel for mixed-species crews. The human captain looked older but no less dangerous, his tired eyes still holding that hard certainty that had first made Kethavar uneasy. "Do you ever regret it?" Kethavar had asked. "The cost of being guardians? The burden of always being ready to fight for others?" Morrison had been quiet for a long time, looking out at the space where human ships patrolled the trade routes. "Admiral, do you know what my daughter does for a living? I was not aware you had children. She is a teacher on New Terra, educating the children of 6 different species in the same classroom. Kavari younglings learning mathematics alongside Zephyrian crystals and human kids." Morrison's smile was tired but genuine. "She has never had to fire a weapon in anger or watch friends die in battle. She gets to build the future instead of fighting to protect it. Because you fought those battles for her. Because we all fought those battles for her," Morrison corrected. "Every human who stood against the Kavari, every person who volunteered for quantum entanglement, every crew member who followed void seekers into impossible dimensions. We did not do it for glory or conquest. We did it so our children could live in a galaxy where they did not have to." That conversation had stayed with Kethavar for weeks. He began to understand that humans were not just guardians of their own species, but guardians of an idea. The idea that thinking beings should be free to build, learn, and grow without constantly looking over their shoulders for predators. Dr. Rodriguez had explained it to him once in simple terms. "We fight so others do not have to. We pay the price so others can afford peace." Now, looking out at the stars, Kethavar finally understood what made humans so different from every other species he had studied. They had looked at a universe full of dangers and made a choice that defied all logic. They had decided to stand between the darkness and everyone else, not because they were stronger or smarter or braver than other species. They were guardians because they had chosen to be guardians regardless of the cost. His personal files contained thousands of examples of human behavior that supported this conclusion. Human rescue ships that responded to distress calls from any species, even former enemies. Human colonies that shared their food with refugee populations. Human scientists who freely gave away medical discoveries that could have made them rich. But the most telling example was the Memorial Garden on Luna, where humanity honored those who had died in the Void Seeker War. The names of nearly 1 billion humans were carved into black stone walls, but the memorial was not about human sacrifice. It was about universal protection. The inscription, written in hundreds of languages from across the galaxy, was simple. They died so others could live. They gave their lives so children could play. They chose darkness so the galaxy could have light. Kethavar had visited that memorial once, walking among the walls of names while humans and aliens alike came to pay their respects. He had expected to find anger, grief, or pride. Instead, he found determination. The memorial was not about mourning the dead, but about remembering why they had died. To protect the future, to guard the innocent, to ensure that predators could never again consume the galaxy unchallenged. Standing in his crystal tower, Admiral Kethavar of the Zephyrian Empire finally completed his understanding of warfare. He had spent 3 centuries learning how different species fought, but it had taken humanity to teach him why fighting was sometimes necessary. Warriors fought for victory. Conquerors fought for power. Predators fought for food. Guardians fought for love. And love, as humanity had proven beyond all doubt, was the most dangerous force in the universe. Because love did not compromise, did not surrender, and did not count the cost. The galaxy was fortunate that the Guardians had chosen to protect it rather than rule it. Kethavar could only hope that future generations would prove worthy of such protection. In the darkness between the stars, human ships continued their eternal watch, asking nothing in return for their service except the chance to keep the peace they had fought so hard to create. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council stretched wide like a massive bowl, with thousands of seats rising in circles around the central viewing platform. Representatives from dozens of alien species filled the space, their various forms creating a rainbow of colors and shapes. Some breathed oxygen like humans, while others wore environmental suits that hissed and clicked. The air hummed with translation devices working to convert hundreds of different languages into something everyone could understand. At the center of it all, massive holographic screens showed live feeds from across the galaxy. Today, every eye in the chamber focused on one particular feed coming from the Kepler system, where a small human diplomatic ship approached a much larger alien war fleet. Commander Jake Harrison stood on the bridge of the UFS Liberty, watching the massive Vorthak ships through his viewport. Each enemy vessel was 3 times the size of his ship, their dark hulls covered in weapon ports that glowed red like angry eyes. Behind them, the peaceful planet of Zanari Prime burned. Smoke rose from cities that had stood for thousands of years. "Sir, incoming transmission from the Vorthak flagship," reported his communications officer, Lieutenant Danny Walsh. The young man's voice stayed steady, but Jake could see the tension in his shoulders. "Put it through," Jake said. He straightened his blue diplomatic uniform and faced the main screen. The face that appeared made several council members gasp. General Krex looked like a nightmare given form. His gray skin was covered in ritual scars, and his 4 red eyes burned with cruel intelligence. When he spoke, his voice sounded like rocks grinding together. "Human," Krex said, making the word sound like an insult. "You waste my time with talk of peace. Watch what happens to those who resist the Vorthak Empire." The screen split to show another feed. In the council chamber, several alien representatives looked away. Others leaned forward with sick fascination. The images showed Vorthak soldiers dragging Zanari civilians from their homes. The Zanari looked almost human except for their pale blue skin and large silver eyes. They were a peaceful people who had never developed weapons of war. Jake watched the screen, his face calm as stone. "General Krex, the Galactic Council has asked me to offer you terms for peace. The Zanari colony will provide you with 50% of their mineral output for the next 20 years. In return, you will withdraw your forces and allow them to live in peace." In the council chamber, the Soros delegate hissed with amusement. The reptilian creature's scales shimmered as he turned to his neighbor. "Look how the humans beg for peace. They have the largest space fleet in the galaxy, yet they crawl on their bellies like worms." The Etherian representative, a being made of living crystal, chimed like wind bells. "Their species confuses me. They could have conquered half the galaxy by now, yet they spend their time playing peacekeeper. It shows a fundamental weakness of character." Other aliens nodded in agreement. For 300 years, humans had been known throughout the galaxy for their strange mercy. They would win battles, then help their enemies rebuild. They would discover new worlds rich in resources, then share them with whoever needed help. Most alien species saw this as proof that humans were soft and foolish. Ambassador Lisa Carter sat in the human section of the council chamber, listening to the whispered comments around her. She was a small woman with gray hair and kind eyes, but those who knew her well would have noticed the tension in her posture. She had served as humanity's representative for 15 years, and she had heard these insults countless times. Today felt different, though. Today she was afraid. On the screen, General Krex laughed at Jake's offer. The sound was like breaking glass. 50%? I will take everything, and I will take it over the bodies of every Zanari on this world. He gestured to someone off-screen. The feed switched to show a group of Zanari children, no older than 10 years old, being forced to their knees by Vorthak soldiers. Their large silver eyes were wide with terror. Choose, human, Krex said. Leave now and these children die quickly. Stay and waste my time with more talk of peace, and I will make sure they suffer. The council chamber fell silent. Even the most warlike species present felt uncomfortable watching children in danger. Everyone waited to see what the human commander would do. Jake Harrison stared at the screen for a long moment. His crew watched him, waiting for orders. Lieutenant Walsh gripped his console so hard his knuckles turned white. Navigation Officer Susan Blake kept her eyes fixed on her instruments, unable to watch the screen. Finally, Jake spoke. His voice was quiet, but it carried clearly through both his ship and the council chamber. General Krex, I'm going to give you one chance to step away from those children and return to your ship. Krex's four eyes gleamed with cruel joy. Or what, human? You will file a complaint with the council? You will ask them to pass another resolution condemning my actions? He raised his hand and a Vorthak soldier put a weapon to the head of the nearest child. Jake turned away from the screen. Lieutenant Walsh, get me a secure channel to Earth Command. Priority 1, sir. Walsh looked confused. Don't you want to continue negotiations? The negotiations just ended, Jake said. His voice had changed. The warmth was gone, replaced by something cold and hard. Get me Admiral Kate Morrison. Tell her we need to discuss Protocol 7. In the council chamber, Ambassador Carter went pale. She gripped the arms of her chair so tightly that her knuckles cracked. Around her, alien representatives continued their quiet conversations, unaware that something fundamental had just changed. The Saros delegate was still talking to his neighbor. See how they give up? Humans have no stomach for real conflict. They will file their reports and cry about justice, but they will not act. Ambassador Carter wanted to tell him he was wrong. She wanted to explain that humans had spent 3 centuries choosing mercy over victory, peace over conquest. She wanted to warn them all that they were about to see something that no alien species had witnessed in 300 years. Instead, she stayed silent and watched the screens. On one feed, Vorthak soldiers prepared to execute innocent children. On another, Commander Jake Harrison waited for a communication that would change the galaxy forever. The mercy that had defined humanity for 3 centuries was about to be withdrawn. And once it was gone, Lisa Carter knew it would never be offered again. The secure communication channel crackled to life on the bridge of the UFS Liberty. The main screen shifted from the horrific scene on Zanari Prime to show Admiral Kate Morrison sitting behind her desk at Earth Command. Her office looked ordinary, with wooden furniture and pictures of her family on the wall. But the woman herself commanded respect from every human in the galaxy. Kate Morrison had gray hair pulled back in a tight bun and sharp blue eyes that missed nothing. She had served in space for 40 years, rising through the ranks during humanity's early expansion into the galaxy. She was known for her calm judgment and careful planning. Today she looked tired. Jake, she said, studying his face through the communication link, I got your message about Protocol 7. Are you certain about this request? In the council chamber, alien representatives leaned forward to listen. Most had never heard of Protocol 7, but they could sense the weight in the human admiral's voice. The translation system struggled with some words, suggesting they were part of human military code. Admiral, Jake said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. They are executing children for entertainment. They broadcast it across all frequencies like it's a game show. They rejected every peaceful solution we offered. The Vorthak have made it clear that mercy is seen as weakness. Kate Morrison closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, they were filled with a sadness that surprised the watching aliens. Jake, you understand what you're asking me to do. Protocol 7 has never been activated, not once in 300 years of space travel. Once we flip that switch, there's no going back. The galaxy will see what we really are. I know, Admiral. But they crossed the line. They're killing children and laughing about it. The Etherian representative chimed softly to his neighbor. What is Protocol 7? I have never heard this term in human military doctrine. The Saros delegate flicked his tongue nervously. Perhaps it is some kind of enhanced diplomatic effort. Humans are always creating new ways to avoid real conflict. Ambassador Lisa Carter said nothing, but her hand shook as she watched the exchange. She knew exactly what Protocol 7 meant. Every human diplomat was briefed on it during their training, along with strict instructions that it should never be mentioned to alien species. On the screen, Admiral Morrison was quiet for a long moment. Around her, other human officers waited for her decision. Finally, she spoke. "Jake, I am authorizing the activation of Protocol 7. All Mercy protocols are hereby suspended for military operations in the Kepler system. Rules of engagement are now unrestricted." "Understood, Admiral. How long until support arrives?" "Support is already in position," Kate said. "Every human ship within 50 light-years received movement orders 6 hours ago, when the Vorthak first began broadcasting their executions. We hoped you could resolve this peacefully, but we prepared for other possibilities." Jake nodded. "What about the Council?" "They're watching everything." "Let them watch," Admiral Morrison said. "It's time they understood the choice we've been making for 3 centuries. Morrison out. The communication ended, leaving Jake alone with his crew on the bridge of the Liberty. Around him, his officers looked confused and concerned. They had trained for many situations, but Protocol 7 was theoretical. None of them had ever seen it activated. "Sir," Lieutenant Walsh said carefully, "what exactly is Protocol 7? Jake turned to face his crew. These were good people who had signed up to explore the galaxy and promote peace between species. Now they were about to witness something that would change their understanding of their own civilization. Protocol 7 is the formal suspension of all mercy-based limitations in human military doctrine," Jake explained. "For 300 years, human ships have carried enough firepower to destroy planets. We've hidden that capability behind peaceful exploration and diplomatic missions. Today we stop hiding." Navigation Officer Susan Blake looked shocked. "Sir, our ship is listed as a diplomatic vessel. We carry minimal weapons." Jake smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Susan, please access your navigation computer and input authorization code 77 Alpha 9. Susan's fingers moved across her controls. Suddenly, her screen lit up with weapon systems she had never seen before. Missile launchers, energy cannons, and defensive systems that appeared throughout the ship's structure. "Sir, I don't understand." "These weapons aren't supposed to exist." "They've always existed," Jake said. "We just kept them hidden." "Lieutenant Walsh, send a message to all human vessels in the system. Tell them Mercy protocols are suspended. We're going to show the Vorthak what happens when you mistake kindness for weakness." In the council chamber, the alien representatives watched as human ships throughout the Kepler system began to change. Vessels that had appeared to be simple cargo haulers suddenly bristled with weapon systems. Exploration ships revealed armor plating and defensive shields that registered as military-grade equipment. The Vorthak fleet, which had seemed overwhelmingly powerful just minutes before, now looked small and vulnerable compared to the human ships that surrounded them. "Impossible," whispered the crystalline delegate. "Our sensors show that human ships now outgun the Vorthak fleet by a factor of 10 to 1. "Where did these weapons come from?" A new voice spoke from the human section of the chamber. Ambassador Carter stood slowly, her small frame somehow commanding the attention of thousands of alien representatives. "They didn't come from anywhere," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber's speakers. "They were always there. Every human ship, every space station, every colony has carried full military capabilities since the day we first left Earth. We just chose not to use them." The Saros delegate reared back in shock. "That's impossible. The Galactic Accords limit military vessels to specific tonnage and weapons loadouts. Humans have signed every peace treaty. We signed treaties promising not to start wars," Lisa said. "We never promised to lose them." On the main screen, the feed switched back to General Krex on his flagship. The Vorthak commander was receiving reports from his officers, and his confident expression was changing to one of concern. "General," one of his subordinates said, "the human ships are powering up weapon systems we didn't know they had. Our tactical computers are having trouble calculating their firepower levels." "Impossible," Krex snarled. "Humans are weak. They beg for peace because they cannot fight. Sir, I recommend we withdraw from the system immediately." Krex struck his subordinate across the face. "We do not retreat from humans." "Continue the executions. Show them that fear will not save their precious Zenari pets." Back on the Liberty, Jake Harrison opened a communication channel to the Vorthak flagship. When General Krex appeared on screen, Jake's expression was calm but utterly cold. "General Krex," Jake said, "this is your final warning. Release the prisoners and withdraw from Zenari space immediately. You have exactly 10 minutes to comply." Krex laughed, but the sound was forced. "Or what, human? You will file a complaint?" "No," Jake said quietly. "We will demonstrate why every human ship carries enough firepower to turn your entire fleet into space dust, and why we have chosen not to use it for 300 years. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. The communication ended. Throughout the Kepler system, human ships moved into attack positions with a precision that spoke of careful planning and absolute confidence. The galaxy was about to learn the difference between choosing peace and being incapable of war. The 10 minutes passed like years in the council chamber. Alien representatives watched their screens in growing amazement as human ships moved through space with a grace and precision that seemed impossible. The vessels that had looked like simple exploration craft now revealed themselves as sophisticated war machines. Captain Tony Rodriguez commanded the UFS Defender, one of 12 human ships that had been exploring the outer edges of the Kepler system when the crisis began. His ship had been cataloged by galactic databases as a science vessel, equipped for stellar research and planetary surveys. Now his crew was preparing systems that existed in no official records. "Amy, bring all weapons online," Tony ordered his tactical officer. Lieutenant Amy Foster had served under him for 3 years, and she had always wondered why their science ship needed such advanced navigation and targeting computers. Now she understood. "Weapons online, Captain," Amy reported. "We're showing green across all systems. Plasma cannons, quantum torpedoes, and defensive barriers are ready for combat." "Paul, how are our engines?" Tony asked his chief engineer. Paul Green looked up from his console with a grin that mixed excitement with nervousness. "Captain, with military power settings activated, we can outrun anything the Vorthak have. Their best ships move like they're stuck in mud compared to what we can do now." On the main council screens, General Krex was receiving increasingly desperate reports from his fleet commanders. The humans had surrounded his ships without him noticing, and now his sensors were detecting energy signatures that made no sense. "General," his tactical officer said, "the human vessels are showing weapons capabilities far beyond anything in our databases. Their power output readings are impossible for ships of their size." Krex struck his console in frustration. "Humans do not have advanced weapons technology. They are merchants and diplomats. They build gardens and schools, not warships. Sir, our sensors don't lie. Each human ship is showing firepower equivalent to one of our battle cruisers." The 10-minute deadline approached its end. On the surface of Zenari Prime, Vorthak soldiers still held their weapons to the heads of innocent children. The executions were being broadcast live to the galaxy, a show of cruelty designed to break human resolve. Instead, it had destroyed human mercy. Commander Jake Harrison opened a final communication channel to the Vorthak fleet. This time his message went out on all frequencies, ensuring that every ship in the system could hear him clearly. "General Krex," Jake said, his voice carrying the weight of 3 centuries of restrained power, "your time is up. You chose to test our mercy. You chose to murder children for entertainment. You chose to reject peace when it was offered freely. Now you will learn why we offered it in the first place." Jake turned to his weapons officer. "Lieutenant Blake, you are authorized to fire at will. Target their engines and weapon systems. I want them alive to face trial for their crimes." "Understood, sir." Firing. The space around Zenari Prime erupted in light. Human weapons, hidden for 3 centuries behind peaceful facades, finally revealed their true power. Energy beams that could cut through the strongest armor struck Vorthak ships with surgical precision. The aliens' massive vessels, which had seemed so threatening moments before, were helpless against technology they could not understand. In the council chamber, representatives from dozens of species watched in stunned silence as the Vorthak fleet was systematically dismantled. The human ships moved like dancers, avoiding return fire while their weapons found every weakness in enemy armor. It was not a battle. It was a demonstration. The Soros delegate's scales had turned pale with shock. "How is this possible?" "Human ships are registering power levels equivalent to our entire home fleet." The Etherian representative's crystal form flickered with confused light patterns. "They have been hiding this capability for 3 centuries? Why?" Ambassador Lisa Carter stood to address the chamber. Her voice was steady, but those who knew her could hear the sadness beneath her words. Because we hoped we would never need to use it. For 300 years, we chose to settle disputes with words instead of weapons. We chose to help rebuilding instead of conquest. We chose mercy over might. But why? Demanded a delegate from the Insectoid Hive Collective. Your species could have ruled the galaxy by force. Because ruling by force isn't ruling at all, Lisa replied. It's just oppression with better weapons. We wanted to build a galaxy where different species could live together in peace. We thought we were succeeding. On the tactical displays, the destruction of the Vorthak fleet continued with terrifying efficiency. Human fighters, no larger than shuttlecraft, darted between massive alien warships like sharks among whales. Each small craft carried enough firepower to cripple ships 50 times their size. Colonel Ryan Bell led the fighter squadron from his ship, the UFS Wasp. He had trained for this moment his entire career, hoping it would never come. His pilots followed his lead as they disabled Vorthak vessels one by one, their weapons precisely targeted to eliminate threats without unnecessary casualties. Control. This is Bell, Ryan reported to the Liberty. Enemy fleet is neutralized. Requesting permission to begin rescue operations for prisoners on the surface. Permission granted, Jake responded. Remember, we're still the good guys. Save everyone you can. The final Vorthak ship, General Krex's flagship, drifted helpless in space. Its weapons were destroyed, its engines dark, but its life support remained intact. Jake had specifically ordered his gunners to keep the ship's command crew alive. Dr. Helen Martinez, the chief medical officer aboard the UFS Sanctuary, watched the battle's end from her medical bay. Her ship was equipped with advanced healing technology, ready to treat wounded from both sides of any conflict. Today, for the first time in her career, she would only be treating the victims, not the aggressors. Medical teams prepare for incoming casualties. Helen ordered her staff. Priority goes to the Zanari civilians, but we'll treat any Vorthak who surrender. As the last enemy weapons fell silent, human ships moved to secure the area. The transformation was complete. The peaceful explorers and diplomats who had entered the system hours before were gone, replaced by a military force that had just demonstrated why they were feared throughout the galaxy. But even in victory, the humans maintained their principles. Rescue ships moved to save Vorthak crew members floating in damaged vessels. Medical teams prepared to treat enemy wounded alongside the victims they had rescued. In the council chamber, the silence stretched on for long minutes. Finally, the crystalline delegate spoke, his voice chiming with confusion and fear. If humans have possessed this level of military capability for 3 centuries, why did they never use it? Why allow other species to challenge them? Why permit conflicts like the frontier wars or the trade route disputes to continue when they could have ended them in hours? Ambassador Carter's answer was simple, but it carried the weight of 300 years of human policy. Because we believed in something better. We believed that intelligent species could learn to live together without force. We believed that mercy was stronger than fear. And now? Asked the Soros delegate. Lisa Carter looked at the screens showing the disabled Vorthak fleet and the rescue operations beginning on Zanari Prime. Now we know better. Some lessons can only be taught in the language of war. The mercy we offered for 3 centuries was a gift. The Vorthak have shown the galaxy what happens when that gift is rejected. The Great Chamber remained silent as the implications of what they had witnessed began to sink in. The balance of power in the galaxy had not changed. It had simply been revealed. And every species represented in the council now understood that human mercy had never been weakness. It had been a choice, and choices could be withdrawn. The battle was over in 4 hours. What had taken the Vorthak Empire decades to build was reduced to floating debris in less time than it took most species to plan a single military operation. The galaxy watched through council feeds as human ships moved through the wreckage with mechanical precision, searching for survivors and securing prisoners. General Krex sat in the ruins of his command bridge, surrounded by the bodies of his crew. His flagship's life support was failing, and emergency lights cast red shadows across twisted metal. He had ruled through fear for 20 years, conquering system after system with overwhelming force. Now he waited for death in the silence of his broken ship. The sound of cutting tools echoed through the hull. Human rescue teams were burning through the armor plating to reach the command section. Krex laughed bitterly at the irony. His enemies were risking their lives to save him, even after everything he had done. Commander Jake Harrison was the first through the breach in the hull. He wore full combat armor and carried weapons that could have cut through the ship's remaining structure like paper. Behind him came 4 Marines and a medical technician. They moved carefully through the wreckage, checking each body for signs of life. "General Krex," Jake said, finding the alien commander slumped against his command chair. "You're under arrest for crimes against sentient beings." Krex looked up at the human with his 4 red eyes. Blood ran from cuts on his scarred face and his breathing was labored. "Why?" he asked. "Why save me? I would have killed every human in this system." "I know," Jake replied. "That's why you're going to live long enough to face trial. The galaxy needs to understand what happens when mercy is rejected." The medical technician, a young woman named Carol Johnson, moved to treat Krex's injuries despite his protests. Her hands worked quickly to stop the bleeding and stabilize his condition. She had taken an oath to preserve life, and she would not break it even for someone who had murdered children. "You could have had everything," Krex said as Carol worked. "Your ships could conquer the galaxy. Why hide your strength? Why pretend to be weak?" Jake knelt beside the wounded alien, his expression serious. "We weren't pretending to be weak. We were choosing to be merciful. There's a difference. You made us choose again." Throughout the Kepler system, the aftermath continued. Human ships that had revealed their true nature now worked to save lives and restore order. The UFS Sanctuary, Dr. Helen Martinez's medical vessel, received casualties from both sides of the conflict. Wounded Vorthak soldiers lay next to rescued Zanari civilians, all receiving the same careful treatment. Major Scott Adams led ground forces on Zanari Prime, where Vorthak occupation troops were surrendering in groups. The humans moved through the devastated cities with purpose, securing prisoners and searching for survivors. Their equipment was far more advanced than anything the galaxy had seen before, but they used it to heal rather than harm. "Control, this is Adams," Scott reported to the orbital command. "We've secured the capital city. Civilian casualties are heavy, but we're finding survivors in the underground shelters. Request additional medical support." "Support is en route," came the reply from the Liberty. "What's the status of enemy forces?" "Most have surrendered. A few groups are still fighting, but they're more afraid than aggressive. I think they're starting to understand what they were really facing." Lieutenant Beth Turner piloted her fighter through the debris field, scanning for escape pods and survivors. Her squadron had been responsible for disabling the Vorthak transport ships, and now they were making sure no one was left to die in the wreckage. It was careful work that required precision flying and constant vigilance. "Turner to base," she radioed. "I've got 3 more escape pods here. Life signs are weak but stable. Sending coordinates for pickup." "Acknowledged, Turner. Good work." As she guided her fighter toward the next search grid, Beth thought about the last few hours. She had trained her entire career for combat operations, but this felt different from the simulations. In training, the enemy was always faceless and abstract. Today, she had looked into the eyes of real beings who had made terrible choices and faced the consequences. In the council chamber, alien representatives struggled to process what they had witnessed. The Vorthak Empire, which had seemed unstoppable just hours before, no longer existed as a military force. Their ships were captured or destroyed, their leaders were prisoners, and their territory was under human protection. The insectoid delegate clicked his mandibles nervously. What will the humans do now? Will they claim Vorthak territory for themselves? Ambassador Lisa Carter shook her head. We don't want their territory. We want their victims to be safe. The Vorthak colonies will be given the choice of self-governance or protection under human authority until they can establish stable governments. And the military commanders? Asked the Etherian representative. They will face trial for their crimes. War crimes tribunals will be established on neutral worlds, with judges from multiple species. Justice will be served, but it will be fair justice. The Soros delegate, who had mocked human weakness just hours before, now spoke with careful respect. What about the human fleet? Will you return to your previous posture of non-aggression? Lisa was quiet for a long moment. Around her, thousands of alien representatives waited for an answer that would shape the future of galactic politics. Finally, she spoke. The age of hidden strength is over. Our ships will continue to explore, to trade, to conduct diplomacy. But their true capabilities will remain visible. The galaxy has seen what we're capable of. We hope that knowledge will make future conflicts unnecessary. You're threatening us, the Soros said, his scales darkening with fear. No, Lisa replied firmly. We're offering you the same choice we've always offered. Peace through cooperation, or peace through superior firepower. We prefer the first option, but we've proven we're prepared for the second. The main screen shifted to show Commander Harrison boarding his ship after the rescue operation. General Krex was being transported to a medical facility under heavy guard, while human teams continued to search for survivors throughout the system. The efficiency of the operation impressed even the most military-minded species in the Council. As the Liberty prepared to depart for Earth, Jake Harrison sent a final message to the Council. His image appeared on the main screen, and his words were transmitted to every government in the galaxy. For 300 years, humanity has chosen mercy over victory, cooperation over conquest, peace over power. We built our civilization on the belief that intelligent beings could learn to live together without force. Today we learned that some beings can only understand the language of war. Jake paused, his expression grave. The Vorthak Empire no longer exists. Their victims are safe. Their crimes will be judged by proper tribunals. This was not revenge. This was justice. But understand this clearly, he continued. The mercy that humanity has shown for 3 centuries was a gift, not a weakness. That gift has been withdrawn from those who abuse it. We hope it will not need to be withdrawn from others. The transmission ended, leaving the council chamber in absolute silence. Outside the viewing windows, stars shone peacefully in the darkness of space. But the galaxy had changed. The balance of power that had existed for centuries was gone, replaced by a new understanding of what peace really meant. It was not the peace of the weak, depending on the mercy of the strong. It was the peace of the strong choosing to be merciful, and everyone now knew that choice could change. 2 years had passed since the day the galaxy watched humanity's mercy switch turn off. The council chambers looked the same, with their circular arrangement of seats rising toward the vaulted ceiling. The same species sent their representatives to discuss trade, territorial disputes, and diplomatic agreements. But everything had changed. Where once alien delegates had spoken to humans with barely concealed condescension, now they approached with careful respect. The casual dismissal of human opinions was gone, replaced by a wariness that colored every interaction. The galaxy had learned that humanity's 3 centuries of mercy had not been weakness, but restraint. Admiral Jake Harrison, promoted after the Kepler incident, stood before the council to deliver humanity's annual report. His dress uniform was simple blue fabric without decoration, but every being in the chamber understood the power he represented. Behind him, holographic displays showed the current state of former Vorthak territory. The transition of Vorthak colonies to self-governance continues smoothly, Jake reported. 14 systems have established democratic governments with human advisory support. 3 systems have requested continued protection while they rebuild their infrastructure. Only 2 systems have experienced significant unrest. The Saros delegate, now much more respectful in his tone, asked, "What is the nature of this unrest, Admiral?" "Warlords attempting to claim power in the absence of imperial authority," Jake replied. Local human peacekeeping forces have contained these situations without major casualties. The affected populations have voted to maintain human protection until stable governments can be established. Ambassador Lisa Carter watched from the human section as Jake fielded questions from the council. She had seen him grow from a ship commander into one of humanity's most important diplomatic figures. The responsibility weighed on him, but he carried it well. "Admiral," the Etherian representative chimed, "what is the current status of the Vorthak war crimes trials?" "General Krex and 47 of his senior commanders have been convicted of crimes against sentient beings. They are serving life sentences on a prison world staffed by multiple species to ensure fair treatment. Lower-ranking officers who participated in atrocities but showed remorse have received shorter sentences and rehabilitation programs. The crystalline, being flickered with what humans had learned to recognize as approval. And the Vorthak population itself? Most have integrated well into the new governmental systems. There has been remarkably little resistance to the transition. It seems that many Vorthak citizens were as much victims of their empire's policies as conquered populations were. Captain Tony Rodriguez now commanded a patrol fleet responsible for maintaining order in the former Vorthak space. His ships moved openly through the systems, their weapons visible but not threatening. The deterrent effect was exactly what human planners had hoped for. Rodriguez to all ships, Tony broadcast to his patrol fleet. Standard sweep pattern through the Kepler system. Remember, we're here to keep the peace, not to intimidate. Be professional and respectful with all contacts. His tactical officer, now Commander Amy Foster, monitored the communications channels as they passed through the rebuilt Zanari colony. Captain, we're receiving a transmission from the surface. It's from the primary school. Put it through, Tony said with a smile. The main screen filled with the faces of young Zanari children, their large silver eyes bright with excitement. Behind them stood their teacher, a middle-aged Zanari woman whose blue skin showed the faint scars of injuries received during the Vorthak occupation. Captain Rodriguez, the children called out in unison. Thank you for keeping us safe. One small girl held up a drawing she had made. It showed the UFS Defender surrounded by hearts and rainbows, with stick figures of humans and Zanari holding hands. I made this for you, she said proudly. Tony felt his throat tighten with emotion. This was why they did it. This was why humanity had chosen to reveal their strength. Thank you, he said. We'll keep protecting everyone, I promise. As the transmission ended, Amy Foster turned to her captain. Sir, do you ever wonder what would have happened if we had revealed our capabilities earlier? How many conflicts could we have prevented? Tony considered the question as he watched Zanari Prime grow smaller in their viewport. The planet was healing, its cities rebuilt with human assistance. New schools and hospitals stood where Vorthak bunkers had once cast shadows over the population. I think about it every day, he admitted, but I also think about what we would have become if we had ruled through fear from the beginning. Maybe those 3 centuries of choosing mercy made us into the kind of people who could use this power responsibly. Back in the council chamber, the session was drawing to a close. Admiral Harrison had answered dozens of questions about human activities throughout the galaxy. Trade was flowing smoothly. Territorial disputes were being resolved through arbitration rather than warfare, and exploration continued at a record pace. The insectoid delegate raised a claw for attention. Admiral, there is one question that many of my people have discussed. Will humanity's mercy protocols ever be reactivated? The chamber fell silent. This was the question that haunted every interaction between humans and other species. The visible reminder of humanity's true capabilities hung over every negotiation, every trade agreement, every diplomatic exchange. Jake looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of representatives from dozens of species. Some had been allies before the Kepler incident, others had been neutral or even hostile. All now watched him with the same careful attention. The mercy protocols were not a computer system that could be switched on and off, he said finally. They were a choice we made as a species. We chose to settle disputes with words instead of weapons. We chose to help rebuild instead of conquer. We chose to trust that other species could learn to live together in peace. He paused, letting his words sink in. That choice was rejected by the Vorthak Empire when they chose to murder children for entertainment. It was tested by those who mistook our restraint for weakness. The galaxy decided that mercy was a luxury we could not afford. So the answer is no? Pressed the insectoid delegate. The answer is that mercy must be earned, Jake replied. For 3 centuries we offered it freely as a gift. That offer was rejected. Now it must be proven that mercy can exist alongside strength, that cooperation is possible even when the consequences of betrayal are clear. Ambassador Carter stood to address the council one final time. Her hair was grayer now, and the weight of 2 years of changed galactic politics showed in her posture. But her voice remained strong and clear. Humanity spent 300 years learning that mercy without strength is helplessness, she said. The Vorthak Empire taught us that strength without mercy is tyranny. We are still learning how to balance both. She gestured to the displays showing peaceful trade routes, successful diplomatic resolutions, and thriving colonies throughout the galaxy. The results speak for themselves. War crimes are down by 80%. Territorial disputes are being resolved through arbitration. Piracy has virtually disappeared. Trade is at record levels. This is the peace we always wanted to build, Lisa continued. Not the peace of the weak hoping for mercy from the strong, but the peace of the strong choosing to be merciful. The difference is that now everyone understands it is a choice. As the council session ended and representatives began filing out of the chamber, many stopped to speak with the human delegation. The conversations were respectful, sometimes even warm, but there was always an undercurrent of awareness. a recognition of the power that humanity chose not to use. Admiral Harrison collected his reports and prepared to return to his ship. Earth Command had assigned him to a new exploration mission beyond the galactic rim, where new species might be encountered. He would carry with him the lessons learned in the Kepler system and the responsibility of representing humanity's new position in the galaxy. As he walked through the corridors of the Council Station, Jake passed a viewing window that looked out over the diplomatic district. Ships from dozens of species moved peacefully through the space lanes, their crews conducting the business of a galaxy at peace. On his personal tablet, he kept a drawing that had been sent to him by a Zanari child. It showed human ships with angel wings protecting families from shadowy monsters. At the bottom, in careful childish handwriting, were the words, "Thank you for turning off the mercy for the bad people but keeping it for us." Jake smiled as he read it again. Perhaps that was the real lesson of the last 2 years. Mercy was not something you turned on or off like a machine. It was something you chose to give, person by person, moment by moment. And sometimes the most merciful thing you could do was to stop being merciful to those who abused it. The galaxy was at peace, not because humanity was weak, but because they were strong enough to choose when to be gentle and when to be firm. The mercy switch had not been turned off forever. It had simply become more selective, and in the end, that made it more precious than ever. The cantina aboard Nexus 7 buzzed with noise and activity. Dozens of different alien species filled the large room, their voices mixing together in a chaos of languages and sounds. The air was thick with smoke from various alien drinks and food. Strange smells drifted through the room as creatures from across the galaxy gathered to eat, drink, and trade stories. Captain Jake Morrison sat alone at a corner table, quietly sipping his drink. He was a human freight hauler, one of the few of his kind this far out in space. His ship was loaded with cargo bound for the Outer Rim colonies, but engine trouble had forced him to stop at this neutral trading station for repairs. Now he had nothing to do but wait and listen. The loudest voices in the cantina belonged to a group of Korthak warriors sitting at the center of the room. They were huge reptilian creatures, standing nearly 8 feet tall when they rose from their seats. Their scales were dark green and looked as hard as armor. Sharp claws extended from their fingers, and their mouths were filled with rows of pointed teeth. When they moved, Jake could hear the soft scraping sound their scales made against the metal chairs. The leader of the group was Commander Zethrak. His scales were darker than the others, and old scars crisscrossed his arms and face like badges of honor. He spoke with a deep rumbling voice that carried easily across the noisy cantina. The other aliens in the room had grown quiet, listening to his words with a mixture of fear and respect. The thorn beast stood 12 feet at the shoulder, Zethrak was saying, his clawed hands moving as he described the creature. Its hide was harder than diamond, and poison dripped from the spines along its back. For 7 days I tracked it through the crystal canyons of Viridian Prime. 7 days without rest, without proper food, following its trail across the most dangerous terrain on our homeworld. The other Korthak nodded their approval. One of them, a younger warrior with fewer scars, added his own details to the story. "Tell them about the cliff, Commander. Tell them how you cornered it at the edge of the Screaming Gorge." Zethrak's eyes gleamed with pride. The beast had nowhere to run. It turned to face me, all 12 feet of muscle and rage and deadly poison. But I had been preparing for this moment my entire life. With only my grandfather's hunting spear and the strength of my own claws, I brought down the mightiest predator on our world. The cantina erupted in appreciative sounds from various alien species. Jake noticed that even the bartender, a multi-armed creature from the Centauri system, had stopped working to listen to the story. But Zethrak was not finished. He gestured to his companions, and each began to tell their own hunting stories. They spoke of creatures that sounded like nightmares, beasts with multiple heads, animals that could turn invisible, predators that hunted in packs and could think like soldiers. The key, Zethrak explained to his growing audience, is understanding that hunting is not just about killing. It is about proving yourself against the most dangerous creatures in the universe. Any fool can kill something weak. But to face down a true predator, to look death in the eye and emerge victorious, that is what separates the hunters from the prey. Other alien species began to join the conversation. A group of insectoid Vex clicked and buzzed as they described their own hunting traditions. Their homeworld was covered in vast underground tunnels, they explained, where massive worm-like creatures called tunnel devourers lived in the deepest chambers. "We hunt in swarms of 100 warriors," the lead Vex said, its compound eyes reflecting the cantina's lights. "The devourers are 50 meters long and can sense vibrations through solid rock from kilometers away. But we have developed techniques passed down through 1,000 generations. We move in perfect silence, coordinate our attacks through chemical signals, and strike as one mind with 100 bodies." The aquatic Myrtai delegate spoke next. These were graceful beings who looked like a cross between dolphins and octopi, their skin constantly shifting color as they communicated through patterns of light. They described hunting the depth krakens in the crushing darkness of their ocean world's deepest trenches. At those depths, the pressure would crush most beings instantly, the Myrtai ambassador explained, her skin flashing blue and silver patterns. "The krakens are older than our civilization, intelligent creatures with tentacles longer than your largest ships. They can change their shape, become invisible in the darkness, and their beaks can cut through our strongest materials. Yet our greatest hunters descend into their realm armed only with traditional harpoons and the courage of our ancestors." As the evening continued, more and more species added their voices to the growing competition. Each group tried to outdo the others with tales of increasingly dangerous prey and more difficult hunts. The Saurian Confederacy spoke of hunting flying predators through asteroid fields. The silicon-based rocklings described tracking creatures that lived in the molten cores of planets. Even the peaceful-looking Verdani mentioned their ritual hunts of carnivorous plants that could move faster than most animals. Jake listened to all of this with growing interest. He noticed patterns in their stories that seemed strange to him. Each species spoke of hunting alone or in small groups. They all emphasized the danger of their prey and the skill required to defeat them. But there was something else, something that nagged at the back of his mind as he listened. The competition grew more intense as the night went on. Species that had been allies just hours before now viewed each other as rivals. The conversation became less about sharing stories and more about establishing dominance. Who were the greatest hunters? Which species could claim the most dangerous prey? Commander Zethrak seemed to be winning this informal contest. His tales of hunting thorn beasts and other creatures from Viridian Prime had impressed even the most skeptical aliens. The Korthak warrior's chest swelled with pride as he accepted the admiration of his audience. It was then that Zethrak noticed the quiet human sitting alone in the corner. Jake had been so still and silent that many of the aliens had forgotten he was there. But now the Korthak commander's predatory instincts focused on this potential new audience member. Zethrak rose from his seat and approached Jake's table, his massive form casting a shadow over the smaller human. His fellow Korthak followed, along with several members of other species who were curious to see how this would play out. "Human," Zethrak said, his voice loud enough for the entire cantina to hear. "You have been very quiet tonight. We have shared the glory of our greatest hunts with these worthy beings. Surely your species must have some tales of dangerous prey to add to our gathering." Jake looked up at the towering reptilian warrior. Around the cantina, conversations stopped as aliens turned to watch this interaction. Many of them were curious about humans, a relatively new species in the galactic community. Others seemed amused by the idea that this small, seemingly defenseless creature might have hunting stories to match theirs. Jake took a slow sip of his drink and set the glass down carefully on the table. When he spoke, his voice was calm and steady, showing no sign of intimidation despite being surrounded by some of the most dangerous predators in known space. "That's a very interesting question," he said. Jake Morrison looked up at Commander Zethrak with calm, steady eyes. The massive Korthak warrior towered over him, nearly twice his height and probably 4 times his weight. Those razor-sharp claws could tear through metal, and those teeth could crush bones like twigs. But Jake showed no fear as he studied the alien predator. The cantina had grown completely silent. Every conversation had stopped. Every alien in the room was watching this confrontation between the boastful Korthak commander and the quiet human freight captain. Many of them had never seen a human before. Earth was still new to the galactic community, and humans were considered an unknown quantity by most species. Zethrek's scarred face split into a predatory grin. His teeth gleamed in the cantina's artificial light as he leaned closer to Jake's table. The other Korthak warriors arranged themselves behind their commander, creating an intimidating wall of scales and claws. Several other alien species moved, closer as well, drawn by the promise of entertainment. "Come now, human," Zethrak rumbled, his deep voice carrying a mocking tone. "Do not be shy. We have heard tales of great hunts from across the galaxy tonight. Surely your people have faced dangerous beasts on your homeworld. Tell us of your greatest prey." Jake picked up his drink and took another slow sip. He seemed completely relaxed, as if he was having a casual conversation with a friend instead of being surrounded by deadly predators. When he set the glass back down, he looked directly into Zethrak's yellow eyes. "Before I answer that question," Jake said in a measured voice, "I'm curious about something. You've all told very impressive stories tonight, tales of hunting dangerous creatures on your homeworlds. Very skilled stuff from what I can tell." He paused and let his gaze move slowly around the gathered aliens. The Vex representatives clicked their mandibles nervously. The Murtai's skin patterns shifted to darker colors. Even the confident Korthak warriors seemed slightly unsettled by something in the human's tone. "But I have to ask," Jake continued, "where are the others?" Commander Zethrak's grin faltered slightly. "Others? What others?" "The other predator species from your worlds," Jake explained patiently. "You've described yourselves as apex hunters, the greatest predators on your planets. But evolution doesn't usually work that way. Most worlds that can support complex life have multiple predator species. Competition drives evolution forward. Rivals, competitors, other hunters filling similar ecological roles." The silence in the cantina deepened. Several aliens shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Jake's question hung in the air like a challenge, though many of them didn't yet understand what he was getting at. "So I'm curious," Jake said, his voice still calm and conversational. "Where are your fellow apex predators? The other successful hunting species from your homeworlds? Surely creatures as dangerous and skilled as you've described wouldn't be the only ones to reach the top of the food chain." A young Korthak warrior named Grek spoke up, his voice uncertain. "There were others, but they were not as strong as us, not as smart. They could not adapt when the climate changed." Jake nodded slowly. "Climate change, natural selection. These things happen, of course." He took another sip of his drink. "What about you?" he asked, turning to the Vex delegation. "Any other successful hunters in those tunnel systems you described?" The lead Vex clicked nervously, its compound eyes reflecting the cantina lights. "There were competitors, other species that hunted in the tunnels, but they were eliminated during territorial disputes. Such conflicts are natural among predator species." "Territorial disputes," Jake repeated thoughtfully. "And you, Ambassador?" He looked at the Murtai delegate. "Any other species hunting those depth krakens in your oceans?" The aquatic aliens' skin flashed uncomfortable patterns of yellow and red. "The deep hunters were removed from our ecosystem. They were too aggressive, too dangerous to our young. It was necessary for our survival." Jake looked around the room again. He could see understanding beginning to dawn on some faces while others still looked confused. "Let me see if I understand this correctly. Each of your species describes itself as the greatest hunters on your respective worlds. But when I ask about other predator species, they've all mysteriously disappeared. Climate change, territorial disputes, necessary removal for survival." Commander Zethrak's voice had lost much of its earlier confidence. "What are you suggesting, human?" Jake leaned back in his chair and smiled, but there was no warmth in the expression. "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just asking questions. It's interesting how similar your stories are, that's all. So many different worlds, so many different environments, but somehow the same pattern everywhere. One predator species rises to dominance while all the others just vanish." The Saurian delegate, a creature that looked like a cross between a lizard and a bird, spoke up defensively. "This is natural evolution. The strongest survive. The weak are eliminated. This is how nature works, is it?" Jake asked. "Let me tell you about Earth's predators." The room grew even quieter, if that was possible. Jake's voice remained conversational, but something in his tone commanded attention. Even the massive Korthak warriors leaned forward to listen. Earth has great white sharks, Jake began. Perfect killing machines that have remained virtually unchanged for 400 million years. They can smell blood from miles away. Their bite force exceeds 20,000 pounds per square inch, and they fear almost nothing in the ocean. He paused to let this sink in. We also have saltwater crocodiles, ambush predators with the strongest bite force of any living animal. They can hold their breath for an hour, remain perfectly still for hours, and their armored hide can deflect most attacks. Jake's voice grew stronger as he continued. Polar bears that can smell seals through 3 feet of ice. Brown bears that can run faster than racehorses despite weighing 800 pounds. Siberian tigers that hunt alone across territories larger than some countries. African lions that coordinate pack hunts with military precision. The aliens listened in fascination and growing unease. Jake's descriptions painted pictures of creatures that sounded as dangerous as anything they had described from their own worlds. Wolves that can track prey for hundreds of miles and communicate complex strategies through howls. Birds of prey with vision 8 times sharper than humans, diving at speeds that would kill most creatures on impact. Venomous snakes that can kill with a single bite. Deep-sea predators that hunt in absolute darkness under crushing pressure. Commander Zethrak interrupted, his voice strained. These sound like formidable creatures. But where are they now? Surely your advanced civilization has eliminated such dangerous beasts. Jake's smile grew wider, and there was something unsettling about it. Eliminated them? Why would we do that? The question caught every alien in the cantina off guard. Zethrak's jaw opened slightly, showing his rows of sharp teeth. Because they are dangerous. Because they compete with you for resources. Because they threaten your young, your weak, your civilization. They're still there. Jake said simply. Every single one of them. Great whites still patrol our oceans. Crocodiles still lurk in our rivers. Bears still roam our forests and ice caps. Tigers still hunt in our jungles. Wolves still run in packs across our wilderness. The silence that followed was deafening. Jake could see the implications of his words beginning to register on alien faces around the room. Some looked confused, others shocked, and a few were beginning to look frightened. After millions of years of evolution, Jake continued, after sharing the same planet with humans for hundreds of thousands of years, they're all still there. Still hunting. Still thriving, still dangerous. Commander Zethrak's voice was barely above a whisper. How is this possible? How do you survive with so many apex predators? Jake finished his drink and set the empty glass on the table with a soft click. That, he said, is a very good question. Jake Morrison stood up from his chair slowly, his movements calm and deliberate. Though he was smaller than most of the aliens surrounding him, something had changed in the atmosphere of the cantina. The boastful energy from earlier in the evening had been replaced by an uncomfortable tension that seemed to press down on everyone in the room. Commander Zethrak took a step backward, though he probably didn't realize he was doing it. The massive Korthak warrior's earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by something that looked suspiciously like uncertainty. His fellow warriors shifted nervously behind him, their claws scraping against the metal floor. You asked how we survive with so many apex predators, Jake said, his voice carrying easily through the silent cantina. The answer is simple. We learned to coexist with them instead of eliminating them. He began to walk slowly around his table, his hands clasped behind his back like a teacher giving a lesson. The aliens instinctively moved to give him space, creating a small circle around the human. Take the great white sharks I mentioned, Jake continued. For thousands of years, humans lived along coastlines where these predators hunted. We learned their patterns, understood their behavior, developed techniques to avoid them or defend against them when necessary. But we never tried to wipe them out completely. The Mertai ambassador's skin flashed confused patterns of blue and green. But why not? Surely your technology advanced to the point where you could eliminate them safely. Jake nodded. Oh, absolutely. We developed weapons that could kill any creature in our oceans from miles away. Sonar systems that could track every shark in the water. Chemical compounds that could poison entire ecosystems if we chose to use them. He paused in his slow circle around the table. But we didn't use them. Instead, we studied the sharks. We learned that they were crucial to maintaining healthy ocean ecosystems. We discovered that removing apex predators causes cascading effects that can destroy entire food chains. The insectoid Vex clicked their mandibles in confusion. You studied your predators instead of hunting them? We did both, Jake replied. We studied them, we hunted them when necessary, and we protected them when they needed protection. We established marine sanctuaries where sharks could breed safely. We passed laws limiting how many could be killed. We even developed tourism, industries where people pay money just to see these dangerous creatures in their natural habitat. The silence that followed was broken only by the soft humming of the station's life support systems. The concept Jake was describing seemed completely foreign to every alien species present. But what about when they attacked your people? Asked Grex, the young Korthak warrior. Surely you fought back then. Of course we did, Jake said. When a shark attacked a human, we dealt with that individual shark. But we never assumed that all sharks were threats just because one had been aggressive. We studied the attack, learned what had triggered it, and developed better ways to avoid similar situations in the future. He resumed his slow walk around the table. The same approach worked with all our predators. Brown bears that wandered too close to human settlements were relocated, not slaughtered. Problem wolves were moved to areas with more natural prey. Even dangerous snakes were captured and released in appropriate habitats rather than killed on sight. Commander Zethrak found his voice, though it sounded strained. This is impossible. You cannot maintain a technological civilization while sharing your world with multiple apex predators. One species must dominate. Jake stopped walking and looked directly at the Korthak commander. Why? The question was so simple that it seemed to catch Zethrak off guard. Because that is how nature works. The strong survive. The weak are eliminated. Competition leads to dominance. Does it? Jake asked. Or does competition lead to adaptation and improvement? Let me tell you what really happened when humans became the dominant species on Earth. He moved to stand directly in front of the group of Korthak warriors. Despite the size difference, they were the ones who seemed intimidated. Early humans were not apex predators, Jake began. We were scavengers, tool users, social creatures who survived by being smarter rather than stronger. When we encountered dangerous predators, we couldn't match their speed or strength or natural weapons. The aliens listened intently, hanging on every word. So we developed technology. Spears, bows, traps, eventually guns and aircraft and satellite tracking systems. Within a few thousand years, we had the capability to eliminate any species we chose. We could have made ourselves the only large predator on our planet. Then why didn't you? The question came from the Saurian delegate, whose feathered crest was standing upright in agitation. Jake's expression grew serious, because we realized that would make us weaker, not stronger. He began to pace again, his voice gaining intensity. Every predator species on Earth taught us something valuable. Sharks taught us about efficient movement through water. Birds of prey taught us about aerial navigation and precision strikes. Pack hunters like wolves taught us about coordination and tactics. Ambush predators like crocodiles taught us about patience and timing. The Mertai ambassador's skin patterns shifted to deep purple. You learned from your predators instead of destroying them. Exactly, Jake said. Competition didn't make us want to eliminate our rivals. It made us want to understand them, learn from them, become better than them without removing them from the equation entirely. He stopped in front of Commander Zethrak, again. Because here's the thing about real apex predators. They don't fear competition. They welcome it. Competition keeps you sharp, keeps you evolving, keeps you improving. The massive Korthak warrior's voice was barely audible. Then what does that make us? Jake's smile was cold and without mercy. It makes you cowards. The word hit the cantina like a physical blow. Several aliens recoiled as if they had been struck. Commander Zethrak's claws extended involuntarily, scraping against his armor plating. Every species in this room represents a world where one predator got scared. Jake continued relentlessly. Scared of competition, scared of having to prove their superiority every day, scared of the possibility that they might not actually be the best hunters after all. He gestured around the room. So instead of rising to meet the challenge, instead of becoming better predators, you took the easy path. You eliminated your competition. You committed genocide against your own planet's ecosystem rather than prove you deserved to be on top. The Vex delegation began clicking frantically among themselves. The Myrtai's skin flashed rapid patterns of distress. Even the usually stoic Saurians looked agitated. That's not... Commander Zethrak started to protest, but Jake cut him off. What would you call it? Jake demanded. You described territorial disputes, necessary elimination, removal for survival. Let me translate that into honest language. You hunted down and killed every other predator species on your worlds because you were afraid they might be better hunters than you. He looked around the room at all the assembled aliens. You're not apex predators. You're apex cowards who couldn't handle fair competition. The cantina erupted into angry sounds from multiple species. Claws scraped on metal, mandibles clicked. Aggressively, and skin patterns flashed warning colors. But none of them moved to attack the human. Something in his demeanor, in the absolute confidence with which he spoke, held them back. You want to know about human hunting traditions? Jake asked, raising his voice above the alien protests. We hunt the most dangerous prey in the galaxy. The room gradually quieted again, waiting for his answer. We hunt each other. The silence that followed was absolute. Every alien stared at him in shock and disbelief. Humans, Jake said with grim satisfaction, are the only species in known space that has spent thousands of years perfecting the art of hunting other members of their own kind. And we do it with rules, with honor, with respect for our opponents. We call it warfare, and we've been getting better at it for millennia while keeping all our other predators alive and thriving. Commander Zethrak's voice cracked when he spoke. You hunt your own kind? We compete with our own kind, Jake corrected. The ultimate test of a predator's skill, facing an opponent that thinks like you do, that has access to the same tools and technology, that can adapt and learn and fight back with equal intelligence. He smiled, and every alien in the cantina felt a chill run through their bodies. That's what real apex predators do. The cantina remained frozen in stunned silence as Jake's words sank in. The revelation that humans hunted their own kind had shaken every alien present to their core. Commander Zethrak's mouth hung open, revealing his rows of sharp teeth, but no sound emerged. The other Korthak warriors looked equally bewildered, their earlier confidence completely shattered. Jake returned to his chair and sat down, his movements slow and deliberate. He seemed completely relaxed now, as if the confrontation had relieved some inner tension. When he spoke again, his voice had returned to its earlier conversational tone, but the underlying steel remained. You all seem shocked by that revelation, he observed, looking around at the assembled aliens. But you shouldn't be. It's the natural progression of true apex predators. He gestured to the Vex delegation, whose compound eyes were reflecting the cantina lights in rapid patterns. You described hunting in coordinated swarms, using chemical communication and perfect timing. That requires intelligence, planning, and cooperation. But you only ever applied those skills to hunting mindless tunnel worms. The lead Vex clicked nervously. The Devourers were dangerous. They could sense our approach, adapt their movements. But they couldn't think like you, Jake interrupted. They couldn't develop new tactics in the middle of a hunt, couldn't communicate complex strategies to their allies, couldn't build tools to give themselves advantages. They were just very large, very dangerous animals. He turned to the Myrtai ambassador. And you, hunting those depth krakens in crushing darkness. Impressive predators, certainly. Ancient, intelligent creatures with natural weapons and camouflage abilities. The aquatic alien's skin flashed uncertain colors. The krakens were among the most dangerous creatures in our oceans. They had intelligence approaching our own. Approaching, Jake repeated. But they never developed technology, did they? Never built weapons or vehicles or communication systems. Never formed armies or developed battle tactics or created strategies that could evolve during combat. The Murtai's silence was answer enough. Jake's gaze moved to Commander Zethrak. Your thorn beasts sound like the most impressive prey of all. Armored hide, venomous spines, incredible size and strength. Tracking one for 7 days through dangerous terrain shows real skill and determination. The Korthak commander straightened slightly, perhaps hoping for some validation of his hunting prowess. But it was still just an animal, Jake continued, destroying that hope. Dangerous, yes, deadly, certainly. But it couldn't set traps for you, couldn't call for backup, couldn't adapt its strategy based on your tactics. It couldn't look at your weapons and develop better ones. It couldn't study your hunting patterns and plan counterattacks. Jake leaned forward in his chair. Every hunt you've described follows the same pattern. Advanced, intelligent predators, using sophisticated techniques to kill large, dangerous, but ultimately inferior prey. You developed all these skills, all this intelligence, all these abilities, and then you use them to hunt creatures that couldn't match your mental capabilities. The room was so quiet that the soft hum of the station's air recycling system seemed loud in comparison. Humans did something different, Jake said. When we developed intelligence and technology, when we became capable of sophisticated tactics and complex communication, we didn't just use those abilities to hunt animals, we used them to compete with other beings who had the same capabilities. He stood up again and began walking slowly around the room, his path taking him past each group of aliens. Early human warfare was brutal and primitive, but it was also intensely competitive. Tribe against tribe, city against city, nation against nation, each side trying to outthink the other, develop better weapons, create superior tactics. The Saurian delegate spoke up, his voice uncertain. But this must have been destructive, wasteful. Surely it would have been more efficient to cooperate. Jake nodded. Absolutely destructive. Human history is filled with wars that killed millions, conflicts that lasted for decades, battles that changed the course of entire civilizations. It was incredibly wasteful and often tragic. He paused in his circuit of the room. It was also the greatest training program for apex predators that the galaxy has ever seen. The aliens exchanged confused glances. Jake continued his explanation. Every human war taught us something new about hunting intelligent prey. We learned camouflage and stealth from trying to avoid enemy scouts. We developed long-range weapons to strike targets that could shoot back. We created communication systems that couldn't be intercepted by opponents who were trying to intercept them. His voice gained intensity as he spoke. We learned to coordinate attacks involving thousands of individuals across vast distances. We developed supply chains that could function even when under attack by enemies who understood how they worked. We created strategies within strategies, plans within plans, deceptions within deceptions. The Murtai ambassador's skin was now a steady pattern of deep blue, indicating extreme distress. This sounds like madness. How did your species survive such constant conflict? We got better at it, Jake said simply. Each generation learned from the mistakes of the previous one. Each war taught us new techniques that were passed down and improved upon. We developed rules of engagement to prevent total extinction, codes of honor that allowed defeated enemies to surrender, diplomatic systems that could end conflicts before they destroyed both sides. He stopped walking and looked directly at Commander Zethrak. And through all of this, through thousands of years of perfecting the art of hunting intelligent prey, we never eliminated our competition, because we understood that competition was what made us stronger. But you stopped fighting wars eventually, the young Korthak warrior Grex said hopefully. Your species achieved peace. Jake's smile was grim. We got so good at warfare that we developed weapons capable of destroying our entire planet. At that point, we had to choose, find other ways to compete, or eliminate ourselves completely. He gestured toward the viewport that showed the stars beyond the station. So we turned, that competitive drive outward. We explored space, Not as a unified species seeking knowledge, but as competing nations trying to claim territory and resources before their rivals could get there. We've been in space for less than 2 centuries, and we've already established colonies on dozens of worlds, each one trying to prove their superiority over the others. The implications of this revelation slowly dawned on the assembled aliens. Jake could see understanding and fear growing in their eyes. Every human colony, every human ship, every human explorer out here is part of an ongoing competition between different factions of our species, Jake explained. We're still hunting each other, even out here among the stars, but now we're doing it on a galactic scale, with technology and tactics that have been refined through millennia of conflict. Commander, Zethrak's voice was barely a whisper. And all your other predators are still alive, Jake finished. Still thriving on Earth, still teaching new generations of humans about hunting and survival and adaptation. Because we never made the mistake you all made. We never eliminated our competition out of fear. The cantina was filled with the sound of nervous breathing from a dozen different species. Jake returned to his table and sat down, then looked around at all the faces staring at him. You want to know what separates real apex predators from pretenders? He asked. Real apex predators don't fear competition, they create it. He picked up his empty glass and examined it thoughtfully. Every species in this room represents a world where the dominant predator got scared and took the easy path. You eliminated your rivals instead of proving you were better than them. His eyes moved from one alien group to another. Humans took the hard path. We kept our rivals alive and learned to compete with our own kind instead. That's why we're out, here among the stars while you're all still telling stories about hunting animals. The weight of Jake's words settled over the cantina like a heavy blanket. The boastful atmosphere from earlier in the evening had been completely destroyed, replaced by an uncomfortable awareness of what true predatory excellence actually looked like. Commander Zethrak spoke one final time, his voice filled with something that might have been desperation. But we are skilled hunters. Our traditions, our culture, our pride. Jake looked at him with something that might have been pity. Built on the bones of your betters, he said quietly. You had the potential to be real apex predators. Instead, you chose to be the only predators left alive. The human captain stood up and placed a few credits on the table to pay for his drink. That's not strength, he said as he prepared to leave. That's cowardice. Jake Morrison walked toward the cantina's exit, his footsteps echoing in the absolute silence that had fallen over the room. Behind him, dozens of aliens remained frozen in their seats, their minds struggling to process everything they had just heard. The revelation had shattered their understanding of what it meant to be a predator, what it meant to be strong, what it meant to be truly dangerous. Commander Zethrak watched the human's retreating figure with a mixture of rage, humiliation, and something else he couldn't quite identify. Fear, perhaps, or respect. The massive Korthak warrior's claws scraped against the metal table as his hands clenched into fists. Wait, Zethrak called out, his voice cracking slightly. You cannot just leave after saying such things. You have insulted every species here, tonight. Challenged our honor, our traditions, our very identity. Jake paused at the cantina's entrance and turned back to face the room. His expression was calm, almost bored, as if the confrontation had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Have I? He asked mildly. I thought I was just asking questions and sharing some information about my homeworld. If you feel insulted by learning the truth about Earth's ecosystem, that sounds like a personal problem. The Vex delegation clicked frantically among themselves, their compound eyes reflecting agitated patterns. The lead Vex stepped forward, his mandibles working nervously. You speak of humans as superior predators, the insectoid said. But you are just one man, alone on this station. If your kind is so dangerous, where are your packmates? Where is your swarm? Jake's smile was cold and patient. You're looking at this the wrong way. You think in terms of packs and swarms because you need numbers to feel safe. Humans learn to be dangerous alone. He gestured casually toward the viewport showing the vast expanse of space beyond the station. But if you're curious about human numbers, feel free to check the shipping records. Count how many human vessels pass through this system every day. Check the colony reports from the outer rim worlds. Look up the population figures from New Beijing or Neo-Tokyo or any of the 100 other human settlements that have been established in the last 50 years. The aliens exchanged uncertain glances. Some had indeed noticed the increasing human presence in this sector of space, but they had assumed it was just normal expansion by a newly spacefaring species. The thing about apex predators, Jake continued, is that they don't announce themselves with dramatic displays or boastful stories. They just quietly spread into every available habitat and make themselves at home. The Myrtai ambassador's skin flashed nervous patterns. Are you suggesting that humans are expanding aggressively, claiming territory? I'm not suggesting anything, Jake replied. I'm stating a fact. Humans are establishing colonies, trade routes, and military outposts throughout this entire region of the galaxy, but we're doing it quietly, efficiently, without making grand speeches about our hunting prowess. He looked around the room at all the assembled aliens. While you've been sitting in cantinas telling stories about the dangerous animals you've killed, we've been actually doing the work of expanding our territory and influence. Commander Zethrak rose from his seat, his massive frame towering over the other patrons. You speak of military outposts. Are you threatening us? Jake laughed, a sound completely devoid of warmth. Threatening you? Commander, if humans wanted to threaten you, you would know it. What I'm doing is much worse than threatening you. The Korthak warrior's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I'm explaining to you that the galaxy has already changed, and you didn't even notice, Jake said. While you were all competing to see who could tell the most impressive hunting story, real apex predators were quietly reshaping the political and economic landscape of inhabited space. The room erupted in angry sounds from multiple species. Claws scraped on metal, mandibles clicked aggressively, and several aliens rose to their feet in agitation. But Jake remained completely calm, as if their displays of aggression were nothing more than theatrical performances. Check your trade reports, he suggested over the noise. See how many of your supply lines now depend on human shipping companies. Look at your communication networks and notice how much traffic is being routed through human relay stations. Examine your defensive agreements and count how many of them now include human military assets as backup support. The cantina gradually grew quiet again as the implications of his words sank in. Several aliens were already accessing their personal data devices, their expressions growing more concerned as they reviewed the information. This is impossible, the Saurian delegate said, his feathered crest standing upright in agitation. No single species could achieve such widespread influence so quickly. You're right, Jake agreed. No single species could do it. But remember what I told you about human warfare. We've been competing with each other for thousands of years. Every human faction out here is trying to establish dominance over the others, which means they're all expanding as quickly and efficiently as possible. He gestured toward the viewport again. There are probably representatives from at least 6 different human governments, corporations, or military organizations on this station right now. They're all competing with each other, but from your perspective, it just looks like rapid human expansion. The young Korthak warrior Grek spoke up, his voice uncertain. But surely this competition between human factions creates opportunities for other species to gain advantages. Jake's expression grew pitying. You still don't understand, do you? Human factions may compete with each other, but they share certain fundamental characteristics. They're all descendants of apex predators who learned to hunt intelligent prey. They all come from a world where multiple predator species coexisted and drove each other to constant improvement. He paused to let this sink in. When human factions compete for resources or territory, they don't eliminate each other the way your species eliminated your rivals. They adapt, they improve, they develop new strategies and technologies. The competition makes all of them stronger. The Myrtai ambassador's skin had shifted to deep purple patterns indicating extreme distress. Then there is no way to compete with them effectively. Now you're starting to understand, Jake said with satisfaction. Species that eliminated their competition thousands of years ago are simply not equipped to handle opponents who have been honing their competitive skills against equally intelligent adversaries for millennia. Commander Zethrak's voice was filled with desperate anger. Then what do you want from us? Submission? Surrender? Are you here to demand tribute? Jake shook his head. I don't want anything from you. I'm just a freight hauler whose ship broke down and needed repairs. This entire conversation started because you wanted to hear hunting stories, remember? The massive Korthak warrior stared at him in disbelief. You have just told us that our entire civilization, our culture, our identity as predators, is based on cowardice and genocide, and you claim you want nothing from us? I told you the truth because you asked for it, Jake replied. What you do with that information is entirely up to you. He turned to leave again, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. Although, if you're looking for advice, I'd suggest you start by figuring out what you actually want to be when you grow up, because pretending to be apex predators clearly isn't working out for you. Jake walked out of the cantina, leaving behind a room full of shattered egos and existential crises. The aliens sat in stunned silence, each group dealing with the psychological impact of having their fundamental beliefs about strength and dominance completely dismantled. Over the following hours, word of the confrontation spread throughout Nexus 7. The story was retold in dozens of languages and communication methods, growing and changing with each telling. But the core message remained the same. A single human had walked into a room full of self-proclaimed apex predators and revealed them all to be evolutionary frauds. By the time Jake's ship was repaired and ready for departure, the entire character of the trading station had changed. Aliens who had previously swaggered through the corridors with predatory confidence now moved with uncertain steps. Species that had dominated conversations with boastful tales now spoke in quiet, subdued voices. The psychological impact extended far beyond Nexus 7. As ships departed the station and carried word of the incident to other systems, the story spread like wildfire through the galactic community. Every species that had built their identity around being apex predators was forced to confront uncomfortable truths about their own history. Jake Morrison boarded his freight hauler the next morning, completely unaware of the chaos he had left in his wake. His cargo hold was full of trade goods bound for the Outer Rim colonies, and he had a schedule to keep. As far as he was concerned, he had simply answered some questions and shared a few stories about Earth. But as his ship pulled away from Nexus 7's docking bays, Jake couldn't help but notice how the other vessels in the area seemed to give his small freight hauler a wider berth than usual. Alien crews that would have ignored him completely, just yesterday, now tracked his movements with obvious attention. He smiled to himself as he set course for the next system. Perhaps the galaxy was finally beginning to understand what it meant to share space with real apex predators. Behind him, Nexus 7 continued its rot. The Kalthari Empire had ruled the galaxy for 300 years. Their ships were massive, their weapons powerful, and their army had never lost a war. When they found new planets, they always did the same thing. They sent a message telling everyone to surrender. Most planets gave up without a fight. The few that resisted were destroyed quickly and completely. Admiral Zethrak commanded the Third Fleet, which had conquered 12 star systems in the last 50 years. He was proud of his record and confident in his abilities. When his scouts discovered Earth, a small blue planet on the edge of known space, he smiled. This would be an easy victory. The Admiral sent the standard message to Earth. He told them they had 10 days to surrender. If they refused, his fleet would destroy their cities, burn their fields, and enslave their people. He expected the humans to beg for mercy or perhaps try to negotiate better terms. Every species did this. Fear was universal. The response came from a woman named Lisa Grant. She was the leader of something called the United Earth Council. Her message was only one sentence long. She said Earth would not surrender. If the Kalthari wanted their planet, they would have to come and take it. Admiral Zethrak played the message 3 times. Something about it bothered him. The woman's voice was calm and steady. She showed no fear, no anger, no desperation. She spoke like someone reading a grocery list. This was unusual. Most species showed emotion when facing extinction. The Admiral called his officers together. They discussed the human response and decided it was just bravado. Humans were probably trying to seem brave while they prepared to surrender. The Kalthari had seen this before. Some species needed to posture before they gave up. 10 days passed. No surrender came from Earth. No further messages arrived. The humans were silent. Admiral Zethrak gave the order to advance. His fleet of 200 warships moved into Earth's solar system. They traveled slowly and carefully, scanning for defenses. The Admiral expected to find orbital weapons platforms, military stations, and a defensive fleet waiting near the planet. Instead, they found nothing. The system was dark and quiet. No active sensors, no military transmissions, no ships moving anywhere. It was as if the humans had simply abandoned their home. The Admiral felt uneasy. This silence was wrong. He ordered his ships to proceed with maximum caution. They moved toward the inner planets, sensors running at full power, weapons ready to fire at any target. The first ship disappeared near Mars. One moment it was there on the sensors, the next it was gone. No explosion, no distress call, just gone. Admiral Zethrak ordered the fleet to stop. He sent 3 ships to investigate. They approached the last known position of the missing vessel carefully. Their sensors found nothing. No debris, no radiation, no sign of battle. It was as if the ship had never existed. Then those 3 ships disappeared too. Panic began to spread through the fleet. The Admiral ordered all ships to activate their shields and form a defensive formation. He demanded reports from every vessel. What was happening? What kind of weapon could make a ship vanish completely? Over the next 6 hours, 9 more ships disappeared. The Kalthari couldn't see what was attacking them. Their sensors detected nothing unusual. No energy weapons firing, no missiles launching, no enemy ships approaching. Just darkness and silence, and then another ship would vanish from the fleet. The Admiral's communications officer reported something strange. Before each ship disappeared, their internal sensors showed brief power fluctuations. Doors opening and closing on their own. Life support systems reporting extra heat signatures that vanished when investigated. It was as if something invisible was moving through the ships. Admiral Zethrak had fought in 30 battles. He had faced desperate enemies and clever tactics. But he had never experienced fear like this. His enemy was invisible, silent, and apparently unstoppable. He couldn't fight what he couldn't see. He gave the order to retreat. The Third Fleet turned around and fled from Earth's solar system as fast as their engines could carry them. Behind them, the darkness remained quiet and still. When the Admiral returned to the Empire, he filed his report. He described attacks from nowhere, ships that vanished without a trace, an enemy that moved like ghosts through space. The High Command read his report with disbelief. Some accused him of cowardice. Others suggested he had made tactical errors. No one wanted to believe that a primitive species had defeated a Kalthari fleet without even being seen. But the evidence was clear. 12 ships were gone. 12 crews were dead or missing. The Third Fleet had retreated in disorder and fear. Something had happened out there in the darkness near Earth. Something new and terrible. The Empire decided to send a larger force. The Fifth Fleet, commanded by War Marshal Drenval, would investigate what happened to the Third Fleet and punish the humans for their resistance. This fleet was twice as large and equipped with advanced sensor systems. They would find the humans and destroy them. War Marshal Drenval was confident. He believed Admiral Zethrak had simply been caught by surprise. The humans probably had some kind of stealth technology, but superior numbers and better sensors would overcome this advantage. He would succeed where the Admiral had failed. As the Fifth Fleet prepared to depart, Lisa Grant sent another message to the Kalthari Empire. It was broadcast on all their military channels so everyone could hear it. Her voice was still calm and emotionless. She said the Empire had been warned. She said Earth wanted peace but would accept war if necessary. She said the Kalthari should think carefully before sending more ships. Then she said something that would haunt War Marshal Drenval for the rest of his life. She said humans had been preparing for this moment for a very long time. She said they knew how to fight in the dark. She said they knew how to hunt. The message ended. War Marshal Drenval laughed. Hunt? What did this primitive species know about hunting? The Kalthari had hunted entire civilizations to extinction. They were the apex predators of the galaxy. The War Marshal would learn soon enough how wrong he was. Humans had evolved as hunters on a world filled with predators. They had spent millions of years learning how to track, trap, and kill creatures faster and stronger than themselves. They had turned hunting into an art form, and then into a science. The Fifth Fleet departed for Earth. They would arrive in 6 weeks. War Marshal Drenval expected a quick victory. He had no idea that from the moment his ships entered Earth's solar system, they would become the prey. The Fifth Fleet entered Earth's solar system with every sensor active and every weapon ready. War Marshal Drenval had studied Admiral Zethrak's reports carefully. He knew the humans used some kind of stealth technology. His fleet was prepared for this. They moved slowly, scanning every cubic meter of space around them. For the first 3 days, nothing happened. The fleet advanced past the outer planets without incident. War Marshal Drenval began to think the humans had lost their nerve. Perhaps the display against the Third Fleet had used all their resources. Perhaps they were hiding on their planet, hoping the Calthari would simply leave. On the 4th day, a cruiser named the Swift Blade stopped responding to communications. The ship was still visible on sensors, still moving with the fleet, but no one answered when other ships called. War Marshal Drenval ordered 2 destroyers to dock with the cruiser and investigate. The boarding party found something that would haunt their dreams forever. The ship was intact. The engines were running. The life support was functioning normally. But every single crew member was gone. 300 Calthari warriors had vanished without a trace. In the command center, someone had written a message on the wall. The words were written in the captain's blood. They said simply, "You were warned." War Marshal Drenval ordered the Swift Blade destroyed. He couldn't risk it being some kind of trap. But destroying the ship didn't solve his problem. Something had taken 300 soldiers from a locked and secured warship. Something had done this without triggering any alarms or leaving any evidence. The attacks continued. Over the next 10 days, 17 more ships went silent. Some lost their entire crews like the Swift Blade. Others had crews that fought back, but their security footage showed nothing. The cameras recorded doors opening by themselves. They recorded weapons firing at empty corridors. They recorded Calthari soldiers dying from wounds that appeared instantly, as if invisible blades had cut them. The few survivors from these attacks told stories that seemed impossible. They spoke of humans moving through solid walls. They described warriors in black armor who seemed to appear and disappear at will. They talked about being hunted through their own ships by enemies they could barely see. Commander Jake Morrison led one of Earth's deep space tactical teams. His unit of 12 operators specialized in what they called ghost work. They used suits that bent light around them, making them nearly invisible. They used devices that absorbed sound and heat, making them undetectable to most sensors. They moved through space using small propulsion packs that left no engine signature. Jake's team had been tracking the Fifth Fleet for 2 weeks before they even entered the solar system. They had attached themselves to the hulls of Calthari ships like parasites, riding along undetected. When the time was right, they cut through the hull using tools that worked in complete silence. They entered the ships and moved through them like ghosts. The Calthari had never encountered this kind of warfare. They were trained to fight in large formations with heavy weapons. They expected enemies to wear bright colors and announce their attacks. The idea of soldiers who hid in shadows and killed silently was foreign to them. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez specialized in close-quarters combat. Her team had developed techniques for fighting in zero gravity that the Calthari couldn't counter. She could move through a ship's corridors faster than most species could track with their eyes. She used weapons that made no sound and left little evidence. Amy's team had boarded the Swift Blade through a maintenance hatch that the Calthari didn't even know existed. They had studied the ship's design for months before the war started. They knew every corridor, every access panel, every weak point. The 300 crew members never had a chance. The psychological impact was intentional. Earth's military commanders had decided early on that they couldn't win a conventional war. The Calthari had more ships, more soldiers, and more resources. But humans had something the Empire lacked. They understood fear. Every human child grew up hearing stories about things that hunted in the dark. Monsters under the bed, creatures in the closet, predators waiting in shadows. Humans had evolved to fear invisible threats because invisible threats had killed their ancestors for millions of years. Now they were using that ancient fear as a weapon. War Marshal Drenval held an emergency meeting with his senior officers. They discussed their options. Some suggested retreating like Admiral Zethrak had done. Others wanted to rush forward and attack Earth directly, hoping to end this before more ships were lost. The War Marshal chose a middle path. They would advance, but slowly and carefully. He implemented new security procedures. Every ship would have guards at every entrance. Sensors would run continuously. Any unexplained reading would trigger an immediate alert. Crews would work in groups of 4 or more, never alone. They would lock down entire sections of their ships that weren't being used. These procedures didn't help. The humans adapted to every change. They found new ways into the ships. They learned to avoid the sensors. They killed the guards so quickly and quietly that other crew members didn't know anything was wrong until they found the bodies. Commander Jake Morrison sat in his small craft between Mars and Jupiter, reviewing the mission reports from other teams. 23 Calthari ships had been hit so far. The Fifth Fleet was falling apart from fear and paranoia. Crews were reporting humans everywhere, even when no humans were present. Soldiers were shooting at shadows. Officers were losing control of their crews. Jake felt no pride in this. He was doing a job that needed to be done. Earth had to survive, and this was the only way. But he knew what they were becoming. They were turning themselves into the monsters the Calthari imagined. They were learning to enjoy the hunt. That worried him. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez didn't share Jake's concerns. She sat in the briefing room of the hidden Earth base on one of Saturn's moons, teaching new operators how to board enemy ships. She showed them where to cut. She explained how to move silently. She demonstrated killing techniques that left minimal evidence. Her students watched with wide eyes and eager expressions. Amy told them the most important lesson: make them afraid. The actual killing was secondary. What mattered was getting inside the enemy's head. Make them paranoid. Make them doubt their own senses. Make them afraid to sleep. A terrified enemy was already defeated. War Marshal Drenval received a report that made his blood run cold. One of his capital ships, the Imperial Fist, had found something attached to its hull. It was a small human craft, clearly designed for stealth. The crew brought it into their hangar bay to study it. Inside the craft, they found equipment for breaching ship hulls. They found weapons designed for silent killing. They found detailed maps of Calthari ship layouts. And they found something else. They found a list of every ship in the Fifth Fleet with numbers next to each name. The numbers were how many times human teams had secretly boarded each ship. The Imperial Fist had been boarded 7 times. 7 times humans had been inside the ship, moving through its corridors close enough to kill the crew. But they hadn't. They had just been watching, learning, preparing. War Marshal Drenval realized the horrible truth. The humans could have destroyed his fleet at any time. They were choosing not to. They were letting the fear build. They were demonstrating their complete dominance. This wasn't warfare. This was a lesson. He gave the order to retreat. The Fifth Fleet turned around and began the long journey back to Imperial space. Behind them in the darkness, Jake Morrison and his team watched them go. They didn't pursue. They had made their point. The Imperial Senate met an emergency session for 7 straight days. The loss of 2 fleets without a single confirmed kill of an enemy soldier was unprecedented in Calthari history. Some senators demanded immediate withdrawal from any contact with Earth. Others called for total war. The debate was fierce and often angry. In the end, pride won over wisdom. The Calthari Empire had never retreated permanently from any conflict. Their reputation as the galaxy's supreme military power was built on 3 centuries of unbroken victories. If they abandoned the conquest of Earth, other species might see it as weakness. Rebellions might start. Their empire could begin to crumble. The Senate authorized the creation of the Grand Armada. Every fleet in the empire would contribute ships. Every military resource would be mobilized. They would assemble 3,000 warships, the largest military force in galactic history. No enemy could stand against such overwhelming power. Supreme Commander Velkosh was given total authority over the operation. He was the Empire's greatest living warrior, famous for crushing the rebellion of Tormath by destroying 17 inhabited planets. He understood only one kind of warfare: total and complete annihilation. There would be no negotiations, no mercy, no second chances. Velkosh studied everything known about humans. He read the reports from both failed fleets. He watched the security footage that showed empty corridors and invisible enemies. He examined the human craft found on the Imperial Fist. He spent weeks analyzing every detail. His conclusion was simple. The humans were good at hiding and ambushing small groups. They used stealth and fear to compensate for their weak military. But stealth was useless against overwhelming numbers. The Grand Armada would advance in a massive formation with no gaps and no blind spots. Human infiltrators would find no opportunities to strike. The Grand Armada assembled near the Imperial homeworld. It took 3 months to gather all the ships and coordinate their movements. When the fleet finally departed for Earth, it stretched across millions of kilometers of space. The sight was magnificent and terrifying. Surely nothing could stand against this. Earth's long-range sensors detected the Armada weeks before it arrived. Lisa Grant called an emergency meeting of the United Earth Council. Military commanders presented their analysis. The numbers were clear. Earth had perhaps 400 combat-ready ships. The Calthari were bringing 3,000. Even with superior tactics, the humans couldn't win a conventional battle. Colonel Ryan Mitchell proposed a different approach. He suggested they give the Calthari what they wanted, a conventional battle. Let them think they understood what they were facing. While the Empire focused on the obvious threat, Earth's ghost teams would execute a different mission entirely. Lisa Grant approved the plan, though it bothered her conscience. Many human pilots would die in the battle. They were essentially being used as bait, a distraction to cover the real operation. But she couldn't see any alternative. Earth needed to survive, and this was their best chance. The Grand Armada entered Earth's solar system with sensors active and weapons ready. Supreme Commander Velkosh expected the humans to hide again, to use their stealth tactics. Instead, he found a fleet of 300 human warships waiting near the moon. They were in formation, shields up, weapons charging. A conventional military deployment, Velkosh smiled. Finally, a battle he understood. He ordered his fleet to advance in standard attack formation. The humans had made a fatal mistake. They had tried to fight a conventional war, and they would lose. Captain Derek Hayes commanded the Earthship Retribution. He knew his orders: hold position as long as possible, draw the Calthari attention, make them commit their forces to this battle. He didn't know exactly what the ghost teams were doing, but he trusted they had a plan. The space battle began with long-range weapons fire. Human ships used missiles and energy weapons that the Calthari recognized and could defend against. The Empire returned fire with overwhelming force. The humans fought well, better than Velkosh expected, but they were outnumbered 10-1. The outcome was inevitable. Derek pushed the Retribution deep into the Calthari formation. His shields were failing and his hull was taking damage, but he kept fighting. Around him, other human ships were doing the same. They fought with desperate courage, knowing they were probably going to die. But they also knew their sacrifice meant something. While the battle raged, something else was happening. Commander Jake Morrison led a team of 200 ghost operators in the largest infiltration operation Earth had ever attempted. They had been hiding throughout the Calthari formation for weeks, attached to ship hulls, waiting in the darkness. Now they moved. Not to destroy ships or kill crews, but to accomplish something more important. They were targeting the command and control systems of the Grand Armada. They were going after the admirals, the communication networks, the coordination systems that allowed 3,000 ships to function as a unified force. Lieutenant Megan Foster had the most dangerous assignment. Her team was going after Supreme Commander Velkosh himself. They had attached themselves to his flagship days ago, and had spent that time studying the ship's layout and security procedures. Now they moved through the massive vessel toward the bridge. Megan's team was incredibly good at what they did. They moved through corridors during shift changes. They avoided sensors by timing their movements to match power fluctuations. They neutralized guards using drugs that made it look like the soldiers had simply fallen asleep. They reached the bridge without triggering a single alarm. The bridge of a Calthari flagship was enormous, filled with dozens of officers and crew members. Supreme Commander Velkosh stood in the center, watching the battle on multiple display screens. His fleet was winning easily. The human ships were being destroyed one by one. Victory was minutes away. Megan stood directly behind Velkosh for 30 seconds before she spoke. Her team had positioned themselves throughout the bridge, each one standing next to a critical officer. They were all invisible, their stealth suits bending light around them. When Megan spoke, every Calthari on the bridge jumped in shock. Weapons were drawn. Security teams were called. But Megan didn't attack. She simply placed a small device on Velkosh's command console and said, "This is a courtesy." Then her team vanished. They moved before the Calthari could react, disappearing back into the corridors and access tunnels. Within minutes, they were back in their hidden craft, ready to escape if necessary. The device Megan had left activated automatically. It was a data transmitter that uploaded information to every ship in the Grand Armada simultaneously. The upload took 17 seconds. In that time, it delivered more information than most species processed in a year. The data packet contained complete schematics of every type of Calthari warship, including weaknesses in their design that even the Empire didn't know about. It contained communication protocols and command codes. It contained crew manifests and duty rosters. It contained everything the humans had learned by studying the Empire for months. But the most devastating part of the data packet was the video footage. Hours and hours of recordings from cameras the humans had secretly installed inside Calthari ships. The footage showed ghost teams moving through corridors. It showed them standing invisible on bridges while officers worked, unaware they were being watched. It showed them in crew quarters while soldiers slept, close enough to kill but choosing not to. The footage showed that human teams had infiltrated over 200 ships in the Grand Armada. They had been living inside these ships for days or weeks. They had watched. They had learned. They had collected information. And the Calthari had never known. Supreme Commander Velkosh watched the footage on his command console. He saw humans moving through his own ship. He saw them standing in his private quarters while he slept. He saw one human operative sitting at his personal desk reading his private files. The timestamp showed this had happened 2 days ago. The message was absolutely clear. The humans could have killed him at any time. They could have killed thousands of Calthari soldiers. They had chosen not to. They were demonstrating total dominance. The psychological impact hit the Grand Armada like a shockwave. Within hours of receiving the data packet, reports of panic began flooding in from across the fleet. Crews were reporting seeing humans everywhere. Sensor operators claimed to detect infiltrators that vanished when security teams arrived. Guards fired weapons at shadows in empty corridors. Supreme Commander Velkosh tried to maintain control, but the damage was done. His soldiers now understood that their ships had been compromised. Every shadow might hide a human operative. Every crew member might have been replaced. Every system might have been sabotaged. The trust that held a military force together was shattered. On the Imperial flagship, Velkosh called an emergency meeting with his senior officers. They gathered in a secure conference room, but everyone kept glancing at the corners and checking behind themselves. One admiral refused to enter until every surface had been scanned for invisible intruders. Another insisted on keeping his weapon drawn throughout the entire meeting. Velkosh tried to rally his commanders. He reminded them that the humans were still losing the space battle. Their fleet was being destroyed. Earth would fall soon if they just maintained their attack. But even as he spoke, he could see the doubt in their eyes. Victory meant nothing if they couldn't trust their own ships. The reports kept coming. A cruiser captain claimed to have found human equipment in an access tunnel. A destroyer's crew refused to sleep because they believed humans were watching them. 2 frigates collided with each other because their pilots were distracted by searching for infiltrators. The Grand Armada was falling apart not from human attacks but from fear. Back on Earth, Colonel Ryan Mitchell monitored the situation from the command center buried deep beneath the Rocky Mountains. The psychological operation was working better than anyone had hoped. The Calthari were destroying themselves through paranoia, but the cost was high. In the space battle above, human ships were still dying. Captain Derek Hayes had lost over half his crew. The Retribution was barely holding together. His shields were gone, his weapons were failing, and fires burned on 3 different decks. But he kept fighting because those were his orders. Hold the line. Keep the enemy focused on the battle. Give the ghost teams time to work. Through his damaged view screen, Derek watched another human ship explode. The Guardian had been a good ship with a brave crew. Now it was just debris. He felt anger and guilt. These people were dying while others watched from safety. But he also understood the necessity. Sometimes the only way to win was to sacrifice. Senator Patricia Moore stood in the command center next to Colonel Mitchell. She was watching the same feeds, seeing the same ships die. She turned to Mitchell and asked the question that had been haunting her since this war began. Are we becoming the monsters they think we are? Mitchell's answer was honest and cold. They came to enslave us. We're showing them why that was a mistake. If that makes us monsters, then we're monsters. But we're alive monsters, and that's what matters. Patricia didn't respond. She knew he was right, but it still bothered her. Humanity had always prided itself on being better than its worst impulses. They had laws and ethics and principles. But when survival was at stake, all of those seemed to fade away. Maybe that was the real human nature. Not the civilization they built, but the predators underneath. In the Grand Armada, ships began to desert. The first was a small scout ship whose captain simply powered up his engines and fled. Then a cruiser followed, then 3 destroyers. Within hours, hundreds of ships were breaking formation and running. Their captains chose exile over staying in a fleet that felt haunted. Supreme Commander Velkosh tried to stop the desertions. He sent orders threatening execution for cowardice. He reminded his officers of their duty to the Empire. He promised rewards for those who stayed loyal. Nothing worked. The fear was too strong. Soldiers who had never run from battle were now fleeing from an enemy they couldn't see or fight. The Kalthari who stayed were the most loyal or the most foolish. These were officers who believed in the Empire above all else, who would rather die than admit defeat. They were dangerous because they had nothing left to lose. Velkosh knew he couldn't win this battle, but he was determined to make the humans pay for their victory. He ordered his remaining ships to focus all fire on Earth itself. If he couldn't conquer the planet, he would destroy it. Thousands of missiles and energy weapons turned toward the small blue world. This would be revenge, pure and simple. The humans would lose their home even if they won the war. Captain Derek Hayes saw the targeting change. The Kalthari were going after Earth directly. He opened a channel to all remaining human ships. His voice was calm despite the desperate situation. He told them to form a defensive screen between the Armada and Earth. They had to stop those weapons no matter the cost. The human fleet, reduced now to less than 100 ships, positioned themselves to intercept. They shot down missiles and absorbed energy blasts meant for their planet. Ships that were already damaged took hits they couldn't survive. The crews died knowing they had saved lives on the surface below. The Retribution took a direct hit from a plasma cannon. The blast tore through the engineering section, killing everyone there instantly. Derek felt the ship shudder and list. Secondary explosions rippled through the hull. He knew his ship was dying, but it could die usefully. Derek pointed the Retribution directly at the largest Kalthari battleship and pushed the engines to maximum power. His ship accelerated toward the enemy, trailing fire and debris. The Kalthari tried to destroy the incoming threat, but they had already done too much damage. The Retribution's hull was compromised and it was harder to hit. The collision was spectacular. The Retribution struck the battleship at tremendous speed, the impact destroying both vessels completely. The explosion lit up the space between Earth and the Moon like a second sun. Derek Hayes and his crew died instantly, but they took 800 Kalthari soldiers with them. Commander Jake Morrison watched the battle from his hidden position. He saw the Retribution's final charge. He recognized Derek's tactical style. That would be something Derek would do. Sacrifice himself to take out a bigger target. Jake felt grief and respect in equal measure, but the battle wasn't over. The Kalthari were still firing at Earth. More human ships were dying to protect their world. Jake made a decision. The time for hiding was over. The time for a final message had come. He coordinated with every human operative in the area. Over 200 Ghost team members received the same order. Reveal yourselves. Let the enemy see what they're really fighting. Throughout the Grand Armada, humans deactivated their stealth systems simultaneously. On bridges, in corridors, in engineering sections, human operatives suddenly became visible. Kalthari crew members found themselves facing armed soldiers who had been standing next to them for hours or days, but the humans didn't attack. They just stood there, visible and armed, looking directly at the Kalthari. The message was clear. We've been here all along. We could have killed you at any time. We still can. Lieutenant Megan Foster stood on the bridge of the Imperial flagship, her stealth suit deactivated. She was surrounded by 30 Kalthari officers, all of whom had weapons pointed at her. She ignored them and looked directly at Supreme Commander Velkosh. She told him to stop firing at Earth. She said the war was over. The Empire had lost. Continuing to fight would only result in more Kalthari deaths. She said humans didn't want to exterminate the Empire. They just wanted to be left alone. Velkosh stared at her with a mixture of rage and fear. This human had been on his bridge, invisible for who knew how long. She could have killed him 100 times. The humiliation was complete. His mighty fleet had been infiltrated and defeated by an enemy he couldn't even see. He gave the order to cease fire. His voice was quiet and defeated. The weapons stopped. The missiles stopped launching. The battle ended not with a grand explosion but with silence. The Grand Armada withdrew from Earth's solar system in complete disorder. Ships fled in every direction with no coordination or formation. Some headed back to Imperial space. Others simply ran to anywhere that wasn't near Earth. The mighty fleet that was supposed to crush humanity scattered like frightened birds. Supreme Commander, Felkosh returned to the Imperial homeworld in disgrace. He had lost over 800 ships without achieving any military objectives. More importantly, he had lost something impossible to measure: the Empire's sense of invincibility. For 300 years, the Kalthari had believed they were the galaxy's apex predators. Now they knew better. The Imperial Senate met again, but the debate was very different this time. No one spoke of revenge or another attack. No one suggested mobilizing more forces. Instead, they discussed how to manage the aftermath of their defeat. How to maintain control over their existing territory when everyone knew they had been beaten. Admiral Zethrak, who had led the first failed expedition to Earth, was appointed as advisor on human relations. His job was simple: keep the Empire away from Earth. He recommended sealing the borders and forbidding any contact with human space. The Senate agreed immediately, but they couldn't control information. Word of the defeat spread throughout the galaxy. Other species heard the stories and passed them along. The stories grew with each telling, becoming more dramatic and frightening. Humans became legendary creatures who could walk through walls and appear from nowhere. The Kalthari didn't correct these exaggerations. In fact, they encouraged them. If other species were terrified of humans, they would stay away from Earth. That meant the Empire wouldn't be pressured to try again. Fear of humanity became a useful tool for maintaining peace. Parents throughout the Empire began telling their children bedtime stories about humans. These stories described creatures that looked normal but weren't. They talked about monsters who smiled while they killed, who showed no emotion while they hunted. The stories were meant to frighten children into good behavior, but they also served to keep the memory of Earth's power fresh. On Earth, the celebration was quiet and somber. There were no parades or public festivities. Too many people had died. The space battle had cost humanity 70 ships and over 12,000 lives. Families mourned their losses. Military bases held memorial services. The victory felt hollow. Commander Jake Morrison returned to Earth and immediately retired from active service. He bought a small farm in Montana, far from cities and military bases. He spent his days working the land and trying not to think about the things he had done. The nightmares came anyway, faces of Kalthari soldiers he had killed. The fear in their eyes when they realized something invisible was hunting them. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez took a different path. She accepted a teaching position at the Naval Academy, training the next generation of operators in ghost tactics. She believed humanity needed to maintain these skills. The galaxy was dangerous and Earth might face threats again. Her students learned how to move unseen, how to infiltrate enemy positions, how to kill efficiently and quietly. Lieutenant Megan Foster struggled the most with the transition to peace. She had been good at her job, maybe too good. She had enjoyed the challenge of infiltrating enemy ships and outsmarting security systems. Now that the war was over, she felt empty. The military offered her a desk job, but she declined. She eventually became a private security consultant, using her skills in less lethal ways. Lisa Grant addressed the United Earth Council for the final time before stepping down as Secretary General. She had led humanity through its first interstellar war. She had made decisions that resulted in thousands of deaths. The weight of those decisions showed on her face. Her speech was honest and uncomfortable. She said Earth had shown the galaxy what humans could do when threatened. They had become something terrifying because survival demanded it. But now they faced a different challenge. They had to prove they could be more than the monsters they had pretended to be. She talked about the future. Earth would maintain its military capabilities. The ghost teams would continue training. The stealth technology would be improved and expanded. But these would be defensive measures only. Humanity would not become conquerors or aggressors. They would defend their home and nothing more. The Council established new protocols for dealing with alien species. Earth would send diplomats first, not soldiers. They would offer trade and cooperation before threats. They would try to build relationships based on mutual benefit rather than fear. But everyone knew the truth. Those diplomatic efforts would only work because of what the galaxy had seen. Captain Derek Hayes, who had died heroically in the space battle, became Earth's symbol for this new approach. The Council named him Earth's first posthumous ambassador to the Kalthari Empire. His image, his story, and his sacrifice would represent humanity to the galaxy, a warrior who had chosen to protect rather than conquer. Years passed. Earth began cautiously exploring the galaxy. Human ships traveled to other systems, always watched, always feared, always treated with extreme caution. Other species didn't know whether to see humans as potential friends or potential threats. Most chose to be very polite and hope for the best. The first actual diplomatic contact came 5 years after the war. A young Kalthari named Shantara requested permission to visit Earth. She was a civilian, a scholar who studied alien cultures. She wanted to understand the species that had defeated her people. Lisa Grant's successor, Secretary General Marcus Webb, approved the visit with conditions. Shantara would be accompanied by security at all times. She would not be allowed near any military installations. She would be monitored carefully, but she would be treated as a guest, not a prisoner. Shantara spent 3 months on Earth. She visited cities and farms. She talked to soldiers and civilians. She tried to understand what made humans so different from other species. What she discovered surprised her. Humans weren't naturally cruel or violent. They built beautiful art and music. They created complex philosophies about peace and justice. They formed deep emotional bonds with each other and even with animals. They were, in many ways, very similar to Kalthari, but they also had something else. A capacity for focused violence when threatened. An ability to become predators when necessary and then return to being regular people afterward. This combination of civilization and savagery was unique in her experience. She wrote a report that was distributed throughout the empire. Her conclusion was simple but profound. Humans were dangerous not because they loved violence, but because they could embrace it when needed and then set it aside when the threat passed. They were the most dangerous kind of enemy. Rational predators. The galaxy learned to live with humanity as an uncomfortable neighbor. Trade relationships developed slowly. Diplomatic channels opened gradually. Other species began to visit Earth, always nervously, always aware of the stories they had heard. Some found humans to be friendly and welcoming. Others left still frightened. Both reactions were probably appropriate. Commander Jake Morrison, now just Jake, received visitors at his farm occasionally. Other veterans who were struggling with the transition to peace. He didn't have answers for them, but he listened. They talked about the things they had done and the nightmares they still had. They tried to find meaning in their actions. Sometimes they succeeded. One day, a young reporter came to interview Jake for a documentary about the war. She asked him if he was proud of what he had done. Jake thought about the question for a long time before answering. He said he wasn't proud, but he didn't regret it either. Earth had been threatened with extinction. His team had done what was necessary to prevent that. He had killed people who would have killed everyone he loved. That wasn't something to be proud of, but it was something he could live with. The reporter asked if he would do it again if Earth faced another threat. Jake's answer was immediate. Yes, without hesitation, because that's what humans do. They protect their home. The documentary was called Monsters with Human Faces. It showed the war from both perspectives, human and Kalthari. It didn't glorify the violence or excuse the deaths. It simply showed what happened when a species decided that survival was more important than anything else. The documentary ended with footage from the final battle. Captain Derek Hayes guiding the Retribution on its suicide run. Lieutenant Megan Foster standing visible on the bridge of an enemy flagship. Commander Jake Morrison watching from the darkness as the Kalthari fleet fled. And finally, Lisa Grant's speech about taking off the monster's mask. The final words of the documentary were from an anonymous Kalthari officer who had survived the war. He said something that summed up the galaxy's new understanding of humanity. He said humans were the most terrifying species he had ever encountered. Not because of their weapons or their tactics, but because you could never tell if you were talking to a normal person or a monster until it was too late. In the darkness between the stars, human ships continued their silent patrols. The ghost team still trained. The stealth technology continued to improve. Earth maintained the capabilities that had saved them, just in case they were needed again. The galaxy had learned an important lesson. Earth didn't need to conquer anyone. Their reputation was more powerful than any empire. Every species knew what humans could.
The transport ship dropped out of hyperspace, with a soft hum that Jake Morrison felt in his bones. Through the small window beside his seat, he could see Kepler 7b hanging in the darkness of space, like a pale blue marble. The moon looked peaceful from this distance, but Jake knew it held the most important opportunity of his life. Jake pressed his face against the cool glass and watched as the Zephyrian Academy came into view. The massive structure sprawled across the moon's surface like a crystal city, its towers reaching up toward the stars. Bridges of pure energy connected the buildings, and ships from dozens of different worlds moved in careful patterns around. The landing platforms. "First time seeing the Academy?" asked the pilot, a blue-skinned woman with 4 arms who belonged to a species Jake couldn't identify. Her English came through the universal translator with a slight musical quality. "Yes," Jake replied, unable to hide his excitement. "I still can't believe I got accepted." The pilot smiled, showing teeth that sparkled like diamonds. "Humans are rare out here. Most species heard about your people joining the galactic community, but you're the first one to actually show up for school." Jake nodded, thinking about the long process that had brought him here. Earth had only made contact with the galactic community 5 years ago. The first meetings had been tense, with many alien species viewing humans as potentially dangerous due to their history of warfare. But gradually, as cultural exchanges began, some species had started to see humans as simply another intelligent race trying to find their place among the stars. The Galactic Educational Exchange Program had existed for 300 years, allowing young beings from different worlds to study together and learn about other cultures. When Earth finally received an invitation to participate, Jake had been one of the first to apply. His background in agricultural sciences made him an ideal candidate, since food production was something every species could understand and appreciate. The landing was smooth, and Jake gathered his few belongings as the ship settled onto the platform. The artificial gravity felt heavier than Earth's, and he had to adjust his walking to avoid stumbling. The air tasted different, too, processed and clean in a way that reminded him he was very far from home. The customs checkpoint was staffed by a tall, thin being made of what looked like living crystal. Its body caught the light from the overhead panels and threw rainbows across the white walls. When it spoke, its voice sounded like wind chimes. "Human Morrison Jake," the being said, consulting a glowing tablet. "Age 22, from the planet Earth, Sol system. Purpose of visit is educational exchange in agricultural sciences." "That's right," Jake said, trying not to stare at the way light moved through the being's transparent body. "Please place your personal items on the scanning platform," the customs officer instructed. Jake set down his single bag and watched as blue light washed over it. Most of his belongings were simple things like clothes and study materials. But hidden at the bottom were some special items he had fought hard to bring with him. "These organic compounds," the officer said, pointing at the scanner display. "You list them as essential dietary supplements?" Jake's heart rate picked up, but he kept his voice steady. "Yes, sir. They're food items from my home planet. My species requires specific nutrients that aren't available in standard galactic rations." This was technically true, though Jake knew he was stretching the definition of essential. The truth was that he had packed bacon, eggs, flour, maple syrup, and coffee beans because he was afraid of being homesick. The Academy's food systems could provide all the nutrition a human needed, but they couldn't provide the comfort of familiar tastes. The customs officer ran additional scans, checking for harmful bacteria or dangerous chemicals. After several minutes, he stamped Jake's documents with a symbol that glowed briefly before fading. "Welcome to Kepler 7b, Human Morrison. Please proceed to orientation." The orientation hall was enormous, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness above. Students from 12 different species filled the space, and Jake tried not to stare at the incredible variety of life forms around him. There were beings that looked like walking trees, others that resembled giant insects, and some that seemed to be made of gas or energy held in humanoid shapes. A reptilian being with green scales and yellow eyes approached Jake. "You must be the human everyone has been talking about," it said in a voice like gravel. "I am Kathek of the Scalewing Confederation." "Nice to meet you," Jake replied, extending his hand in the human gesture of greeting. Kathek looked at the offered hand with confusion until Jake realized that handshakes might not be universal. He dropped his hand and smiled instead. "I have heard that humans are mammals like the Ferrari, but that you walk upright like the crystallines," Kathek continued. "Is this correct?" "I guess so," Jake said. "We're bipedal mammals, if that's what you mean." A crowd of students began to gather around them, all curious about the first human to join the exchange program. Jake found himself answering questions about Earth's gravity, atmosphere, and climate, while trying to ask his own questions about their home worlds. A floating being made of swirling purple gas drifted over to join the conversation. "I am Whisper, of the Nebula Collective," it said in a voice like whispered wind. "We share living quarters, human Jake. This brings much curiosity about human sleeping and feeding patterns." "You're my roommate?" Jake asked. "That's great. I was wondering how the room assignments worked with so many different species." "The dormitories adjust to accommodate various physiologies," explained a tall figure that looked like it was carved from blue ice. "I am Professor Veltar, your instructor for advanced xenobiology. We are most interested to have a human perspective in our studies." Jake felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness as Professor Veltar spoke. The crystalline being's voice carried an authority that made it clear he was someone important at the academy. "Thank you, Professor," Jake said. "I'm really looking forward to learning about how different species approach agriculture and food production." Professor Veltar's crystal body shifted color slightly, from blue to a pale green. Jake didn't know that this indicated surprise, but he noticed the change. "Food production," Professor Veltar repeated. "Yes, we understand that humans have unique dietary requirements. This will certainly provide interesting material for study." The conversation continued for another hour as more students and faculty members came to meet the human. Jake learned that some species absorbed nutrients directly from sunlight. Others processed minerals from their environment, and a few sustained themselves on pure energy. The idea of actually eating other living things seemed to be uncommon, though not completely unknown. As the orientation ended and students began to disperse to their dormitories, Jake felt a growing sense of anticipation. Tomorrow would be his first day of classes, and he wanted to make a good impression. He had no idea that his simple desire to start the day with a familiar breakfast would soon have the entire academy talking about the terrifying dietary habits of humanity. Whisper floated alongside him as they made their way to their shared quarters. "Human Jake brings much excitement to the academy," the gas being observed. "Many species express curiosity about human culture and customs." "I hope I can live up to their expectations," Jake replied, shouldering his bag. "I just want to learn as much as I can while I'm here. Learning flows in all directions," Whisper said wisely. "Human Jake will teach while learning, as all students do." Jake smiled at that thought. He had come here to study alien agricultural techniques, but maybe he could share some human knowledge too. Tomorrow, he decided, he would start by showing his new friends what a proper Earth breakfast looked like. It seemed like a harmless way to introduce them to human culture. He had no way of knowing that this simple decision would soon have consequences that reached far beyond the academy's walls. Jake's first day of classes at the Zephyrian Academy had been overwhelming. The advanced xenobiology course covered topics he had never imagined, from the energy-based digestive systems of the ethereals to the mineral processing organs of the crystallines. Professor Veltar had assigned readings from 12 different textbooks, each written from the perspective of a different species. By evening, Jake's head was spinning with new information. He sat in his dormitory room, staring at the walls that had automatically adjusted to a soft blue color meant to promote relaxation in humans. The furniture had reshaped itself to fit his body perfectly, and the temperature had stabilized at exactly what his species found comfortable. Despite all this advanced technology designed to make him feel at home, Jake had never felt more homesick in his life. The Academy's food synthesizer had provided him with a perfectly balanced meal of nutrients tailored to human dietary requirements. The paste was beige in color and had no particular taste, which the nutritionist had explained was intentional to avoid overstimulating any species' sensory systems. Jake had eaten the entire portion because he knew his body needed the fuel, but every bite reminded him how far he was from Earth. He opened his personal storage container and looked at the items he had brought from home. Most were simple things that held sentimental value. A photograph of his family standing in front of their farm in Kansas, a baseball cap his father had given him when he graduated from agricultural college, a small container of soil from the field where he had learned to plant his first crops. But at the bottom of the container, wrapped carefully in protective material, were the items that had gotten him through customs as essential dietary supplements. Jake pulled them out one by one and arranged them on his desk. A vacuum-sealed package of bacon from pigs raised on his neighbor's farm. Freeze-dried eggs that could be reconstituted with water. A small bag of flour milled from wheat his grandfather had grown. A bottle of maple syrup tapped from trees in Vermont. And most precious of all, a bag of coffee beans from a small farm in Colombia that his mother had special ordered for his journey. Jake held the coffee beans up to his nose and breathed in their rich aroma. For a moment, he could almost imagine. He was back in his family's kitchen, watching his mother prepare breakfast while his father read the morning news on his tablet. The memory was so vivid that it made his chest ache with longing. "Human Jake engages in unusual ritual behavior," came a voice from behind him. Jake turned to see Whisper drifting through the wall that separated their sleeping areas. The gaseous being's purple form shimmered with what Jake was learning to recognize as curiosity. "Oh, hey, Whisper," Jake said, quickly setting down the coffee beans. "I was just looking at some things from home." Whisper's form condensed slightly as it focused on the items spread across Jake's desk. "These organic compounds serve what purpose for human Jake?" "They're food," Jake explained. "Well, ingredients for making food. Back on Earth, these are things we use to make breakfast." "Breakfast?" Whisper repeated, the word coming through. The translator with a questioning tone. Jake realized that the concept might not translate well. "It's the first meal we eat when we wake up. Most humans eat breakfast to give them energy for the day." Whisper drifted closer to examine the items. "The Nebula Collective absorbs cosmic radiation upon awakening. This provides necessary energy for daily activities. Human breakfast serves similar function?" "Exactly," Jake said, warming to the topic. "Different species, different ways of getting energy, but the idea is the same." Whisper's gaseous form pulsed with what Jake interpreted as excitement. Whisper expresses great interest in observing human energy absorption ritual. Such knowledge brings understanding between species. Jake looked at his collection of ingredients and felt a spark of inspiration. Tomorrow was the weekend, which meant no classes. The dormitory levels had communal food preparation areas where students could use the advanced equipment to create meals from their home worlds. Jake had avoided these areas so far because he didn't want to draw attention to his different dietary needs, but maybe it was time to stop hiding. "Would you like to watch me make breakfast tomorrow?" Jake asked. "I could show you how humans prepare their morning meal." Whisper's entire form lit up with bioluminescent patterns that cycled through the color spectrum. Observation of alien food preparation rituals brings knowledge joy. Whisper will witness with great enthusiasm. Jake grinned, feeling excited about something for the first time since arriving at the academy. "Great. I'll need to figure out how to adapt the equipment, but I think I can make it work." After Whisper drifted back to its own sleeping area, Jake spent the next several hours studying the technical manuals for the communal food preparation facility. The equipment was far more advanced than anything on Earth, designed to accommodate the needs of multiple species simultaneously. Molecular synthesizers could break down and reassemble matter at the atomic level. Nutrient processors could extract specific compounds from raw materials. Environmental controls could adjust temperature, humidity, and atmospheric composition for different cooking methods. Jake discovered that with some creative programming, he could make the synthesizer function as a heating surface. The nutrient processor could be used to mix ingredients. The environmental controls could even simulate the conditions of an Earth kitchen. It would take some work, but he was confident he could prepare a proper human breakfast. As he read through the technical specifications, Jake began to get more excited about his plan. This could be a chance to share something important about human culture with his new classmates. Food was universal, after all. Every species needed energy to survive, even if they obtained it in different ways. By showing them how humans approached this basic need, he might help bridge the gap between his species and theirs. Jake carefully repacked his ingredients and set them aside for tomorrow. He programmed his room's systems to wake him early, so he would have time to set up before other students arrived. The food preparation area was usually busiest during standard meal times, but weekend mornings tended to be quieter. The next morning, Jake woke before his alarm. He had dreamed of his mother's kitchen again, and the scent of bacon and coffee seemed to linger even after he opened his eyes. He dressed quickly and gathered his ingredients, feeling more excited than nervous for the first time since leaving Earth. The corridors of the dormitory were quiet as Jake made his way to the food preparation area. Most students were still sleeping, taking advantage of the rest day to recover from their intense study schedules. The few beings he encountered in the hallways gave him curious looks but didn't stop to talk. The food preparation facility was empty when Jake arrived. The large space contained dozens of different cooking stations, each designed for a different species' needs. Some worked with pure energy, others with exotic gases, and a few with materials that Jake couldn't even identify. But near the center of the room was a section designed for more conventional food preparation, intended for species that actually consumed physical matter. Jake set his ingredients down at one of the workstations and began studying the control panels. The interface was designed to be intuitive for any species, using universal symbols and holographic displays. After a few minutes of experimentation, he managed to activate the molecular synthesizer and configure it to produce a flat heating surface at the temperature he needed. As he worked, Jake heard footsteps in the corridor outside. He looked up to see Kathek, the reptilian student he had met during orientation, peering through the doorway. "Human Jake prepares sustenance during rest period?" Kathek asked, his gravelly voice carrying a note of curiosity. "I'm going to make breakfast," Jake explained, holding up the package of bacon. "Want to watch?" Kathek's yellow eyes focused on the package with interest. Kathek expresses curiosity about human feeding rituals, may observe without interfering. "Of course," Jake said. "The more the merrier." As Kathek entered the room, Jake heard more voices in the corridor. Word seemed to be spreading that the human was doing something interesting in the food preparation area. Within a few minutes, several more students had arrived to watch, including 2 Aquarians whose tentacles writhed with obvious excitement, and an ethereal whose gaseous form glowed softly in the artificial lighting. Jake felt a moment of nervousness as the small crowd gathered around his workstation. He had expected to demonstrate human breakfast to Whisper and maybe 1 or 2 other curious students. But it looked like he was about to give a full presentation to a significant portion of the dormitory's population. "Okay, everyone," Jake said, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. This is how humans start their day. He had no idea that his simple cooking demonstration was about to become the most terrifying display of predatory behavior that any of these students had ever witnessed. Jake looked around at the growing crowd of alien students, who had gathered to watch his breakfast demonstration. What had started as a simple plan to share human culture with Whisper had turned into something much bigger. Nearly 24 beings, from different species, filled the food preparation area, their various eyes, sensors, and sensory organs all focused on him with intense curiosity. Professor Veltar had arrived sometime during Jake's setup process. The tall crystalline being stood at the back of the group, his transparent body shifting through different shades of blue and green. Jake didn't realize that these color changes indicated the professor's emotional state, or that the current pattern suggested both fascination and concern. "Human Morrison," Professor Veltar said, his voice carrying clearly through the universal translators, "we understand you intend to demonstrate your species' nutritional consumption rituals. We are here to observe and learn about human dietary practices." Jake felt his stomach flutter with nervousness. The formal way Professor Veltar spoke made this feel less like a casual demonstration and more like a scientific presentation. But he had committed to showing his classmates how humans ate breakfast, and backing down now would only make things more awkward. "Right," Jake said, trying to sound confident. "This is what we call breakfast. It's the first meal humans eat when they wake up, and it's designed to give us energy for the day ahead." He picked up the package of bacon and held it up for everyone to see. The vacuum-sealed strips of cured meat looked perfectly normal to Jake, but he noticed several aliens take small steps backward. The Aquarian's tentacles began writhing in what Jake hoped was excitement rather than distress. "First, we have bacon," Jake explained, opening the package. The rich, salty smell of cured pork filled the air immediately. "This is preserved meat from an animal called a pig. We cure it with salt and sometimes smoke it to add flavor and make it last longer." The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Several gasps echoed through the room, translated into the various species' languages, and then back into Jake's universal translator as sounds of shock and alarm. Kathek, the reptilian student, took another step backward, his yellow eyes wide with what Jake was beginning to recognize as fear. "Human Morrison," Kathek said slowly, "you suggest consumption of deceased creature flesh?" Jake paused, the package of bacon still in his hands. "Well, yeah," he said, not understanding why this was surprising. "Humans are omnivores. We eat both plants and meat. It's perfectly natural for our species." The gasps became more pronounced. Whisper's gaseous form flickered with rapid color changes that Jake had never seen before. The ethereal student near the front of the group began to disperse slightly, its energy-based body becoming less stable. Jake realized he had made some kind of cultural mistake, but he wasn't sure what it was. He decided to continue with his demonstration and hope that understanding would come with more explanation. "Don't worry," he said, trying to reassure his audience. "The animals are raised specifically for food. They live good lives on farms before they're used for meat. It's not like we hunt wild animals or anything." This explanation seemed to make things worse rather than better. Several more students moved toward the exits, and Jake heard what sounded like distressed humming from the hive mind representative. Professor Veltar stepped forward, his crystalline body now glowing a deep red color that Jake didn't recognize. "Human Morrison, are you indicating that your species deliberately breeds other life forms for the purpose of consumption?" "Of course," Jake said, still not understanding why this was causing such alarm. "Humans have been farming animals for thousands of years, cows for milk and meat, chickens for eggs and meat, pigs for meat. It's one of the foundations of human civilization." He placed the bacon strips on the heated surface he had created with the molecular synthesizer. The meat began to sizzle immediately, filling the air with the familiar sound and smell of cooking bacon. To Jake, it was one of the most comforting sounds in the world. To his alien audience, it sounded like something dying. The crowd of observers had grown even larger. More students and several faculty members had arrived, drawn by the commotion and the spreading news that the human was doing something unprecedented in the food preparation area. Jake estimated that nearly half the Academy's population was now watching his breakfast demonstration. "The meat is cooking now," Jake explained, using a utensil to flip the bacon strips. "The heat breaks down the proteins and fats, making them easier to digest and enhancing the flavor." He moved on to the next part of his breakfast, pulling out the container of freeze-dried eggs. "These are chicken eggs," he said, adding water to reconstitute them. "They're basically the reproductive cells of another animal. Chickens lay them naturally and we collect them for food. If the bacon had caused gasps, the eggs caused something approaching panic. The Aquarians had retreated to the far side of the room, their tentacles wrapped around themselves in what Jake was beginning to suspect was a defensive posture. The gaseous ethereals were visibly struggling to maintain their coherent forms. Reproductive cells? Professor Veltar's voice had taken on a strained quality that Jake had never heard before. "You consume the reproductive materials of other species?" "Sure," Jake said, pouring the reconstituted eggs onto the heating surface next to the bacon. "Eggs are packed with protein and nutrients. They're one of the most nutritious foods available to humans." The eggs began to cook, their proteins coagulating and turning from clear to white. The sight and smell of cooking eggs, combined with the continuing sizzle of the bacon, created what Jake considered a perfect breakfast atmosphere. To his alien audience, however, it looked and smelled like a scene from their worst nightmares. K-Thek spoke in a whisper that the translators barely picked up. "The human consumes the offspring of multiple species while displaying positive emotional indicators. This suggests systematic predatory behavior of the most extreme kind." Jake heard the whisper and realized that his demonstration was being interpreted very differently than he had intended. But he was committed now, and stopping halfway would only make things more confusing. "Now for my favorite part," Jake announced, pulling out the flour and other ingredients for pancakes. "Pancakes are basically a sweet bread that we cook in flat circles and stack on top of each other." He mixed the flour with some of the egg mixture and added water to create a smooth batter. The familiar motions of cooking reminded him of weekend mornings at home, and he found himself smiling as he worked. "The flour comes from wheat, which is a plant we grow specifically for food," Jake explained as he poured the first pancake onto the heating surface. "We grind the seeds into powder and mix it with other ingredients to make bread, cakes, and pancakes." The mention of plants seemed to calm some of his audience slightly. Several aliens who had been backing toward the exits stopped and turned back to watch, but their relief was short-lived. "To make pancakes properly, you need to add something sweet," Jake continued, pulling out his bottle of maple syrup. "This is one of my favorites. It's tree sap that we collect and boil down until it becomes thick and sweet." The words tree sap sent a new wave of shock through the plant-based species in his audience. The remaining ethereals disappeared entirely, evacuating through the nearest air vents in what could only be described as panic. Jake flipped his first pancake, proud of the golden-brown color he had achieved despite the unfamiliar equipment. "And that's basically it," he said cheerfully. "Bacon, eggs, and pancakes with maple syrup, a classic human breakfast that will give you energy for the whole day." He looked up from his cooking to see a room full of terrified alien faces staring back at him. Professor Veltar had turned a color that Jake had never seen before, something between deep red and black. The few students who remained were pressed against the walls as far from Jake as possible. "Is everything okay?" Jake asked, finally noticing that something was seriously wrong. "You all look kind of worried." The silence that followed was broken only by the continued sizzling of his breakfast and the soft hum of the air recycling systems. Jake stood there with a spatula in one hand and a perfectly cooked pancake on his heating surface, completely unaware that he had just revealed himself to be the most terrifying predator his classmates had ever encountered. The food preparation area had fallen completely silent except for the sizzling of Jake's breakfast. He looked around at the faces of his classmates and saw expressions he had never encountered before: fear, disgust, and something that looked Almost like horror filled the room. Even Whisper, his friendly roommate, had retreated to the far corner and was flickering between colors in rapid patterns that suggested extreme distress. Jake turned off the heating element and set down his spatula. His perfectly prepared breakfast sat on the surface before him, golden pancakes stacked neatly beside crispy bacon and fluffy scrambled eggs. The maple syrup waited in its bottle, ready to complete what he considered a perfect human meal. But the atmosphere in the room told him that something had gone very wrong. "I don't understand," Jake said slowly, looking from one terrified face to another. "Did I do something wrong? It's just breakfast." Professor Veltar stepped forward, his crystalline body now pulsing with deep red and black colors that made the light in the room seem dimmer. When he spoke, his voice carried a tremor that Jake had never heard before. "Human Morrison," the professor said carefully, "your demonstration has revealed dietary practices that we find deeply disturbing. You have shown us the systematic consumption of multiple life forms, including their reproductive materials and vital fluids." Jake blinked in confusion. "Reproductive materials? You mean the eggs? But chickens lay eggs naturally. We don't hurt them to get the eggs." Kathek, who had pressed himself against the far wall, spoke in a voice that shook with emotion. "Human Jake describes the harvesting of offspring from captive creatures. This indicates a level of predatory planning that exceeds even our worst projections about your species." "Offspring?" Jake repeated, still not understanding. "No, you've got it wrong. The eggs aren't offspring. Chickens lay unfertilized eggs regularly. They're more like, well, it's hard to explain, but they're not baby chickens." His explanation didn't seem to help. If anything, the aliens looked even more disturbed. A faculty member Jake didn't recognize, a being that looked like a walking tree with silver bark, spoke up from the back of the room. "The human suggests that these creatures produce reproductive materials without breeding, and that his species has learned to exploit this biological function for sustenance," the tree being said. "This implies a level of understanding and manipulation of other species' biology that is unprecedented in known space." Jake was beginning to understand that the problem wasn't just what he was eating, but how the aliens interpreted his species' relationship with food animals. To them, human agriculture looked like something far more sinister than simple farming. "Look," Jake said, trying to find words that would make them understand, "humans aren't monsters. We've been living alongside animals for thousands of years. We take care of them, protect them from predators, give them food and shelter. In return, they provide us with food. It's a partnership." Whisper's gaseous form solidified enough for speech, though the words came out strained and distorted. Human Jake describes symbiotic relationship, but with consumption as final outcome. This suggests deception-based predation of highest order. The situation was getting worse with every word Jake spoke. He could see that his explanations were only making the aliens more afraid of him. They weren't seeing a young man trying to share his culture. They were seeing what they believed to be a dangerous predator who had somehow learned to mask his true nature behind friendly behavior. Dr. Zin Ara, the Academy's xenopsychologist, had arrived sometime during the demonstration. She stood near the entrance, her multiple eyes studying Jake with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. Unlike the other faculty members, she didn't look afraid. Instead, she seemed fascinated in a way that reminded Jake of scientists studying a particularly interesting specimen. "Human Morrison," Dr. Zinara said, her voice calm despite the chaos around her. "Help us understand something. How long has your species practiced these feeding behaviors?" Jake thought about the question. "Well, humans have been hunting and farming for thousands of years. Agriculture started maybe 10,000 years ago, but we've been omnivores for much longer than that. Our teeth and digestive systems evolved to handle both plants and meat. 10,000 years of systematic cultivation," Dr. Zinara repeated, making notes on a device Jake couldn't see clearly. "And you say your species evolved these capabilities naturally?" "Of course. Jake said. Humans are omnivores by nature. We need both plants and animals to get all the nutrients our bodies require. The xenopsychologist's eyes widened, and she made more rapid notes. So this behavior is not learned or cultural, but biologically necessary for your species' survival? Jake nodded, relieved that someone finally seemed to understand. Exactly. We can survive on plants alone if we have to, but we're healthier when we eat both plants and meat. But Dr. Zinara's next words showed that she understood something very different from what Jake intended. Fascinating, she said, more to herself than to the room. A species that evolved as apex predators but developed the intelligence to systematically manage their prey populations. They've essentially turned predation into a science. The remaining students began backing toward the exits as Dr. Zinara spoke. Her clinical analysis of human dietary habits made them sound even more terrifying than Jake's simple explanations had. Professor Veltar's crystalline form had shifted to a color so dark it was almost black. Dr. Zinara, are you suggesting that humans represent an evolutionary path we have never encountered before? That's exactly what I'm suggesting, the xenopsychologist replied. Most species in the galaxy evolved beyond predation before developing interstellar travel. They learned to synthesize their nutritional needs or developed symbiotic relationships that didn't involve consumption, but humans appear to have retained their predatory capabilities while developing advanced intelligence. Jake listened to this conversation with growing alarm. They were talking about him like he was some kind of monster, analyzing his species as if humans were a threat to galactic civilization. All he had wanted to do was make pancakes. I'm not a predator, Jake said loudly, causing several aliens to flinch at the sound of his voice. I'm just a farm kid from Kansas who wanted to share breakfast with his friends. But his protest only seemed to make things worse. Kathek pointed a clawed finger at Jake's breakfast with visible revulsion. Human Jake continues to display positive emotions while surrounded by the remains of consumed creatures, the reptilian student said. He shows no recognition of the horror of his actions. This suggests that such behavior is completely normal for his species. Jake looked down at his bacon, eggs, and pancakes. To him, they still looked like a perfectly normal breakfast, but he was beginning to see how they might appear to species that had never consumed other living things. The bacon did come from a pig that had been killed for food. The eggs were reproductive cells taken from chickens. Even the maple syrup was extracted from living trees. For the first time since starting his demonstration, Jake began to understand why his classmates were so frightened. From their perspective, he had just shown them that humans were capable of systematically breeding, managing, and consuming other life forms with apparent joy and satisfaction. To species that sustained themselves on synthesized nutrients or energy absorption, human dietary habits must seem like the behavior of the most efficient predators in the galaxy. I think I need to explain this differently, Jake said quietly, but the damage was already done. News of his breakfast demonstration was spreading through the Academy's communication systems. Within hours, reports of the humans' predatory consumption ritual would reach the highest levels of galactic government. Jake Morrison, agricultural science student from Kansas, had accidentally revealed humanity to be the most terrifying species the galaxy had ever encountered, and he had done it all while trying to make friends over breakfast. The emergency meeting in Dean Mordak's office felt more like a trial than a discussion. Jake sat in a chair that had been specially adjusted for human physiology, surrounded by some of the most important beings in the galactic academic community. Dean Mordak, whose tree-like form towered over everyone else in the room, pulsed with agitated colors that reminded Jake of autumn leaves in a windstorm. "Human Morrison," Dean Mordak said, his voice carrying the sound of rustling branches. "Your actions yesterday have caused unprecedented disruption throughout our academy. Several species have requested immediate transport back to their home worlds. Others have contacted their governments to report what they perceive as a threat to galactic peace. Jake slumped in his chair, feeling smaller than he ever had in his life. I was just making breakfast. I never meant to scare anyone. Professor Veltar stood near the window, his crystalline body now a pale gray that Jake had learned indicated deep concern. Human Morrison, you must understand that your demonstration revealed dietary practices unknown in civilized space. To species that evolved beyond predation millions of years ago, your casual consumption of multiple life forms appears to be the behavior of an apex predator. Dr. Zinara sat across from Jake, her multiple eyes studying him with the same intense fascination she had shown during the breakfast incident. Unlike the others in the room, she didn't look afraid or disgusted. Instead, she seemed excited by what she had witnessed. Dean Mordak, Dr. Zinara said, I believe we are dealing with a fundamental misunderstanding of human evolution and dietary requirements. With your permission, I would like to conduct a more detailed interview with Human Morrison. The dean's form shifted colors as he considered this request. Very well, Dr. Zinara, but understand that several galactic governments are now questioning whether humans should be allowed to join interstellar civilization. Dr. Zinara turned to Jake with what he hoped was a reassuring expression. Human Morrison, let's start with the basics. You said your species has been practicing agriculture for 10,000 years. Can you tell us more about how this developed? Jake took a deep breath and tried to organize his thoughts. Well, before agriculture, humans were hunter-gatherers. We hunted wild animals and gathered plants for food, but then we learned that we could plant seeds and grow our own food instead of searching for it. We also learned to domesticate animals. Domesticate? Professor Veltar asked, his gray color deepening. We took wild animals and bred them to be more useful to us, Jake explained. Wolves became dogs that could help us hunt and protect our homes. Wild cattle became cows that could provide milk and meat. Wild birds became chickens that could give us eggs. Dr. Zinara made rapid notes on her recording device. So humans developed symbiotic relationships with other species, but maintained the consumption aspect? I guess so, Jake said. But we also protected them. Domestic animals live safer lives than wild ones. They don't have to worry about predators or finding food or shelter. We take care of all their needs. In exchange for their lives, Professor Veltar said quietly. Jake felt defensive. Not just their lives. Cows give milk for years before they're used for meat. Chickens lay eggs almost every day. Sheep provide wool. We get a lot from animals while they're alive, not just when they die. Dr. Zinara's eyes widened as she processed this information. Dean Mordak, this is remarkable. Humans didn't simply evolve beyond predation like other species. They evolved a form of ecosystem management that provides mutual benefits. Mutual benefits? Dean Mordak's voice carried a note of skepticism. The animals are still consumed in the end. Yes, but consider the alternative, Dr. Zinara said, her excitement growing. In the wild, these animals would face starvation, disease, predation by other species, and harsh environmental conditions. Under human care, they live comfortable, lives with guaranteed food, medical care, and protection from dangers. Jake nodded eagerly. Exactly. And we've been improving animal welfare for generations. Modern farms focus on keeping animals healthy and comfortable. It's better for the animals and better for the food they provide. Professor Veltar's color began to shift from gray toward a pale blue. Are you suggesting that humans have created a system where both species benefit, even though consumption is the final outcome? That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Dr. Zinara said. Most species in the galaxy either evolved beyond the need for organic consumption or developed synthetic alternatives. But humans took a third path. They turned predation into a partnership. Dean, Mordak's agitated colors began to settle into more stable patterns. But surely this represents a dangerous level of predatory capability, A species that can systematically manage other life forms for consumption could pose a threat to any species they encounter. Jake felt a spark of inspiration. But that's just it. We don't want to consume other intelligent species. Humans have strict rules about what we eat and what we don't eat. We would never eat anything that could think and talk like we do. You have ethical guidelines regarding consumption? Professor Veltar asked, his color shifting further toward blue. Of course, Jake said. We eat animals that don't have complex intelligence. We don't eat dolphins or whales or great apes because they're too smart, and we definitely don't eat other humans. That's considered one of the worst crimes possible in human society. Dr. Zin Ara was making notes so quickly that her hands were almost a blur. This is unprecedented. Humans have developed a predatory system based on intelligence levels and ethical considerations. They've created rules that govern their consumption behavior. So you're saying that humans are not indiscriminate predators? Dean Mordak asked. The opposite, Dr. Zinara replied. They're highly discriminating predators who have developed ethical frameworks to guide their behavior. They've turned the most basic survival instinct into a complex moral and practical system. Jake looked around the room and saw that the attitudes of the faculty members were beginning to change. The fear and disgust were being replaced by something that looked more like scientific curiosity. There's something else, Jake said, encouraged by their changing expressions. Humans are working to develop alternatives to animal consumption. We have synthetic meats, plant-based proteins, and other technologies that can provide the same nutrition without using animals. Some humans choose to eat only plants. Your species is voluntarily moving away from predatory behavior. Professor Veltar asked, his crystalline form now glowing a warm blue. Some of us are, Jake confirmed. But it's a choice, not a requirement. And even the humans who still eat meat are working to make the process more humane and sustainable. Dr. Zin Ara set down her recording device and looked directly at Jake. Human Morrison, I believe you have just redefined our understanding of evolutionary development. Your species represents something we thought was impossible. Apex predators who developed wisdom and ethical constraints before developing interstellar travel. Dean Mordak's form had settled into colors that Jake interpreted as contemplative rather than agitated. Dr. Zinara, what are the implications of this discovery? Enormous, she replied. Humans may represent the missing link in understanding how predatory species can safely join galactic civilization. They've proven that intelligence and ethics can successfully govern predatory instincts. Jake felt a wave of relief wash over him. So I'm not going to be kicked out of the academy? Professor Veltar actually seemed to smile, though Jake wasn't sure how he could tell with a crystalline being. On the contrary, Human Morrison, I believe you may have just become one of the most important students in galactic history. Over the following days, Jake found himself at the center of a scientific revolution that reached far beyond the academy. Xenobiologists from across the galaxy arrived to study human dietary evolution. Cultural anthropologists wanted to understand how humans had developed ethical frameworks around consumption. Even philosophers came to debate the implications of a species that had turned predation into a moral choice. The breakfast that had terrified his classmates became the subject of research papers, academic conferences, and interspecies cultural exchange programs. Jake's innocent demonstration of how to make pancakes and bacon had accidentally revealed that humans represented a unique evolutionary achievement, a species that had learned to be both powerful and responsible. Whisper, who had been avoiding Jake since the breakfast incident, finally approached him in their shared quarters a week later. Human Jake, the gaseous being said, its form shimmering with what Jake now recognized as embarrassment. Whisper expresses regret for fear reactions. New understanding brings appreciation for human wisdom evolution. Jake smiled at his roommate. No worries, Whisper. I probably should have explained things better from the start. Human Jake will prepare breakfast ritual again? Whisper asked. Hopefully. Jake laughed. Sure. But next time, I'll start with a lecture on human agricultural history. As Jake prepared for another day of classes, he reflected on how much had changed. He had come to the academy to learn about alien farming techniques. But instead he had taught the galaxy something new about the relationship between intelligence, ethics, and survival. Sometimes, he realized, the most important lessons came from the most unexpected places, even if that place was just a simple breakfast from Kansas.